Jeremiah, man, what's up, man? Welcome to the live. Shalom, everybody. Shalom. Watchman. Stick around. We have a beautiful presentation regarding the curses of Deuteronomy chapter 28 pertaining to so-called Hispanics and natives. Stick around. Shalom. Welcome to the live. Yeah, Jeremiah, that's fine, man. Take your time. Take your time, bro. We're gonna go over some stuff. So don't worry about it, man. Take your time. Let me know when you're ready. Shalom, shalom. Let's see. Come on, shit. Fuck. All right, shalom, everybody. Shalom. Welcome to the live. Welcome to the live. Once again, it's your brother Shamar with Ancient Watchman. Thanks for tuning in. I'm glad you guys are here. Hopefully, more brothers show up because tonight we have a beautiful presentation done by Jeremiah, the Philistine slayer, um, on the curses of Deuteronomy chapter 28, which pertains to the so-called Hispanics and natives and how our people fit all the curses to the T. So stick around, share our video. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Once again, welcome to the live. Shalom. Shalom, Vega. Shalom, bro. Shalom. Welcome to the live. Yeah, man. So stick around, man. We have a beautiful podcast tonight. It's gonna be a very intense podcast. So I want brothers to pay attention, stick around. There's gonna be a lot of history that's gonna be brought out, bro. It's gonna be epic. Tonight's podcast is gonna be epic, bro. So invite everybody, bro. Invite a lot of these Hamites, bro. Tell them that we're here. Tell them that we're live. What's up? What's happening, man?
I use Camry.
Shut up, commercials, bro. I hate commercials on YouTube, bro. Fucking annoying. Gomez, Shalom, bro. What's up? Welcome to the live. Welcome to the live. Can you brothers hear me? I just want to make sure that my audio is working because sometimes my audio seems to be act up, So let me know if it works. Type in whether or not you hear me or not. Can you brothers hear me? Yes or no? Type yes if you can hear me, please. Shalom, welcome to the live. Once again, this is Friday night MaYaM. Brothers know that MaYaM means waters, and waters pertains to the wisdom, knowledge, understanding, emotions within the soul. But in terms of our podcast on Friday nights, it means wisdom, knowledge, understanding. So that's what it means. So tonight we're gonna bring it out, bro. It's gonna be beautiful. As a matter of fact, we were gonna do this class like 2 years ago, but you know, all right, man. Shalom. So, yeah, man. Let me show you this real quick before we bring Jeremiah, the Philistine slayer, to bring it out, bro. Because he's the one that's gonna bring it out tonight in the spirit of wisdom and the spirit of the Most High, bro. So, but I wanna, bro, check this out. Check this out, right? So I sent out a message on this group called "Welcome to the Lion's Den," right? Now, obviously, you guys know, this Prince Charlandine Yashar, this clown, the so-called mighty Hebrew, which we call him the mighty Shebrew, right? So I want to show you something real quick. I'm going to show you something. Hold on, it's loading up. Shalom, everybody. Welcome to the live. Welcome to the live. I just want to show you something before we bring it out. Hold on. Shalom, everybody. Shalom. Welcome to the live. I want to show you. I want to show you what this mighty Shebrew said, right? Because they keep posting that 400-year prophecy, right? They keep holding on to life. They keep holding on to or cleaving onto that weak, false prophecy of the 400-year prophecy, supposedly ending in 2019, which according to both calendars, the both calendars, the Gregorian and the Hebrew calendar, we already passed 2019. So where is this prophecy being fulfilled? Now, I'm not sure you because these individuals, these lion snakes, these Canaanite Hamites, African converts. That's what they are. They keep going back to the same rhetoric with their weak false prophecies, especially the 400-year prophecy. But Shalom, welcome to the live. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Invite everybody else, bro. Invite a lot of Hispanics and natives, bro, because this is gonna be a beautiful podcast regarding our people, regarding the so-called Hispanics, the so-called indigenous natives from North, Central, and South America and the Caribbean islands, bro, that our people fit all the curses to the T. And obviously, you brothers have seen that a lot of these Hamites, bro, a lot of these Africans, bro, claiming to be Hebrews, can prove how they fit the curses. Why is that? How come we are able to, pull all the books and the archaeology, the history, the prophecies pertaining to our people and how our people, were basically cursed by the Most High because such and such and such. You guys know what happened. So our people got cursed and our people fell under the curses of Deuteronomy chapter 28, verses 16 through 68, right? And we can prove all those curses happening on the land of Jerusalem back in those days, but also happening on the land that was promised to King David, which is the ends of the earth, which is this side of the world, right? So let me see. Vega's back. The Diligence Destroyer is on. Shalom, bro. Welcome to the live.
Shalom.
Yeah, man. So, once again, Jose Vega and I, we were gonna do this beautiful presentation a while back ago. We were working on the breakdown of Deuteronomy chapter 28. I think we got down to curses number 31 or 33. But then we stopped because we were, going into a different route, going into a different direction, debating a lot of these Hamites online, doing lessons, challenging a lot of these, One West Hamitic camps and so on and so forth. So we stopped, and all of a sudden, we got brothers that are really smart, very resourceful, bro. That's the word I want to use. And we got Jeremiah, the Philistine destroyer or slayer, that is gonna bring it out tonight. So, brother, are you there? Shalom, welcome to the live.
What's good?
What's good, bro? What's good? Man, you ready, bro? I mean, yeah, it's been a
Yeah. Right now, it's at 120 exactly. It could be 122, but
damn.
the last one I just decided to use like an outro.
Right. That makes sense, bro. Makes sense.
Oh, I got that.
Before we go live, let me just bring this out real quick, bro. Hold on. Before we bring it out, let me let's see. Shalom, everybody. Welcome to the live once again. We're gonna go into the curses pertaining to the so-called Hispanics and Native Americans and how our people fit all the curses to the T. So stick around. This is Friday Night MaYaM, bro. Once again, we're gonna give everybody a chance to invite all of our people, so-called Hispanics and natives. Bring them over here, bro. Send them this live, bro, because this is gonna be a powerful podcast, bro. This is gonna be I would say limestone or a marking within the historical records of our people right now, spiritual speaking. Because obviously you guys know that we've been debating, mostly Jose Vega, the diligent destroyer, has been debating a lot of these people, a lot of these African converts within a lot of these camps, and none of them can prove their case. So tonight, in the spirit of the Most High and in the spirit of wisdom, it's gonna be brought out, and it's gonna, we're gonna set the record straight, basically. So, Shalom, once again, welcome to the live. Oh yeah, man. So at the end of the presentation, bro, I have a couple beautiful sources on how the Chinese people came on this side of the world pre-colonial times, bro. There was an influx of a lot of Chinese people that basically came on this. They took voyages to this side of the world, bro. So, the Spaniards or the Englishmen were not the first ones to basically discover, aka quote unquote, discover America, bro. No, there was various people, the Englishmen, the Vikings, bro, the Chinese people came on this side of the world, the Sidonians came on this side of the world prior to the colonization of 1492. So I'm gonna bring out those sources at the end of the presentation, bro. So, stick around for that, bro. I'm gonna share the links and stuff. I'm also gonna prove, bro, that our people are scattered to different continents all over the world, bro. And I wanted to bring this source a while ago, but I was saving it for a special occasion, bro. Tonight is gonna be a special occasion, bro. And so we're gonna bring it out in the spirit of the Most High. So let me see where we're gonna speak about. All right. All right, man. Without further ado, bro, I think we're gonna get started. We're gonna let Jeremiah. Oh yeah, hold on. I want to bring this out. Let's see. Hold on, Jeremiah. Hold on, bro.
No problem. No problem.
All right, man. So I came across this post a while ago. I wanted to show you guys, but they found new scrolls of the Dead Sea Scrolls, basically. And I want to show you just real quick. Pequeña Oka, Shalom says, welcome to the live. Micah, Shalom, bro, welcome to the live. Fob did a good video on that Chinese. I don't know what Chinese you're talking about, but Fob is garbage. All camps are garbage anyway at the end of the day. And that's exactly what I wanted to show you guys, because I was going back and forth with like Yahudim and the mighty Shebrew, but it's not letting me scroll up. But I wanted to show you the dumb statements that these clowns be making. You know what I'm saying? For example, it doesn't let me go up, bro. But anyways, the whole point, bro, is that mighty Shebrew was saying that, well, everybody's got to leave America. The 400-year prophecy is up, and so on and so forth, which is a bunch of garbage. That prophecy of the Deuteronomy chapter, what is it? Genesis 15, my bad. Genesis 15, regarding the 400-year prophecy, bro, that's already been fulfilled when our people exited Egypt. Your brothers can read that in the book of Exodus, I believe, chapter 12, verse 42, if I'm not mistaken. But this is what I said. I said, you African converts, you know where to go to start up dialogue. From the time, show up, Hami. I was talking to Yahudim. And then what's his name? Mighty Shebrew says, dude ain't even on my level. And then I said, you African converts have been on the run. Tonight we prove how you Africans don't even fit half the curses. Sit down, self-appointed princes, because he calls himself the prince, whatever they like. And then you have Yahudim, right? He's saying, cool, go teach 20 people your hate doctrine. Oh, okay, well, what hate doctrine are we teaching? Because so far we've been saying that the 12 tribes come in various nationalities, colors, and hair textures, bro. Because our people are what? The speckled bird. We are different gemstones and um you know what I'm saying, like the 12 gemstones the Levites carry on their chest. You know the what do they call it?
Hey,
What do
was
they
that
call it?
recent?
Yeah, bro, that was today, just before I got live, bro.
Oh, yeah, I got out of that group though. That shit was annoying.
Yeah, man, look at this shit, right? And then I said, I'm like, that is your rebuttal? Pathetic. You clowns have been put in your place to be the lowest of all slaves. We have schooled you on every debate. This is why you're irrelevant, right? And then I said, he's like, cool, go teach 20 people your hate doctrine. I'm like, we have listeners from all over the world, even in Iraq and Egypt. Our people there. It says, our people there. I don't know. I don't know what I type, but basically I was saying that even our people in Iraq and Egypt, they say that a lot of these Africans are not even Israelites, so on and so forth. So then Prince, you know, the mighty Shebrew goes like, the debating session is over. It's about showing and proving you all take care of yourselves, blah 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 blah, right? And then he posted that shit because it's just a bunch of African converts, bro, a bunch of Jewish converts, just like we've been showing time and time again, right? And then this is what I said. I said, nobody cares about your copy and paste, mighty Shebrew. Come to the real Lion's Den. Obviously, they're not gonna come here, bro. They've been on the run all the time, bro, for years, so on and so forth. So, and then Yahudim was like, "Oh, you're gonna prove it to your 20 viewers, bum." Then I said, this is what I said. Um, I said, as opposed to 0 of your viewers, obviously he doesn't have a channel. He doesn't do teachings. He doesn't teach anything. All he does is just be on our shit, on our common boards all the time, bro. But anyways, man, that's irrelevant. Let's get going, bro. Let's do this stuff. All right.
Can I share my screen? Let me see here.
It's funny that he says, about the 20 viewers, but every time anybody debates
You
on
brothers there, bro? Can you guys hear me or no?
that's how
Yeah, I
many
can hear
viewers
you.
they get.
Would you say again?
I said it's funny that Yehudium talks about 20 people, right?
Yeah.
When the Lions Den, every time he's on the Lions Den debating, they can't even get more than 20 people to view a debate. That's really bad.
Right. Man. Hey, look. Wait. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Bro, look, he did when we were supposed to debate, right? I didn't do it because it was just stupid and pointless and I was gonna come to San Diego and shit. But I watched the video that he did. Man, that was so pseudo and dumb. Like there's so many points that I could address about it that it'll make him look stupid. But I'm gonna do that when I'm out of Facebook jail for like the 3rd time since January. I've been in Facebook jail since January. Like right when I get out, I get back in because I call somebody stupid or call them like an idiot. They don't know what they're talking about.
Bro, man, Facebook has become like a
Yeah,
very
it's become real bad.
like an oversensitive platform. Like you can't say stuff like without people getting offended, bro. Like even if, like you're saying, like even if you say dumb shit, like oh you're stupid, oh you dumb, you know, you get reported for saying shit like that, bro, and get blocked. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's just crazy, man. But man, yeah. Shalom, everybody. Welcome to live once again. We're gonna do a presentation regarding the curses of the Deuteronomy chapter 28, which pertains to the so-called Hispanics and Native Americans, bro. So before we get started, bro, I want everybody that's watching right now to share our video, share this podcast, bro, because it's gonna be really powerful, man. I know it's gonna be a little lengthy, but you know it's needed. There's gonna be a lot of history that's gonna be brought out.
I shared my screen right now. Can you see it?
Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
All right, man. All right, man. You get the floor, Jeremiah, man. It's all yours.
All right, let's go. So this is what we call the curses of Deuteronomy 28, and this clown, right, Yehudian, as he says that we don't even fit. Well, he actually said we fit half of them, but then again, he says we don't fit any of them, and that doesn't make any sense, right? But there's some things about him I'm going to show, but let me read this first. This is Deuteronomy 28:1, right? And it says, "And it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations of the earth." We know that this is the first stipulation of the ultimatum given unto Israel. If we were obedient, we would be rewarded. We would have no need of correction or discipline. Hold on real quick. Let me close this door. Give me 1 second. All right, can y'all hear me?
Yep. Yeah, bro.
All right. So again, this is the first stipulation of the ultimatum given unto Israel. If we were disobedient, we would be rewarded. But if we were disobedient, we would be cursed, right? And we could see that from verses 2 to 14, if we were obedient, on how we would be blessed. But let's continue, right? Deuteronomy 28:15. "But if you do not obey the Lord your God to observe faithfully all his commandments and laws, which I enjoin upon you this day, all these curses shall come upon you and take effect," right? Now, consequently, this is what Israel chose. We chose to be disrespectful. We chose to be disobedient. We chose to worship other gods and deify people to the status of gods when they're just mere mortal men. And in doing so, we caused ourselves to err, not only from our own mistakes, but from others who influenced us and did such things, right? So now let's go to this. Here's where Yehudim says, right? "And the indigenous Americans perverted the law and didn't keep the statutes." Now, why didn't they keep the statutes? Why did they pervert the law? Who caused them to do it, right? See, what he doesn't do is, oh, keep in mind, my introduction, by the way, is like 23 slides, just letting you know, it's pretty long.
That's
But
fine, man.
anyways,
Take your time. You have like 10 hours. You have like
no
10
worries.
hours or 12 hours if you want. So,
All right, let's get it in. Let's go. So here he says, this clown, right? "We perverted the law. We didn't keep the statutes." Now again, he never goes into the definition or the etymology or even the Hebrew of these words and what they mean. But he calls me the Hamite. Yet I go into the Hebrew more than he does. But whatever, right? So now let's go to what the word perverted means in the etymology. If y'all can see it, I'm not sure. Maybe it was a little bit too small.
can
Let
you
me see.
like zoom in or no? Yeah, I think you can zoom in a little bit if
My
you
friend,
want.
let me just blow this specific little part up right here real quick. All right, right here. I don't know if y'all can see it. It says, basically it means to turn someone aside from a right religious belief to a false or erroneous one, right? Let me see. Oh man, what the heck did I do? Okay, let me shrink it down. Yeah, it just means to basically pervert means to turn someone aside from a right religious belief to a false or erroneous one, to distort natural order, misdirect, or misapply justice, law, or truth.
You there, bro?
Yeah, can you hear me? Yo,
Jeremy, you there, bro?
yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's Shamar that's messing up.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, anyways, let's continue real quick. All right, let's see here. So we know that the word pervert and perverted means to be corrupted or turned aside from the right way, which means somebody caused us to do this. We didn't just do this on our own through our own ignorance and wrongdoings, right? Somebody else had to have done this or caused us to act in a certain way, which is contradictory to the Torah and to Yahweh, right? So let's continue. This is from Star in the West by Elias Boudinot, right? Page 87. It states, "It shall now be our business to collect those facts in history, or in their history, that are well attested, with those which may be known of them from personal knowledge of men of character, or from their present manners, customs, and habits. Although we are well advised, it should be constantly borne in mind that the corruption of both principle and practice introduced among them by the connection with Europeans or Edomites has so debased their morals and vitiated all their powers of mind that they are constantly degenerated from their ancestors." So this is basically saying that Europeans corrupted us. They brought things over here that caused us to turn aside from the right way, which Yehudim then, as his idiot self always proves, we fit the curses. But anyways, continuing, it says, "An old Caribbean Indian in a very clear day thus addressed one of the white people. Our people are become almost as bad as yours. We are so altered since you came among us that we hardly know ourselves, and we think it is owing to so melancholy a change that hurricanes are more frequent than formerly. So, right, so we see here that this Indian, right, is noticing that, wait a minute, ever since we became more debased in our practices and less righteous and less noble than we formerly were, hurricanes started happening more, bad things started happening more to us ever since we started doing this. So this Indian is recognizing something very profound, right? And this is found in Torah. If we were righteous and we lived according to the Torah law, we would be blessed. If we didn't, we would be cursed, and a lot of bad things would happen to us. I'm going to prove that later on in this presentation. But just to let you know, this is just one of them. Continue, right? Now, this is where this clown, right? I don't know if maybe let me see here. If y'all can see it properly. Oh yeah, y'all can see it. All right, so let's go. It says, right, so me and Yehudim were talking on the inbox, and this clown was just straight stupid saying dumbass shit. Excuse my language, but I screenshotted this thing, I sent it to him, right? It says, and the indigenous Americans, whatever, perverted the law. He says, yes, your ancestors perverted the law like the rest of the nations, like the white man and the Asian man and the Polynesians. Last I checked, the white man, Asian man, and Polynesians never had Torah law unless they were Israelites or were influenced by Israelites. We know that the white man stole it. We know that the white man corrupted it, Ezekiel 36:5, and when the Edomites were in Jerusalem as well, right? But anyways, then I asked him, what law did we pervert? Then he says the very first law was perverted by y'all. That's how we know y'all were heathens and not Yahshua. We know Yahshua or Israel perverted the law, so how does that even make any sense? Then I tell him what was the very first law, and then right on the right side, that's where he says it. It's kind of blurry. I don't know why it ended up like that, but basically says the most important law of putting no one before Yah, not putting anybody on the same throne as him. Y'all were polytheistic heathens. That's how we know y'all were heathens. I don't know why he repeats himself like that. Makes him sound more ignorant. But anyways, Israel was a polytheistic people, not that they were supposed to be, but they ended up being like that. We worship Baal, we worship Ashtaroth, we worship what's a bunch of other pagan gods from like Moab, Egypt, from other nations, right? So Israel became polytheistic as well. So that further proves for Israel, but he doesn't see it. He just keeps making erroneous claims. So then I ask him after he claims this, right? Then I ask him, so when did heathens ever keep the Torah law though? And I'm like, never, only Israel did, right? And then he says on the left side, well, then I told him, you just proved we had the Torah law, idiot. That was at the end. But on the right side right here, y'all can see where he says, stop. Many nations of heathens kept certain laws like your ancestors did. Right here, he's saying we kept the Torah law like our ancestors did in ancient Mesoamerica. So that's proven right there that the Torah law was in Mesoamerica, and the fact that we corrupted that and it went away from the law and a bunch of things started happening post-colonialism proves that we corrupted in it. The curses of Deuteronomy came to be proven when shown in the Americas, which is Arsaret, right? Now, at the end of this presentation, me proving Deuteronomy 28 is going to prove the Americas is Arsaret, period. No matter what anybody says, it's going to prove it. But anyway, let's continue, right? Then I say, and we went astray from it, so that proves we have the Torah law here in the Americas. He completely disregards all of that and all of the contradictions he has made and continues to talk shit. Excuse my language. But what he doesn't understand, right, is the concept of cosmic geography. It's the idea that every nation is governed by its own cosmic forces of gods, meaning Yahweh let the heathens do what they wished and make their own gods to follow, right? Deuteronomy 32:8. So on the left side, it says, the Most High assigned nations their lands. He determined where people should live. He assigned to each nation a heavenly being. This proves Yahweh never cared if heathens worshipped other gods, only Israel, which is why he punished Israel each and every time they went astray. Notice how Yahweh never punished any other heathen nations for worshiping heathen gods, because they weren't that important to him. He punished Israel every time we went astray because we are important to him. We are the apple of his eye, right? His firstborn son. Let's see here. Now let's continue, right? So what does this all mean? First, let me read Joshua 23:6-7. But be most resolute to observe faithfully all that is written in the book of the teaching of Moses, without ever deviating from it to the right or to the left. Verse 7, and without intermingling with these nations that are left among you. Do not utter the names of their gods or swear by them. Do not serve them or bow down to them. Israel did that in ancient Israel. And in the Americas, the natives also did that same thing when these heathens or Hamites and Europeans and some Japanese, I don't know, came up amongst us and caused us to do certain things, right? Now, right here, Exodus 34:14, Deuteronomy 6:14, and Deuteronomy 28:14. Excuse me. It says the first one, for you shall not worship any other God, for Yahweh, whose name is a jealous God. You shall not follow other gods, any of the gods of the peoples who surround you. Yet we still did that. We corrupted that either way. Then Deuteronomy 28:14, and do not turn aside from any of the words which I command you today to the right or to the left, to go after other gods to serve them. Now let's go down right here. Jubilees 1:11-13. Jubilees 1 is actually a better preceptual chapter than Leviticus 26 is. It's way better. Or if you want, you can add Jubilees 1 with Leviticus 26 and Deuteronomy 28. Now, realistically speaking, there's only about 18 verses in Leviticus 26 that can actually be connected to Deuteronomy 28, not the entire chapter from 14 to 39 like Yehudim continues to try to use. Not the entire chapter. Only 18 verses can be correlated with Deuteronomy 28, period. But anyways, let's continue, right? This is going to prove about the influence that these heathens did amongst us that caused us to go away from the law, right? And to be honest, this next source I'm going to bring up, this proves this. This is the one Yehudim showed me months ago. See, I got, like, the reason why I like to talk so much shit, right? Not that it's proper or whatever, but the only reason I do so is so I can get my opponent or my enemy to reveal what they got, right? It's a war tactic I came up with, and it's worked many times, and I've gotten Yehudim to expose himself so many times and share with me sources that expose him and go against him, actually, but he doesn't even see it, right? But anyways, let's continue. This is from the first one. It's called Mexico, Treatment of Homosexuals, Andrew Redding, page 22, right? Let me see here. Let me make sure I got it correct. All right, so let's go now. Mexico, Treatment of Homosexuals, Andrew Redding, page 22. This is one that Yehudim showed me. I don't understand why when it went against him. He should have proofread it, and he should have looked up what definitions of words mean, but he didn't do it, right? So anyways, it states, Francisca Friar Juan de Torquemada, writing from Guatemala sometime before 1615, reported that the Mayas told of a god who instructed males on how to have, intercourse with one another. Now, real quick, if we look up the definition, right, for what instructed means, it means to be taught something. It means to be, like, how do I say it? Influenced in a way. It's the same way earlier from what I explained, right? Let's see here. Let's just look up a quick little definition for instructed: direct or command someone to do something, especially as an official order, right? So we see here that this god, or actually a freaking deity, not a person that was deified to the status of a god, as we know that in the Maya records by Griswold G. Morley or Morley G. Griswold or something like that, it states that the Mayas, or Shibalan, whatever, was a deified ancestor of the Mayans. So we know that mortal men deified other mortal men to status of gods when they weren't gods. But anyways, let's continue. Right? It states, instructed them on how to have sex with one another, convinced therefore that it was not a sin. See that? They were convinced by who? An outside deity or an outside person that basically told them, like, hey, look, listen, this is not bad. Don't even worry about it. You can do it. Ain't nothing gonna happen. Nothing's gonna happen to you. Go ahead and do it. And guess what we did? We did it, right? We were influenced. We were coerced. Same thing as Jubilees 1 explains, right? It says right here, and this will be shall be heard for a witness against them, for they will forget all my commandments, even all that I command them, and they will walk after the Gentiles, after their uncleanness and after their shame, and will serve their gods, and these will prove unto them an offense, and a tribulation, and an affliction, and a snare, and many will perish, and they will be taken captive, and will fall into the hands of the enemy, because they have forsaken my ordinances, and my commandments, and the festivals of my covenant. You notice in verse 12 where it says, and they will follow after their uncleanness and their shame, meaning whatever the heathen do, Israel is going to do. If the heathens are committing homosexual practices, Israel is going to do the same thing. And we did exactly that. In this source right here, it reads, this god or Hamite, little gay Hamite that I kept explaining, and Yehudim and everybody just kept mocking me without actually reading what I was putting up. This Hamite, right, influenced these Indians or Israelites to commit homosexuality. And that's what instructed means. It means a direct or command someone to do something. Therefore, they got us to do these things. And not only that, in the 1300s, the 800s, well, even the 600 BC era, 300 BC era, like Yehudim says, the Egyptians came over here, whatever the fuck, right? Excuse my language, but even if they did come over here, they got wiped out, right? I have a source that proves that, and I could easily show it. I didn't show it in one of the debates, but that's not the point, right? So we were influenced, right, by them to do these things. Now let's go to this next one. World's Great Men of Color, page 13 and 14, by J.A. Rogers. It states, the cultural and philological evidence to support the claim that Africans on the West Coast attained a high level of culture and maritime skill is more apparent with each new book on the subject. The matter is out of the realm of pure speculation. It can now be said with a high degree of certainty that Africans braved the roaring waters of the high seas and established relationships with the Indians of the Americas well over 1,000 years ago. So we see, right? I'm gonna highlight that little piece right there so y'all can see it a little bit more vividly. Right? So it states, yeah, again, like Africans came over here and established colonies and relationships with the Indians of the Americas, right? They established the colonies and relationships. What does that mean? That means that they came over here, they settled amongst us, they brought their own practices, and we were mingling with each other. And because we're mingling with each other and because of what they brought over here, we ended up doing as them. We ended up taking after their practices. And that proved an offense unto us, as scripture states. But most of these Hamite converts and retarded Canaanites don't know a damn shit. They don't know right from left or red from green or stop from go, up from down, left from right. They don't know it, but they want to tell us we don't know it, right? Okay, let's go to the next one. This is on the same thing, right? It's same source, but I just separated it a little bit. It says here, in the article, African Explorers of the New World by Harold G. Lawrence. Hold on, give me 1 second, guys. I got to do something real quick. 1 second.
You guys are doing good, bro.
I apologize, everybody. I had to go do something real quick. Let's get back to it. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
All right, fantastic. So let's continue, right? Now we right here, continuing from this one, in the article African Explorers of the New World by Harold G. Lawrence, 1962. This statement is made. We can now positively state that the Mandingos of Mali and Songhai empires, and possibly other Africans, crossed the Atlantic to carry on trade with the Western Hemisphere Indians and further succeeded in establishing colonies throughout the Americas. These are the sources that I was bringing out in the debates that I had against Yehudim, right? I couldn't bring them out as well as I would have liked to, but I did bring them out, and this proves exactly what I've been saying, and everything this clown Yehudim has been saying actually goes hand in hand with what I've been saying and proves what I've been saying even more. But he doesn't see that, and almost all those fucking Hamites don't see it. Excuse my language, but like I'm upset, bro. Like for real, these clowns been talking a lot of shit, right? Secretly, I've been putting together this PowerPoint, 120 slides, right? Straight facts, straight scriptures, history, Hebrew word breakdowns, like everything, bro, just to prove this. And it's crazy, but
Jeremy, you there, bro?
yes, sir. Yeah, yeah. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, my
Yeah.
bad.
So yeah, man, what you just said is beautiful, bro. Yeah, what you just said is beautiful, bro, because that's exactly what the Bible says, that the Messiah was gonna move us into jealousy, against the heathens that were given the
Yeah.
statutes and commandments by the Messiah. But go ahead, bro. You're doing great. Go ahead.
All right, yeah. All right, so let's see here. Let's see. Continuing on, let's go down here. This is from the intro page 17. It states here that this proves that our people worshipped like Hamites, and this further proves what I've been saying, right? This is from World's Great Men of Color, Volume 2, intro page 17 by J.A. Rogers. Same one as the previous ones I've been reading, but just on a different page, right? It says the best known of these African explorers was Estevanico, sometimes known as Little Stephen, who accompanied the De Vaca expedition during the 6 years of wandering from Florida to Mexico, right? States here, because of his knowledge of herbs and medicines, he, Estevanico, was accepted as a deity by some Indian tribes. That further proves what I've been saying. We elevated mortal men to the status of gods just because of what they could do. Whether they were taller than us and we were scared and so we worshiped them, like some people in China do Kim Jong Un out of fear, or they were more powerful than us, right? Either way, we ended up worshiping these men. We shouldn't have, and it proved an offense unto us. But let's continue, right? This is from man. I don't know why it's so white. Let me see. Let me see if I make it orange real quick so y'all could see it better. Just read this one part right here. This right here shows that another profound point is from the 10 Tribes of Israel, right, by Timothy R. Jenkins. I didn't get to put the page number down, but let's read it anyways. If y'all can't see it, I apologize because I don't know why it's doing this to me. But let me see here. Let's see if it makes it a little bit bigger. Okay. All right. Let's go. It states here 10 Tribes of Israel by Timothy R. Jenkins. It is among their principal or beloved men that they have it passed down from their ancestors. That book, which the white people have, was once theirs. That while they had it, they prospered exceedingly, but that the white people bought it of them and learned many things from it. While the Indians lost their credit, offended the Great Spirit, and suffered exceedingly from their neighboring. I forgot what that word is. I didn't type it down. I messed up, but y'all get the gist. It says they also say that the forefathers were possessed of an extraordinary divine spirit by which they foretold future events and controlled the common course of nature, and this they transmitted to their offspring on condition of obeying the sacred laws. You know what that sounds like? Where it says their forefathers were possessed of an extraordinary divine spirit by which they foretold future events and controlled the common course of nature. That sounds like Moses and all the ancient prophets of Israel predicting things thousands of years ago, and it also sounds like Moses splitting the Red Sea, right? Splitting the waters. That's exactly what it sounds like. But let's continue. That they did by these means bring showers of plenty on the dear people, but that this power for a long time had entirely ceased. Why did it cease? Because they went astray and they no longer had what they formerly did. And that even like proved even more than an offense to them, right? Now let's see here. This clown, this is from a video Yehudim likes to mention half the time we're talking about where the land of Israel is, right? This is from Truth Unveiled 777, true, or as I call it, false locations of Israel. This is what it says in it, and it contradicts everything Yehudim has been saying, bro. Like I promise y'all. It says this: in order for anyone to call or consider themselves the chosen people of Scripture, they must first fit all of the curses that are spoken of in Leviticus
Hold
26.
on, brother. You're sounding kind of choppy.
My bad, my bad. Can you hear me
Yeah, I
better?
can hear you better.
Okay, all right, no doubt. All right, so let's go. It says right here, right? The whole main point of this screenshot is to show that Yehudium contradicts himself many times because he says, oh, you can only fit half. The plagues of the land or the plague spoken of in Deuteronomy 28 and Leviticus 26 only happened in the land. Well, I'm about to prove it with the first curse off bat that the plagues and diseases happened elsewhere other than Jerusalem, even though they happened also in Jerusalem, right? But he contradicts himself many times and he does not see it, bro. But anyways, let's see here. Now let's go down to this one. Oh my God, this one I want to show you guys. This one right here, right? Read what he says. I know all of y'all could see it, but I'm gonna just read it for you. Deuteronomy 28:15, right? But if you do not obey the Lord your God to observe faithfully all his commandments and laws which I enjoin upon you this day, all these curses, meaning from what is said in verses 16 all the way to 68, every single one in between, all these curses. It's even proven from verse 1, verse 15, verse 45, and verse 46, that all these curses will be upon you and your seed as a sign forever, wherever you may go. That is what it's basically telling you, right? Wherever you may go, wherever you may end up, wherever you may be led by the hand of the Most High because of your sin, all these curses will be shown upon you and your seed, chronic conditions. I'm gonna prove that later. But let me play this video. I don't know. Oh man, I think my phone died. Did it die? Or might have turned it off. But anyways, it's a video I had where Yehudium, I'm asking Yehudium questions about Arsareth, right? And he says right here, right? Explain to me how Arsareth or any American land is included in Deuteronomy 28. Why isn't land pluralized if it includes y'all's land as well? Because y'all lie, right? What he doesn't understand is when you look in Hebrew words, it means something different. Or when you read in context, it says the land you are going to possess, right? So I was asking Yehudium in one of the first debates we had on Judah Natsar's channel, and I asked him, okay, so did the 10 tribes of Israel go to possess the land of Arsareth according to 2nd Ezra 13? And then he's like, that's what it says. So then I asked him the question 3 times basically. And what is most interesting in that, the first time he says that's what it says, like according to the passage. So then I asked him, did the northern kingdom or the 10 tribes of Israel go to possess the land of Arsareth? Yes or no? Then he says no. And he says the land in question, the land, he starts stuttering and his voice gets a little high pitched or whatever, but it's okay. Then I ask him the question again. So did the northern kingdom of Israel or the 10 tribes of Israel come to possess Arsareth? Yes or no? And then he says, yes, they did. I have the video, but my other phone died, so I can't show it. But so, right. So he says this. So the fact that he says that the 10 tribes of Israel came to possess Arsareth, what he's saying right there is that, so if the 10 tribes of Israel came to possess Arsareth and committed folly and committed sin and transgressed the law of the Most High, which I just proved in the land of Arsareth, then we should be able to see the curses of Deuteronomy 28 and a little bit of Leviticus 26 and Jubilees 1 happening in the Americas or Arsareth because of what the 10 tribes of Israel did, right? So let's go to the next one. This is verse 45 and 46. States, all these curses shall befall you. Keep in mind, all these curses shall befall you. Not half these curses shall befall you in the land and half shall follow you everywhere. No, all these curses shall befall you. They shall pursue you and overtake you until you are wiped out, because you did not heed the Lord your God and keep the commandments and laws that he enjoined upon you, right? They shall serve as signs and proofs against you and your offspring for all time. Yet Yehudian clown self doesn't understand that. He takes half of it. He takes things at face value, doesn't even go into the Hebrew words to define anything. He doesn't at all, but wants to say he studied, he watched a course in Hebrew, so he knows, right? Whatever. Clown, right? Worship this Yahuwah God. That sounds like a chocolate drink I used to drink when I was 5. Like, what are you talking about? But anyways, let's continue. So now what we're gonna do is get into the curses. It's gonna be powerful. The very first one, right? The very first set of curses that I'm going to speak on is about disease, right? The very same ones that he has said that he has said we do not fulfill. And I'm going to show y'all now. Y'all going to see how I break this down, and y'all going to see that it is profound and crazy. And it took me countless hours for like the last month and a half, 2 months, 3 months just to complete this. Y'all going to see. Watch. All right. Now let's go. First one, a very sick and disease-stricken people. Let's read, right? This is Deuteronomy 28. Oh, real quick. What I like to do, or what I thought about doing now, when speaking of the curses of Deuteronomy 28, right? All the curses that pertain to disease, that pertain to your cities being destroyed, that pertain to famine, the slaughter of your children, all that stuff in Deuteronomy 28. I like to group those together to shorten explanation instead of going by number, instead of like 21, 22, then 23, because it creates a longer speech, right? So to circumvent that, I group them together, and it goes basically 12 points, or I hope it will be 12 points or 13 points. Let me go check real quick down here. Basically, yeah, it goes up to 12 points exactly, right? So it's 12 points exactly for these curses. So it should be broken down more simpler, so it won't be drawn on, as I said. Now let's continue. Deuteronomy 28, 21, and 22. 27, 35, and 59 and 60. All cohesive with each other, basically explaining and expounding that the Most High will send upon Israel diseases, right? Consumption, fever, inflammation, scorching heat. He would send upon them drought, blight, and mildew. He would send upon them the Egyptian inflammation, hemorrhoids, which if you look into the Hebrew word there, it goes into gastrointestinal disorders like irritable bowel syndrome and stuff like that. And I have that broken down and explained on here very well too, so y'all gonna see that. But it's basically the Most High would afflict them from their head to their feet with diseases. He would, as y'all can see in verses 59 and 60, he would inflict them with chronic diseases. You ever heard of chronic bronchitis? It's a reoccurring thing. Like if you have a chronic condition, meaning you're always gonna have that. Like these Hamites, and clowns have chronic stupidity, so they're always gonna have that. They're always going to be dumb. They're not going to know anything. They're not going to ever know anything because of the block that they have in their head. If they could remove that and realize, yo, these are the true Israelites. I'm not saying that there aren't any Negro Israelites. Let me clear that up. There are Negro Israelites, but they are in the minority, right? So because let's think about this real quick before I continue with the sources and everything, just real quick. All right, so if the Southern Kingdom, Benjamin, Levi, and what is it, Judah, are the Southern Kingdom, and the rest Northern Kingdom, and they say that the Negroes that are Judah and Benjamin and Levi, and then the Northern Kingdom are us, then that means that the Negroes, being Israelites, are still in the minority, and that the majority of them are not Negro. And so that proves our point even more, right? But I'm just saying, I'm not saying that Judah is completely Negro. That's just erroneous and stupid. Neither Benjamin or Levi, because I know some people who you would consider Jamaican or African American or right or Haitian that are actually like light skinned. So that just shows not everybody's gonna be dark. And if those are the Israelites, then not every Israelite is Negro. And that just proves the point even more. But let's continue, right? Let's continue on to the Hebrew word breakdown for verse 22. When you look at Strong's H7829 for consumption, shakefeth, it is defined as emaciation, also the state of being abnormally thin or weak. When you look at the Hebrew word for fever from Strong 6920, karakath, and it's defined as a febrile disease, also defined as malaria, which is a fever, right? When you look up extreme burning for Strong's H7246, it is defined as a fever, which is not only known as malaria, but also yellow fever, influenza, typhoid, measles, chickenpox, and diphtheria, right? This is when you look at it in the modern sense, not in the ancient sense, because when you look at it in the Bible, it's not going to tell you, oh, this is what this word breaks down into. The prophets like Moses didn't know about diseases like this. They just knew what the effects of these diseases were. They didn't know what the name of it was like we do, right? But we know the name. Therefore, we can explain how this connects even more. But when you look at 1816, Strong's H is defined as inflammation or a burning fever. Same as all four of them go together, right? All cohesive. So let's continue to verse 27. Strong's H7822 for botch, shakeen, right? Is defined as inflammation, i.e., an ulcer or boil. Emeralds, as y'all can see in the bottom left-hand corner, is takor and is defined as a boil or ulcer from the inflammation, especially a tumor, as y'all can see right there in the anus or pudenda, right, which is a woman's vagina. Not to be too graphic with it, but that's just the truth, right? And emerald itself is also another word for hemorrhoids or gastrointestinal disease. I'm going to prove that in a little bit, right? Now let's go to Strong's 1618 for scabbers, garab, or I don't know how to type that down, but I'm gonna have to look at it again later. But it is defined as scurvy. Symptoms also include fatigue, consumption, or fatigue also goes into consumption, weight loss, or fever, which is ague, or AGUE, and is or which is also mentioned in Leviticus 26:16 as ague or burning fever. So we see how this connects, right? When you go into Strong's H2775 for itch, it means keres and is defined as an itch. Various diseases also include psoriasis, dermatitis, atopic dermatitis, which is also known as eczema, scabies, chickenpox, and lymphoma. I'm going to show all of that, right? So now let's go to the first one when it talks about when in Deuteronomy 28:59 when it mentions you will be afflicted with malignant and chronic diseases. First one, right? Heart disease. This is from noventhealth.org. Healthy headlines: top 5 chronic diseases killing U.S. Latinos. This was posted recently, January 11th, 2021. Top 5 chronic diseases killing U.S. Latinos. This is heart disease, right? Heart disease accounts for about 1 in 5 Hispanic deaths in the United States, meaning in North Carolina, it was the second biggest killer of Hispanics after cancer, according to a state study. North Carolina reports the greatest risk factors for heart disease among the state's Hispanic population were being overweight or obese, which I mean I can say is kind of a fact because most of our people are very unhealthy, right? We eat horrible food. We eat puerco. We is disgusting. Pig intestine, chicharrones, fried pig skin. All those things are disgusting. We eat seafoods that we shouldn't even be eating because of their own habits. They are disgusting, but we do that, and in turn, it causes diseases within our body. It causes our mental to go haywire. It causes us to get cavities from eating foods that have or candies or whatever that have these chemicals in it that break down our teeth, like our toothpaste. Some of it has fluoride. That's irrelevant, but fluoride is a bad thing we're putting in our body and it's making us have diseases. But anyways, let's continue. This is from another source, right, that I had. I just added it in here because it corroborates what I'm talking about in the previous said source. This is the source. The title is Prevalence of Heart Disease Among Latinos, Heart Health in the Latino Community, excuse me, based on the literature review and outline prepared by Tara Hacker and Britt Rios Ellis, report developed by Cynthia Colas and Liani Arroyo, right? This is heart disease was the cause of nearly 28,000 Latino deaths, or approximately 23% of all deaths that occurred in 2004 among Latinos. Latinos living in the U.S. have higher prevalence of risk factors for cardiovascular disease than the general U.S. population. When comparing women with similar socioeconomic status, Mexican American women have increased CVD risk factors compared to non-Hispanic white women. Mortality rates related to hypertension increased substantially from 1995 to 2002 for both Mexican Americans and other Hispanic Americans. From 2001 to 2004, 22% of Mexican American men and 25% of Mexican American women, ages ranging from 20 to 74, had hypertension, right? So we see that this chronic disease, as Deuteronomy 28:59 explains, is found prevalent among our people, and this only proves it even further. But let's continue. As I mentioned previously about cancer, right? Let's go. Cancer accounts for roughly 1 in 5 Hispanic deaths, with cancer rates among foreign-born Hispanics being substantially lower than their U.S.-born counterparts. Needless to say, it's still happening with us, right? Lack of health care and regular screenings have been cited as major cancer risks for Hispanics who are less likely to be screened for colorectal cancer, which colorectal cancer, it's almost that can be also put into a gastrointestinal disease, which is a hemorrhoids, or as that word explains in Deuteronomy when I broke it down in the Hebrew just 2-3 minutes ago. But right, y'all read right here, whatever. To reduce the risk of cancer, Hutchings recommends protecting your skin from the sun, which is a lie. You go outside. I mean, it's good for us to be outside more than being inside, right? But y'all get the idea. So now let's go to stroke. Excluding auto accidents, poisonings, and other unintentional injuries, stroke was the third biggest killer of U.S. Hispanics, though far behind heart disease and cancer that That year, the CDC estimates cerebrovascular disease accounted for 1 in 20 Hispanic deaths. High blood pressure is the single most important risk factor for stroke, and the rate of uncontrolled high blood pressure is higher among adult Hispanic males than the general adult population, right? And so we see this as straight facts. Things are people are being affected with that are chronic diseases, as Deuteronomy 28:51 says. But Yehudim says, oh, the diseases only happen in the land. Okay, show me atopic dermatitis happening in the land, right? Show me heart disease happening in the land of Israel, according in the Torah. Matter of fact, show me diabetes happening in the Torah to Israelites. Show me that happening to him, but he's not going to do it. He can't do it. It's basically a rhetorical question. You can't really prove it because it's not shown. And the Torah doesn't explain everything in a modern detail. It explains it in an ancient detail because the prophets didn't know exactly what they were seeing. All they knew was that at some distant time, these things that they were seeing and was written down in the word is going to happen. And it is going to be expounded on in greater detail, like I'm doing right now, right? But anyways, let's look at stroke in the Latino community. Same source, prevalence of heart disease among Latinos. It says, research demonstrates that Mexican Americans have higher rates of stroke when compared to non-Hispanic whites. In an analysis using data collected from 2000 to 2002, the stroke rate for Mexican Americans was 168 out of 100,000, while for non-Hispanic whites, the rate was 136 out of 100,000. In addition, Mexican Americans were at a higher risk for experiencing incidences such as ischemic stroke and intracerebral hemorrhage, right? While higher stroke rates would not be a surprise given that the social and biological risk factors associated with stroke are far more common among Mexican Americans than among non-Hispanic whites due to the higher prevalence of diabetes, lower socioeconomic status, and limited access to quality healthcare. It is surprising that vital statistics indicate that non-Hispanic whites experience higher stroke-related mortality. However, when broken down by age, younger Mexican Americans have higher stroke mortality rates when compared to non-Hispanic whites. Whereas, what? I guess I didn't highlight that part or copy and paste that part from the PDF, but y'all get the gist, right? Stroke, one of the chronic diseases affecting our people, as Deuteronomy 28 speaks about. See, I'm barely on slide 29, y'all. We got like almost 80 more to go, or no, 70 more to go. We barely on slide 29. We haven't even gotten through half these verses, but we're gonna show it, right? Give me 1 second here. Let me see. Let me see here. 1 second. All right. Now let's go to diabetes. While Hispanics have a lower death rate overall than non-Hispanic whites, they are significantly more likely to die from diabetes. This is likely due in part to limited English, lower incomes, and a lack of health insurance, which make it more difficult to obtain healthcare, medicine, food, recreational amenities, and other resources that are staples of a healthy lifestyle. Right, as y'all can read right here, preventing obesity is particularly critical to preventing and managing diabetes, which increases the risk of heart disease, blindness, and amputations. Did not Deuteronomy also say he was going to afflict us with blindness? Okay, then. So Yehudim can't really say shit because this is proving it. And everything he says is just clown shit and child's play. Excuse my language, but this type of, like, seriously, like, if I was able to bring out all this, because I had this PowerPoint, right? I was doing it from the first moment I started, getting into debates with this clown Yehudim, right? I was doing this already. I had it down all, like, the whole thing. I just didn't bring it out because why would I bring out all of this for? It's not like I'm gonna get to bring out every single thing. Like, these clowns won't let me do that. That's why in these other debates they only give us 15 minutes each round, which is pretty stupid. I would rather have at least 20 minutes, right? At least 20 minutes or 22, right? Just so this can be shown to, like, I could bring everything out and prove every single one from 15 to 68 clearly, every single one. But I wasn't able to do that, and thus it looked like I didn't have anything together that well. But I truly did. Right? But just these clowns wouldn't let me, right? They wouldn't let me do it. But that's how Negro onlys work. right? But they want to tell us we're racist, even though we accept them being Israelites more than they accept us being Israelites, right? They get mad just because we call them Canaanite. Well, stop acting like one shit. You want to stop calling that, stop doing shit that renders us or that causes us to call you by these aliases because of how you act. But anyways, let's continue. This is from the same source, right, that backs up the thing. Hispanics also suffer from higher rates of diabetes and its complications than non-Hispanic whites. Among Mexican Americans, 15% have diabetes, which includes the 3.2% of the population that is still undiagnosed. Compare this to non-Hispanic whites, whose prevalence is at less than 9%, with 2.6% undiagnosed. In addition, Hispanics are at greater risk for hypertension, stroke, and cardiovascular events compared to non-Hispanic whites. Hispanics, especially Mexican Americans, have a higher prevalence of multiple modifiable risk factors such as overweight, lower levels of physical activity, high cholesterol, and a high fat diet. I was about to say fat diet, but that's that was all messed up. But anyways, as we can see here, right, this is proven without a shadow of doubt. Like, yo, these diseases, like, have been. I'm not even finished with the disease aspect yet. I still probably got like 5 more slides to go, probably a little bit more than that. And this is just on the disease, right? And we're almost to slide 40, almost slide 50, and I'm still almost just on the disease aspect. But y'all see how serious this is. Like, when you break down Hebrew words, it explains something more profound and it explains things in a more modern sense when you connect the dots. And this is what is being shown right now. But anyway, let's continue. This is from the Illinois Department of Public Health, right? Hispanics are more likely than the general population to develop diabetes. It is estimated that 2.5 million or 10.4% of Hispanic and Latino Americans aged 20 and older have diabetes. My dad has diabetes. My grandmother had diabetes. Let's see, my aunt has diabetes. Right, 3 people in my family or one deceased. They all have or had diabetes. My dad is like stage 1 or borderline, right? So it's not that bad. He can still fix it. But for those who were like stage 4 diabetes, and then when it's really, really, really serious, like, I mean, I have faith that it can be cured, but there's just some things you can't get yourself out of. And because of that, you succumb to your diseases and you pass away. Sadly, my grandmother passed away too. She had various diseases. She was blind. She was stricken with blindness. She had dementia. She was going crazy. I know this for a fact because I was a first-hand witness to this. I had to take care of her for a year and a half before she passed away, right? I took care of her and I seen this happen to her. She was stricken with blindness. She couldn't even get up by herself. She was suffering from these diseases that are being spoken about in Deuteronomy 28, right? She passed away, she was in an impoverished state. She didn't have the same amount of material things that she had when she was in proper health 12 years ago. She didn't have those things because the Most High broke her down because of her sins, right? My grandmother was into Santeria. She was into devil worship, right? Baal worship. She worshipped the Santa Muerte. That's demon worship, exactly what Israel did in ancient times, 500 years ago, and continue to do today. My grandmother did these things, and because of that, I can see that she is an Israelite. Before she passed away, my Most High bless, man, Most High praise. I was able to tell her about her being an Israelite, and to the point where she even posted on Facebook in Spanish, "I'm from the tribe of Issachar," because I helped her to realize that, yo, you're more than just Mexican. But anyways, getting off track, yeah. These diseases have been shown not only in my own family but across other Latino families. Therefore, just the disease aspect alone, like, we're Israelites, period. Then look at Alzheimer's, right? I'm keep in mind, y'all, this is quite of a long PowerPoint, so I apologize. If you feel a little bit tired or whatever, you can, go to sleep. Just rewatch it at the point where you stopped the next day or next morning, right? But bear with me because this is very powerful, very informative, very irrefutable, and I personally believe nobody is going to be able to refute this once they read it. No whack Christian apologist or whatever. No disrespect to the real ones, but none of them are going to be able to say, "Oh, yeah, he's wrong." No Negro owner is going to be like, "Yeah, he's wrong," because this is proven, right? But anyways, let's continue. The Alzheimer's. Y'all see we're affected by Alzheimer's as well, right? I don't even need to go into this one because it's just straight facts. Now let's go Deuteronomy 28:61. Moreover, Yahweh will bring upon you all the diseases and plagues that are not mentioned in this book of teaching until you are wiped out. So the fact that they will be afflicted with diseases that aren't even mentioned in the Torah, that aren't even mentioned in Deuteronomy 28, further proves that what I just showed right now are those diseases that aren't even mentioned in the book until you break the word down, right? But let's continue. Now to Leviticus 26, which Yehudim says none of us like to use, even though we do, we just don't as much because according to verse 1, 15, 45, and 46, Deuteronomy 28 is what's going to be the sign, not Leviticus 26, Deuteronomy 28, right? But let's continue. Verse 16, 21, and 25. I'll bring a sword against you to wreak vengeance for the covenant, and if you withdraw into your cities, I will send pestilence among you, and you shall be delivered into enemy hands. And if you remain hostile towards me and refuse to obey me, I will go on smiting you sevenfold for your sins. And I will bring a sword upon you that shall avenge the quarrel of my covenant. And when ye are gathered together within your cities, I will send the pestilence among you, and ye shall be delivered into the hand of the enemy. Which happens, right? Oh, just to let y'all know, when Yehudim did his little whack breakdown, his little whack presentation on Leviticus 26 and Deuteronomy 28, right? Which he only spoke on the plagues. He didn't even speak on the plagues correctly, so it's just stupid. But I have something broken down on his little video. I'm fixing to do a rebuttal on that when I get out of Facebook jail for the third time on April 8th. So that's going to be powerful as well. It's very intricate, right? But anyways, let's continue. Baruch 2:25. And lo, they are cast out to the heat of the day and to the frost of the night. And they died in great miseries by famine, by sword, and by pestilence, right? Now let's go into the book material, the source material that I have. Yucatan Before and After the Conquest, page 18 and 19 by Fria Diego de Landa, right? Fria Diego de Landa. He was a first-hand account of some of the things that happened, right? As Bartolomé de las Casas, you got Hernan Cortez's punk ass, you got who else? I can't remember the names of some of these other explorers who actually felt bad for us because of these things that were happening. Like y'all were saying, some of them could have actually been Israelites, and they saw the plight of their people, and they were like, wow, so they had to write about it. But they probably didn't know that they were Israelites, right? Because as Israel would forget their own language, customs, and culture. And actually, in one of the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs, I forgot which one it is, but it actually speaks about that happening. I have it written down in my notebook. I'll probably bring it out later or tomorrow or whatever. I'm sorry, but yeah. So let's get into it right here. Yucatan Before and After the Conquest, page 18 and 19 by Fria Diego de Landa. Page 18. After the passing of the pestilence, they had 16 good years. And after that, there came again a pestilence with great pustules, I don't know how to pronounce that rotted the body, fetid in odor, and so that the members fell in pieces within 4 or 5 days. That's Deuteronomy 28:35. Right there, right? Page 19. Then, as they were about to begin gathering the crops, there came an epidemic of pestilential fevers. Did the Most High not say he was going to afflict us with pestilence? The definition for pestilence, the Hebrew word for pestilence and plague, means disease, but plague can also mean something other than disease when you look at it. So I'm not going to say, oh, I'm wholly correct on what I'm saying because it's true. I have looked up these things and they do mean it, right? So, continuing, it says, and broke out full of migratory sores, so that from this pestilence many people died, and most of the crops remain ungathered. What does it say in Deuteronomy 28? That crops will remain ungathered? But we don't fulfill that, right? We're not Israelites. We don't fulfill that according to these Negro onlys, even though it's dumb that we have to bring out these sources to them every time when they talk shit. All right? But anyways, let's continue. Oh, real quick. I don't get it how Negro only say, oh, you're using sources made by Europeans, all this and that, but they use sources from Europeans to show people in West Africa were Israelites. Okay, contradicting, double standard, right? It's pretty dumb, but they get debunked all the time, even by Christian apologists and stuff, right? That's what I want to do. I want to debate a Jewish person, just no disrespect to Jewish people, but I want to debate a Jewish rabbi on these curses and see if they really fulfill them. I bet they won't. But anyways, let's go. This is from American Holocaust, Conquest of the New World, page 53 and 54 by David Stannard, right? I don't know if y'all can see the on the left, the bottom left side, those are 7 diseases, right? That are spoken of when you pay attention. Well, right, as y'all can see, right, where it says pay attention to the following 7 diseases as they are mentioned when you break down the Hebrew word for extreme burning in Deuteronomy 28. Yellow fever, typhoid, influenza, measles, chickenpox, and diphtheria. Let me show you real quick. Let me go back up here just real quick just to show y'all. Proven facts. Okay, I think I went too far. I think it's this one. No, it's not that one. This one right here, yeah. Okay, for in Deuteronomy 28:22 for extreme burning, the words that the modern day diseases that are broken down from this word are yellow fever, influenza, typhoid, measles, chickenpox, and diphtheria. Pay attention to those diseases, right? Pay attention to those. Yellow fever, influenza, typhoid, measles, chickenpox, and diphtheria, because in the next source that I'm going to bring out, it mentions those specific 7 diseases. Very specific, right? Watch, y'all going to see, right? Y'all see how much slides I got? Y'all seeing on the left side. This is real. This ain't fake. This is real shit. This is real. This is a real breakdown of Deuteronomy 28. Not no little fake half-ass breakdown. This is real scholarship right here. This is the result of staying up till 3, 4 in the morning just reading and writing from various books and other sources. But pay attention to those 7 diseases, right? As y'all can see in the left-hand corner, bottom left: yellow fever, typhoid, influenza, measles, chickenpox, and diphtheria. This is from American Holocaust, Conquest of the New World, page 53 and 54 by David Stannard. PhD scholar, I think out of Oxford. I'm not sure, but I think it is out of Oxford. But it states here, the great plagues that arose in the old world that brought entire Asian, African, and European societies to their knees. Smallpox. I think smallpox and chickenpox are some of the same things, like father and son, right? So I'm just going to leave it at that, right? Smallpox, measles, bubonic plague, diphtheria, influenza, malaria, yellow fever, and typhoid, and many more never emerged on their own among the Western Hemisphere's native peoples and did not spread to them until 1492. So y'all see those 7 diseases, right? Now go back into the Hebrew word for Deuteronomy 28 and tell me what it breaks down into. I bet you $100 I'm right. Right? I bet any Negro only $1,000 I'm right. And they will lose that $1,000 and they won't want to pass it up. They won't want to give up that $1,000 because they know I'm right, but they don't want to admit it. Right? Now, I hope they're watching too. I hope they're watching so they see what a true breakdown is. Right? But they ain't gonna jump on the live, don't say I'm wrong, because they know I'm right. But anyways, let's continue. This right here, what y'all see right now, this I actually got from a screenshot that Yehudium sent me again, dude. This was months ago, right? I had these things saved because I knew I was gonna have to put it in this PowerPoint, right? When I was working on it for like the last month and a half, 2 months, 3 months. This is called the epidemic of Hold on, let me see. Epidemic of Socalled. Another screenshot Yehudium sent me, which is very stupid of him to do because it's something I could just add to my arsenal and debunk him even further on, right? Like Akmalak, who's on Judah Natsar's channel, and says, "Oh, y'all don't fulfill half. Y'all don't fulfill half, motherfucker. Like, what are you talking about? We fulfill every single one of them. Excuse my language, but I'm gonna prove it right now, guys. Watch this. Let's see here. Now let's go. Yeah, let me read it. Let me read it for you. This is starting from the left side, and I'm gonna read afterwards to the right. All right. So it states, Socalled was a swift and highly lethal disease. Francisco Hernandez, the proto-medico of New Spain, former personal physician of King Philip II, and one of the most qualified physicians of the day. So he was able to speak on this. Straight facts, right? Witnessed the symptoms of the 1576 Socalled infections. Hernandez described the gruesome Socalled symptoms with clinical accuracy. The symptoms included high fever, which is Deuteronomy 28:22, right? Severe headache, same thing. Vertigo, I think that has to do with wait, what is vertigo? Hey, yo, Ayasha or Jose, what's vertigo again? Like I forget what that disease is. What does that cause the body to do? Like turn like pale or something like that? I can't remember. But anyways, if y'all find out what that is, y'all can say like later on. But anyways, reading on, right? Vertigo, black tongue, dark urine, dysentery, severe abdominal and thoracic pain, large nodules behind the ear that often invaded the neck and face, acute neurologic disorders, and profuse bleeding from the eyes or from the nose, eyes, and mouth, with death frequently occurring in 3 to 4 days. Right there it says these symptoms are not consistent with known European or African diseases present in Mexico during the 16th century. Continuing on, 10 lesser epidemics of Coccolizli began in the years 1559, 66, 87, 92, 01, 04, 06, 13, and 24, and 1642. 9 of them began in years in which the three ring reconstructions of precipitation indicate winter, spring, and early summer drought. But the worst epidemic of Coccolizli ever witnessed from 1545 to 1548 actually began during a brief wet episode within the era of prolonged drought, which Deuteronomy, I think 35, where the Most High would afflict us with drought as well. Right? But let's continue. Let's continue. This pattern of drought, followed by wetness associated with the 1545 epidemic, is very similar to the dry then wet conditions associated with the hantavirus outbreak in 1993, when abundant rains after a long drought resulted in a tenfold increase in local deer mouse populations. Wet conditions during the year of epidemic outbreak in both 1545 and 1993 may have led to improved ecologic conditions, which may have resulted in a proliferation of rodents across the landscape and aggravated the Coccolizli epidemic of 1545 to 1548. Now, corroborating Deuteronomy 28:22, when I mentioned the measles and all of that stuff, right? I'm gonna show you how our people are afflicted with these same diseases, right? These very same diseases. I'm gonna show you how our people are afflicted with it. Let's continue. This is measles in Mexico, April 24th, 2020. This is from the World Health Organization, right? It states this exactly, my bros. It states this. Mexico is experiencing a measles outbreak between January 1st and April 2nd, 2020. 1,364 probable cases of measles were reported, of which 124 laboratory confirmed, 991 were discarded, and 328 remain under investigation. The age of the confirmed case of measles cases ranged from 3 months to 68 years, the median being 20 years, and 59% were males, right? The highest proportion of confirmed cases were aged between 20 to 29 years, 28%, followed by 2 to 9-year-olds, 17%, 30 to 39-year-olds, 14, 1-year-olds, 11, infants aged less than 12 months, 11%, 10 to 19 years old, 10%, and 40 years or above, 9%, right? Oh, I'm looking at the comments, right? How y'all saying they used us as guinea pigs up Pequeña Outcast 14K? Yeah, that's a fact, bro. When you look at I think I forgot when in 1929, I believe. I think it was Mexico or the U.S. government infected I don't know how many Guatemalans with syphilis. The same thing they did during the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, right, with the 400 African American males. They did that same thing with us, right? So I agree. That's a straight fact, you know. But anyways, let's continue. Now let's go to influenza. This is from the CDC.gov, right? H1N1 flu among Hispanic communities. 2009 H1N1 and seasonal influenza and Hispanic communities. I'm gonna read just the highlighted portion for y'all, just so y'all can get it. I don't know if y'all could see it correct properly, but let's see here. Let's see here. I apologize if y'all cannot see it correctly. Give me 1 second. Matter of fact, let me just delete these things right here so I could then just blow up the portion for y'all that I'm gonna read. All right, let's see here. 1 second, guys. Bear with me. Watch this. Okay, boom, boom, delete. All right. Now let me just blow this portion up here so y'all can read it better. I know some of the words on here are not as clear for y'all. I apologize. I probably should have fixed it before this presentation, but I didn't, and please forgive me. All right. Salakia, as some would say. But anyways, all right, so we read here. From 2009, from April 2009 to December 31st, 2009, laboratory confirmed 2009 H1N1 hospitalization rates were almost 2.5 times higher for Hispanics compared to non-Hispanic whites in the state of Illinois. The disparity in hospitalization rates was even greater for Hispanic children less than 5 years old compared to non-Hispanic white children of the same age. Did not Deuteronomy 28 say that your children will also be afflicted with disease? Oh, but we don't fulfill that, guys. We don't fulfill that. They're right. We don't. We don't fulfill that, even though it's showing right here that our children were afflicted with disease. So, yeah, I guess we do fulfill that. And they're wrong again. All right, let's continue. This is from the Journal of Gastroenterology of Mexico, right? Straight facts, guys. Straight facts. Sources out the wazoo. Straight facts. Listen to this. This is from the Journal of Gastroenterology of Mexico, English edition, volume 82, issue 17, posted January from January to March 2017. Right, this is 3 years ago or 3.5 years ago. Gastrointestinal disorders among so-called Latino children. We know that emerods means the same thing, right? Emerods breaks down into gastrointestinal diseases, right? Let's see here. A total of 362 children and adolescents with an average age of 11.6 to 2.1 years completed the QPGS-3 survey, whatever that is. I never looked it up, but yeah. 99 school children, 27.3%, met the criteria for a functional gastrointestinal disorder according to the Rome 3 criteria. Functional constipation was the most common functional gastrointestinal disorder, 12.6%, and irritable bowel syndrome was the most commonly diagnosed functional gastrointestinal disorder or disease associated with pain. So we see our very children are being affected with these things, just as Deuteronomy says, right? Same stuff, straight facts. And we ain't even done yet. We're barely on slide 42. We got about 70 more, or almost 80 more to go. I'm gonna try to get through them as quick as I can. It's 7:17 over here in San Diego. It's probably like 3 hours ahead in Florida. That's about what, 10 p.m. I'm sorry, but this is quite a long PowerPoint. But let's continue going. This is from the Epidemiology of Functional Gastrointestinal Disorders in Mexico, a population-based study from volume 2012. I'm just going to read the highlighted portion once again. I apologize if y'all cannot see the words correctly. I hope y'all can hear what I'm saying correctly so y'all can then write these things down after this presentation is done and over with, right? I'm just going to read the highlighted portion that y'all see in orange. So it states, in Mexico, for example, only one study to date has evaluated the prevalence of all functional gastrointestinal disorders using the Rome 2 module questionnaire, but focused on a university population from Mexico City. This study found that irritable bowel syndrome, 35%, uninvestigated heartburn, functional abdominal bloating, and functional constipation were frequent. Interestingly, uninvestigated dyspepsia was less common, 8%. Also, irritable bowel syndrome with diarrhea predominance was less frequent compared to irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, 4.6% versus 14.7%. And the latter was 4 times more common in women than men. So yeah, our children and the adult men and women within our communities, within the Hispanic communities, are being afflicted by these diseases that are spoken of in Deuteronomy 28. Just off this alone, right? Now, let me mention one thing real quick. In the debate I had with Yehudim, or whatever, right? Before that, as I mentioned prior in this presentation, he himself has said we fulfill half of them. So if we were to debate, right, on these curses, even though I don't want to, because it's stupid just to debate that same topic that I already bodied him and Kai on, don't even have to do it again, but he said we fulfill half of them. So that's the curses, which he said follows, but the plagues don't. So the curses, if we were to debate, wouldn't even have to go to the curses. I'll just prove we fit the disease aspect. And just off that alone, I would win. But this is the presentation I had for when I was going to debate him, but I just didn't do it. One, partly because it's pointless. And two, partly because I would slice and dice and mince meat, like his whole presentation, and it wouldn't even be funny, right? But anyways, let's continue. Here is a picture of our people being afflicted with what is called chickenpox and or smallpox, as y'all can clearly see right there, from their head down to their toes, that you can see in one of the Indians. They also have the same thing. Excuse me. So we see that this is fulfilled amongst our people even more. But let's continue, right? This is from The Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramid by Peter Tompkins, page 15 and 16. It states, and I quote, as a result of the Spanish conquest, the population of Mexico was reduced to 1/10. So if they had 10 million people, that means 9 million people died and only a million people were left, right? Indians, formerly in good health, were weakened by hunger, which is famine, and fatigue, which is spoken of in Deuteronomy 28:22 as the word consumption. When you look in the Hebrew, it literally means fatigue and or hunger, right? And became easy prey to disease, the pox, small and large, which is chickenpox and smallpox. Yes, diabetes is huge in the Latino community, Warren. I agree, bro. I agree. It's straight facts. Now, here we go. It says, Fray Bernardino de Sahagun tells how he personally buried more than 10,000 victims of the plague, often in great trenches, 100 at a time. Mass graves of people just dying off of these diseases, right? Now going down to page 16, this little piece right here, it says, the prettier women were raped, which is also in Deuteronomy 28, and I'm going to prove that too, and infected with pox, smallpox, leprosy, and all manner of plagues. By 1545, Tlaxcala alone, 250,000 Indians had died of the plague. Right? Oh, straight facts. Right? This is from ncbi.nlm whatever.gov. Y'all can see that there. This is mega drought and mega death in 16th century Mexico. Now, once again, y'all know if y'all cannot see it right, I apologize, but I'm just reading. I'm gonna try to sound as clear as possible so y'all could write this down afterwards if y'all did not catch it the first time. But let's continue, right? It states the epidemic of Cocolitzli from 1545 to 1548 killed an estimated 5 million to 15 million people, right? In the American Holocaust itself, this is unrelated, but in the American Holocaust itself, towards the end of chapter, I think, 3, no, or towards the end of chapter 4, it mentions over 80 million Indians died. 80 million. Greatest, that's not even counting the 15 million I just mentioned right now, or the others that were killed in North America, not Mexico or Central or freaking South America, right? 80 million people, almost in estimation from all the addition added up. I think, in my own opinion, right, from my own research, over almost close to 200 million of our people were killed. 200 million, the greatest genocide in history that histories in class or history class or people who teach it don't even talk about, right? Almost 200 million of our people were killed just off these diseases. That's not including the war and the swords and all that who were killed by those, right? A lot of our people, 200 million, the greatest genocide in history. That's greater than what King Leopold did. That's greater than what Cecil Rhodes did. That's greater than what Mao Zedong did of Japan, right? That's greater than what they did. And we were afflicted with these things. But let's continue. Oh, wait. Yeah, epidemic killed 15 million people, or up to 80% of the native population of Mexico. 15 million, that's 80%. So I would estimate that around at least 25 million people. Half of those people, or more than half, died, right? That's exactly what it says in Deuteronomy. Though you were as the sands of the sea, ye shall be left few in number. That's why most of our Native American brethren are on reservations and don't own the entire country as they once did. But let's continue, right? Let's see, in absolute and relative terms, the 1545 epidemic was one of the worst demographic catastrophes in human history, approaching even the Black Death of bubonic plague, which killed approximately 25 million in Western Europe from 1347 to 1351, or about 50% of the regional population. That's like half the United States getting afflicted with a disease that kills you in a week. So if 380 million people live in the Americas today, that means half of that 380 million people are dead. That's about over 150 million, I think. 150 million people dead from disease. If that were to happen in the United States in this modern era, I hope it does not happen. I pray to the Most High it does not happen because that is crazy. That is unheard of. That's actually very, very scary. But hey, that's what's to happen. This world is so evil. Most High is gonna afflict the whole world with stuff, right? Not just Israelites, even though it's a particular thing to happen to us upon our disobedience. He's mostly gonna afflict everybody with this, right? Righteous and unrighteous are afflicted equally. But let's go here. Continue. The Annals of the Caciquels, I don't know how to pronounce that, page 171, right? Translated from the Quiche text into Spanish by Dionisio Jose Conay, English version by Delia Goats. Give me 1 second here, people. Just let me make sure I got this correct. Let me see here. 1 second. All right, let's see. All right, so now let's read it. It says, in the course of the 5th year, the pestilence began, O my children. First, there was a cough. Then the blood was corrupted, and the urine became yellow. The number of deaths at this time were truly terrible. The chief, Vakaki Amak, died, right? Let me see here. Yeah. Vakaki Amak died, and we ourselves were plunged in great darkness and great chief or great grief, right? Our fathers and ancestors have contracted the plague. O my children. Page 128. In the year the pestilence spread, and then died our ancestor Diego Juan. On the day 5, war was carried to Danatacat by our ancestor, and then began the spread of the pestilence. Truly, the number of deaths among the people were terrible, nor did the people escape from the pestilence. Right? So that's the end of the first one. That's slide 47, and that's just the disease aspect. We got to get to 120, right? That's just on one thing, one disease aspect, bro. And this is crazy. We're gonna get it in, and y'all gonna see. This is straight facts. If you were to have a 5-subject notebook, it would fit. Everything that I have written down right now would probably be almost half that, or probably just or a little bit less than half, or a little bit more than half of a 5-subject notebook. Straight facts. I could put this in a book, and it'd be like 200 pages. But anyways, let's continue. Right? This is the curse of drought. Deuteronomy 28 and 24. The Lord will make the rain of your land dust, and sand shall drop on you from the sky until you are wiped out. So we know that in Israel, or according to the prophecies, Israel would be afflicted with drought, meaning their lands would not be prosperous, meaning they would be everything would be messed up for them. The crops wouldn't grow, none of that would grow, right? Oh, by the way, can y'all hear me correctly? Am I speaking loud enough?
Yes.
All right, cool, thank you. All right, so let's continue. This is just the second point. We got about, after this one, about 10 more to go. Let's go. Deuteronomy 28, 24, right? Let's go here to right here. This is from drought.gov. This is about New Mexico super drought, basically. And it essentially reads like this. Drought in New Mexico from 2000 to present times. The U.S. Drought Monitor stated in 2000. Since 2000, the longest duration of drought, as I'm going to show in the chart preceding this slide, right? D1 and D4 in New Mexico lasted 329 weeks. That's probably over 5 years, 7 years, right? Obviously, 329 weeks beginning on May the 1st, 2001, and ended on August 14th, 2007. The most intense period of drought occurred the week of January 19th, 2021, where D4 affected 54.27% of New Mexico land. This is very recent, by the way. Very recent. I also have pictures of it from the early 1900s of our people being affected by drought, right? But anyways, let's continue on to the chart. As y'all can see here, if it doesn't show up blurry, D4, right, as it reads in 2021, right here, affected 54% of New Mexico land. I'm going to show that in a little bit. So we see here, even the charts are fulfillment of this prophecy, right? This is just a picture right here I got from there, and y'all can see that the drought. I think this is the Rio Grande, right? Rio Grande River. This extends from the southernmost part of Texas, which is like Brownsville, like I think Fresno, and other places, South Padre Island. That's where I'm from, right? I'm from Texas. I'm from like the southmost portion of Texas, basically, right? The bottom of the barrel, basically, is what I'm saying. That's where I'm from. Full of Mexicans, bro. Full of Ishikarites that don't even know anything. I've only met one person, just one person out of 74,000 in the city I was from, Harlingen, that knew about being an Israelite. Only one person out of 74,000 people. And I haven't even talked to that person in 3 years. I don't know what happened to them. I pray that they didn't pass away or nothing like that. But that's only met one person that ever knew that. And that was in South Texas. I didn't meet anybody else after that. But anyways, let's continue. This right here is a picture, right? From 1873, actually. A dry period began on the Rio Grande in Mexico. In 1873, above is an area near Fort Wingate in northwestern New Mexico in 1873. From the Library of Congress, Timothy H. O. Sullivan. And y'all can see is a dry period, a drought, right? Let's continue. This is from AlbuquerqueJournal.com, right? In 1881, the year Pat Garrett shot Billy the Kid, drought reached from northern Mexico across the entire West, from California through New Mexico to Texas and north into the Great Plains. Historians have suggested drought in the 1870s was one factor behind the spread of Texas cattle in New Mexico. From 1870 to 77, the years leading up to the famed Lincoln County War, which entangled Billy the Kid and Pat Garrett, Texas was especially hit hard by drought. According to work by Richard Sager, a climate researcher at Columbia's University Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory, right? In his sweeping environmental history of the Middle Rio Grande Basin, Dan Skurlock tallied crop losses among Rio Grande pueblos from 1877 to 1893, repeated river drying and sheep losses among the region's Navajo communities, leading to raids on Zuni and Hispanic livestock. In 1879, one of the worst years, hay crops failed, leaving farmers unable to keep the farms of their contracts to supply the U.S. Army. Even miners suffered because of the lack of water. Hey, that's more proof right there. That's just that, right? But let's continue. Let's continue. Now I'm going to show y'all the chart, right? This is the chart from 2018 and 2019. As you can see, it kind of from left to right, it kind of like died down a little bit, but you can still tell that, that our people were afflicted with drought, extreme drought, as y'all can see from the red color being the extreme, severe being the orange, moderate, abnormally, dry and stuff like that. Y'all can see that. So that right there proves it. Now on to the Dust Bowl, which Deuteronomy 28:24 says, your sky shall be dust, or something like that. This is the Dust Bowl of the 1930s this is livinghistoryfarm.org. The most visible evidence of how dry the 1930s became was the dust storm. Tons of topsoil were blown off barren fields and carried in storm clouds for hundreds of miles. Technically, the driest region of the plains, southwestern Colorado, southwest Kansas, and the panhandles of Oklahoma and Texas became known as the Dust Bowl, and many dust storms started there. But the entire region and eventually the entire country was affected. The Dust Bowl got its name after Black Sunday, 1814-1935. More and more dust storms had been blown up in the years leading up to that day. In 1932, 14 dust storms were recorded on the plains. In 1993, there were 38 dust storms. By 1934, it was estimated that 100 million acres of farmland had lost all or most of the topsoil to the winds. By 1935, there had been weeks of dust storms, but the cloud that appeared on the horizon that Sunday was the worst. Winds were clocked at 60 miles an hour, right? This is one of the pictures, as y'all could see, or y'all probably can't see it. Towards the bottom states that was in 1934, right? One of the South Dakota black blizzards, 1934. If y'all could read that well in the little blurry words right at the bottom of the screen, it's 1934, right? Another one, dust storm, Elkhart, Kansas, January, February. It is May 21st, 1937. As y'all can see in the background, a big old dust storm is happening right over there. Boom. That's prophecy. Knowing that these aren't the lands of these colonizers, these are our lands, and the lands that we came to possess, as Yehudim even agreed, was Arsareth. This happened in Arsareth, our land that we were given, right? 2 Samuel 7:10. This happened in our land, therefore it is fulfilling, therefore we fulfill that curse, and therefore everything Yehudim has said is further proven as folly and stupidity, right? But anyways, let's continue. Let's see here. This is mega drought, mega death in 16th century Mexico, same thing, right? It mentions the Cocolitzli virus epidemic, 1545, 1576. But right here, where y'all see the two orange words, right? We all see the two orange words. It mentions the three-ring data indicate that both epidemics occurred during the 16th century mega drought, the most severe and sustained drought to impact northern Mexico in the past 600 years, right? Let's continue. So we see we're being afflicted with that. That's over with the second one. Now we're moving on to the third one, slavery and captivity, right? This one, I think this is one of my favorite ones that I put together. Probably not. There's probably some other one that I like, right? But this is among one of my favorite ones, right? Slavery and captivity. Deuteronomy 28:32, 28:41, 28:48. Your sons and your daughters shall be delivered unto another people, while you look on, and your eyes shall strain for them constantly, but you shall be helpless. 41. Though you beget sons and daughters, they shall not remain with you, for they shall go into captivity. Deuteronomy 28:48. Because you would not serve the Lord your God in joy and gladness, over the abundance of everything you shall have to serve in hunger and thirst, naked and lacking everything, the enemies whom the Lord will let loose against you. He will put an iron yoke upon your neck until he has wiped you out. From the Codex, the Florentine Codex displays natives with yokes of iron around their necks. Right? I have more, right? I'm gonna bring them up in a little bit, but and just continue going, right? That's just one. These are the natives. Notice how they don't look Negro. But Yehudim says that the natives started off Negro, even though the codexes don't depict the Mexica or the Mexicans as Negro people. So, like, why are they saying what they're saying? Let's continue. Deuteronomy 28:36. Yahweh will drive you and the king you have set over you to a nation unknown to you or your fathers, where you shall serve other gods of wood and stone. We know that the first time that the nation of Israel was taken to a nation they didn't know was during the Assyrian captivities, right? Syrian and Babylonian captivities. They were taken to a place they did not know. That's the first time it happened. The second time it happened was during the colonial period, right? And there was one, I think Peruvian, no, Mayan king or Aztec king, Cuauhtemoc. He was taken on a ship, right? But the thing is, it's from a short account of the destruction of the Indies, right? It does say that while he was taken on the ship back to Spain, it says, or the person, right, or the author said that the Most High basically acted and destroyed those ships, causing Cuauhtemoc to die amongst them. But you see how it basically was saying that a king which you have set over you will be taken to a nation that you shall not know. That was going to happen with us, but he died. Needless to say, we still fit that due to us being taken by the Assyrians, right? So either way, we still fit it. Let's go. Children given unto another people. This is the American Holocaust by David E. Stannard again, page 95, right? There are some who were not even wanted as slaves, wrote Valle, so they had themselves shackled that they would be taken. It seems less likely that they would be rejected if already in irons, added Vasconcelos. One man surrendered his liberty for only one quart of flour to save his life. Others hired themselves out to work all or part of their lives. Others sold their own children, which is pretty messed up to do, but in the desperate situation they were in, it was warranted that they did these things, right? Let's see here. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, that's the one about your children being given unto another people. I'm going to read the highlighted portions for you. This is from Vox.com. U.S. stole thousands of native children, right? Let's see here. I'm just going to read the highlighted portions. Once again, if you cannot read it correctly, I apologize. And you're just going to have to, watch it after this presentation is over. I'm just going to read the highlighted portions for you. And it states this. Here we go. For decades, the U.S. took thousands of Native American children and enrolled them in off-reservation boarding schools. Students were systematically stripped of their languages, customs, and culture. Right? That's Jeremiah 17:4, which can also be proven to happen to us, not only to the southern kingdom during the Babylonian captivity. It also happened to our people because we forgot who we were. We forgot what we were about. We forgot the practices that we had prior to these Hamites and these Europeans and these Japhites coming over here and corrupting us with their practices and influencing us to do things according to their own merit and not according to the law of the Most High, which is another reason why we were taken captive. But anyways, let's continue, right? At the bottom right here, it says, as years of indigenous activism led the U.S. to begin phasing out the schools, the government found a new way to assimilate Native American children: adoption, right? Native children were funneled into the child welfare system, and programs like the little-known government Indian Adoption Project intentionally placed them with white adoptive parents. Now, what does Deuteronomy 28:36 say? Oh, wait, is it that? Or was it another chapter? Another one? I believe it's oh yeah, Deuteronomy 28:32, where it says, your daughters and your sons shall be delivered unto another people, meaning they will be given unto another people, which is further proving this whole right here, right? It's further proving it. Prophecy fulfilled. Boom. You can't debunk it, right? But anyways, let's continue. Let's see. I read that one. Now let's go right here, slide 64. Children being given unto another people. This is from understanderproject.org. I'm gonna read the highlighted portions for you again. Okay, let's see here. I'm just going to read the whole thing. The story of the Indian child welfare crisis is not just an American Indian story, but a profoundly American one. For every Indian family who lost a child to foster care or adoption, another non-Indian American gained a son or daughter, a brother or sister, meaning our children were given literally unto another people. Literally given unto another people. This is not some falsity I just making up in my head. This is real prophecy being fulfilled right here. Right, but anyways, in the highlighted portion next, it says, American Indian families and communities experience heartbreak and trauma and deeply mourn the loss of their children. What does it say in Deuteronomy 28? That you would mourn the loss of your children? Oh, but we don't fulfill that, though. Negro only are right? We don't fulfill that. Anyways, let's continue. They saw state intervention into their families and the placement of their children in non-Indian families as one of the most egregious violations of their rights. Once the success of the boarding schools was called into question, the dominant belief was that Native children were better off raised in white homes, being given unto another people. Deuteronomy right there, right? It says, to that end, in 1958, this was no less than 80 years ago, right? The Bureau of Indian Affairs created the Indian Adoption Project, administered by the Child Welfare League of America, to promote adoption of Native children from 16 Western states by white adoptive families in the East. Oh, but wait. We don't fulfill that. Our children weren't given unto another people. Our people's children weren't given unto another people. CPS doesn't have Latino children, right? Hasn't taken control of Latino children from Latino families. That didn't happen to us. We don't fulfill that, right? But anyways, let's continue on to the next one. 65. Child slavery. In Baruch 31:32, same as Deuteronomy 28:32 and 41. In Baruch 4:31, 4:31 or 32, I can't remember which one it is, but it states, wretched will be the cities your children served as slaves. Wretched will be the city that received your offspring. That happened in the Americas. The Americas is a cursed country, period, right? It's not a righteous country. I do not love America. No native or so-called Hispanic man or woman should ever love this country, ever, because of the things that this very government has done to our people in the last 500 years. We should not even care about this country, right? Let's continue, right? This is from American Holocaust, right? It states, in a letter of Christopher Columbus and American Holocaust, page 66, it states this: we shall take your wives, and your children, and we shall make slaves of them, and as much shall sell and dispose of them their highness may command, to a place you do not know. According to Critical Race Theory Perspective on Social Studies, on page 208, it states the following. The Arawaks and the Taínos suffered under the reign of terror, torture, and mutilation that the Spaniards inflicted with the greed fueled by a 20-year war with the Moors that had depleted their war chests. When no spices could be found, since there wasn't really any. I don't know why I put India. That's stupid. The Arawak and the Taino were taken as slaves and shipped back to Spain to be sold at an auction. I wish I had I wish my phone was charged. My other phone was charged because I had a video, right? From the time me and Yehudim, one of the first two debates that we had on Judah Natsar's channel. And Judah asked Yehudim, he asked him a question. He was like, are you aware that the natives were enslaved before the Negroes? And Yehudim was like, yes. And then Judah Natsara asked him, what are your thoughts on that? And then Yehudim said, he said, my opinion was that they were never taken and displaced in a land that they never knew, so they do not fit the biblical identity of Yasharal. I just show that we did with just one source. It says we were taken as slaves and shipped back to Spain to be sold at an auction. Oh, but we weren't taken to a place we didn't know, right? Okay, let's go to the next one. The Spanish Caribbean and the Atlantic World in the long 16th century, edited and with an introduction by Ida Altman and David Wheat. That's what it says on the little smaller letters on the picture, right? It says loopholes in Spanish law. The American territories distance from the crown and Spanish officials. General ambivalence ensured that unauthorized and legally ambiguous slaving raids accompanied by contraband slave trafficking existed alongside these legally sanctioned means of capturing and selling indigenous slaves. Next one. This is from Africans and Native Americans, The Language of Race and the Evolution of Red Black Peoples, second edition by Jack D. Forbes. I don't know why it's covering the words. That's stupid. Hold on, let me move it. Okay. All right, so we can see right here, right? Let's see. Make sure you can see it right. Okay. Now let's go. Thus, even as Columbus was loading 5 ships with slaves, he was proposing to sell 4,000 in various parts of the Mediterranean and along the coast of Africa, right? So let's real quick, let me see if I can bring it up. Let's look at the Mediterranean, Mediterranean right there, Merranean, Mediterranean coast, right? Let's look up the Mediterranean coastline and see what it is, right? I don't know if y'all could see my screen. Can y'all see my screen? Oh, y'all can't see it. Let me see. Anyways, y'all know what the Mediterranean coast is. It goes from Northwest Africa, from Spain, all the way inland, all the way up to the Levant. That's the Mediterranean coast. So the fact that 4,000 of our people were sold along parts of the Mediterranean coast, including Egypt, that proves Deuteronomy 28:68. But I'm gonna show something just at the end of this presentation on Deuteronomy 28:68. It proves without a shadow of a doubt that our people fulfill Deuteronomy 28:68. But y'all gonna see this, right? Anyways, let's continue. States this: Columbus was also unconcerned that many Americans would die in the slave trade because, as he said, the blacks and the native Canary Islanders, when first enslaved, also had died in great numbers. For Columbus, the Americans were piezas, or pieces, or cabezas de cabras, heads of goats, and it did not matter if only 10% lived to reach a market. According to Las Casas, who incidentally possessed Columbus's diaries, letters, and notes, the shipment of Americans to Europe and Africa by Columbus and by other Spaniards was then not an accident nor the result of armed resistance or alleged cannibalism. All right, so let's continue. Let me see here. 1 second, y'all. 1 second. All right, let's continue. My bad. I just had to fix something real quick. All right, so let's continue on. So here we see natives in chains. We see right there around their necks going all the way down. They were in chains. We see at the bottom right here of their feet, they were in chains. Right? Our people were literally in chains around their neck. That's fulfillment of the prophecy. Let's go again. Natives in chains again at the bottom of their feet. Oh, but we didn't fulfill that. We weren't put in chains, right? And look at this one. Let me see here. 1 second. Let me see. This is from Mexica slaves wearing collars from the Codex Mendoza, folio 66, right? Folio 66, and obviously the word Mexica is Aramaic for anointed. That's why Mexican, right? The anointed people. But whatever, right? Like these dumb clowns in the group chat lines, they were asking me to show or prove how Aztec is like somewhat of a Hebrew word, even though like I already showed that it was the word Azteca, right, is a conjunction of two different Hebrew words, one meaning time and the other meaning encampment, right? Or people, an encampment of people, or people of time. And we know that in First Chronicles, the Second Chronicles, Issachar, or the tribe of Issachar, were men who had understanding of the times. We know that the Aztec calendar is one of the most complex calendars in the ancient world. But anyways, let's continue. I'm just gonna read this one slide because it's pretty long. This one I don't want it to be drawn on too long because this one is quite a bit, right? This is from the Futurity .org, right? Native American slavery. Colonists shipped Native Americans abroad as slaves. Native American slavery is a piece of the history of slavery that has been glossed over, says Linford D. Fisher, Associate Professor of History at Brown University. Between 1492 and 1880, between 2 and 5.5 million Native Americans were enslaved in the Americas, in addition to 12.5 million African Americans, right? Now, to the places we were shipped to, when you read at the bottom, we were taken to Barbados, Bermuda, Jamaica, the Azores, Spain, and Tangier in North Africa, right? Tangier being around Tunis, right, where some of these Negro onlys say that Arsareth was in Tangier, North Africa. When you look at that place today, you got people there that look like us. I'm not saying they're in the majority, but some people there do look like us. So again, we fulfill that. Now let me just skip down here, past that one. For Native, this one right here about your children being taken as slaves. I'm just going to read the bottom part, right? The bottom portion of this. And it reads, as y'all can see, a law passed the same year by the Rhode Island General Assembly seemed on the surface to outlaw Indian slavery. But Fisher notes in practice that and other laws ensured that Native surrenderers were disposed of for the benefit of the colony, with various terms of servitude. For Native Americans 5 years of age or younger, their servitude lasted until they were 30 years old, which denotes children in captivity, as Deuteronomy says. Very intricate and explainable very clearly, right? But let's continue. This is the next one. This is from West American History, Volume 6, Part 1, page 33, Hubert Howe Bancroft. States this: from making slaves of prisoners of war, a traffic in human flesh springs up. A slave trade association was formed in Portugal in 1443. Gonzalez brought slaves to Seville. Columbus sent to Spain a cargo of Indian slaves in 1495. In 1503, the enslavement of American Indians was authorized by Ferdinand and Isabella. I'm not going to read the entire thing. I'm just going to read that little portion for y'all, but y'all get the idea. We were taken, or our people were taken as slaves to a place they did not know, right? Fulfilling that prophecy and further making Yehudim look like a fucking clown. Excuse my language, but that's what the fuck he is. A fucking clown who has lost 17 debates, no matter if they were official or unofficial. You still got your ass beat intellectually, so you're a fucking clown, right? I hope you're listening to this because you are a fucking clown. Excuse my language, but that's what he is. Now let's continue. I'm not. Oh, what the heck? Why is this one all right here? Let me bring this up. Order continues to go down. Okay. Dang it. I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on. This is from the Indian slave trade by Alan Galley, as y'all could see on the thing. I'm just gonna scoot this up just a little bit. Matter of fact, let me just delete the title heading up here so that way I can bring the word out because there's some letters that aren't seen. They're like out of the square little rectangle PowerPoint here. Give me 1 second, y'all. 1 second. So y'all just could read the whole thing perfectly. Okay, here we go. All right. It says the following year, Captain Hunt, an English slave trader, arrived at Batuche. It was common practice for explorers to capture Indians, take them to Europe, and sell them into slavery for 220 shillings apiece. That practice was described in a 1622 account of happenings entitled A Declaration of the State of the Colony and Affairs in Virginia, written by Edward Waterhouse. True to the explorer tradition, Hunt kidnapped a number of Wampanoags to sell into slavery. Right? Most historians believed about 700 Pequas were slaughtered at Mystic. Many prisoners were executed and surviving women and children sold into slavery in the West Indies, still fulfilling the prophecy, right? Let's continue. It states this. In their victory, the settlers launched an all-out genocide against the remaining native people. Massachusetts government offered 20 shillings bounty for every Indian scalp and 40 shillings for every prisoner who could be sold into slavery. Soldiers were allowed to enslave any Indian woman or child under 14 they could capture. The praying Indians who had converted to Christianity and fought on the side of the European troops were accused of shooting the treetops during battles with hostiles. They were enslaved or killed. Other peaceful Indians at Dartmouth and Dover were invited to negotiate or seek refuge at trading posts and were sold into slave ships, meaning they talked to them like, yeah, we're not going to do anything to y'all. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. But then they wound up selling them into slavery. That's what happened in Psalms 55:21, I believe. I'm not too sure, but y'all get the gist of what I'm trying to say, right? Let's see here. Let me see. Bring that down or whatever. Next one. This one's real quick. This is point 4, right? This is point 4. A wife being ravaged. This is gonna prove what I had mentioned earlier. Let me see. 1 second. 1 second. Let me fix something. All right, I'm back. Sorry for that. Just something keeps messing up here. So I had the All right, let's see here. Let's see. Let's go. All right, Deuteronomy 28, 30, and 31, or just 30, whatever. Right? It says, "Thou shalt betroth the wife, and another man shall lie with her." From Strong H 7901 for lie, shakah, in the context of Deuteronomy 28:30 would denote make to lie down, ravish. Makes a line down or ravish. When comparing to the Greek G3435 muluno, it means to soil, defile, or to be lain with sexually, i.e., to be laid. I, in context of the passage, can also mean to rape or ravish, or as ravish denotes to carry off or seize by force. American Holocaust 84 or 85, right? Typically, when an enslaved workman returned from the mines, and at the end of the day, the Frias reported, not only was he beaten or whipped because he had not brought up enough gold, but further, most often, was bound hand and foot and flung under the bed like a dog before the Spanish lay down directly over him with his wife. Right, so we see that's fulfilled with our people today, and our women. That still happens to our women, sometimes by our own people, sometimes by other people of other nations. It still happens to us, right? Let's continue with the locust crops, or the locust destruction of crops. In Deuteronomy 28, 38, and 42. Verse 40 or verse 38 says, "Though you take much seed out to the field, you shall gather in little, for the locust shall consume it." Verse 42, "All the trees and the fruit of thy land shall the locust consume." Okay. Let's see here. So let's go to Yucatan before and after the conquest from Fria Diego de Landa, page 24. There was also a plague of locusts for 5 years, and such famine ensured that they all fell dead on the road. And when the Spaniards returned, they did not recognize the country. Because of the way everything happened, they were probably amazed at it, like, whoa, what happened here? What happened to everything? Because if you read American Holocaust, the place that they had described as beautiful and rivaled the buildings in Spain and Europe was destroyed. But that's what happens in Leviticus when it speaks about our land becoming desolate and waste. The Hebrew word for desolate doesn't even mean that the buildings won't even be there. It just means that they won't be at their former glory and they will look like shit. That literally, like in layman's terms, it means they will look like shit because of what happened, right? And that's another cut to Yehudian's bullshit where he says that Israel is in Namibia when when you look at the Hebrew word for high places in I think Deuteronomy and Leviticus, it also translates into mountains. So we see that Israelites would be in mountains, right? And their high places in mountains would also be destroyed. The problem with what Yehudium says about Jerusalem or Israel being in Namibia is that there's a few places where there's mountains in Namibia, right? The highest elevations, right? In Namibia. My question to Yehudium is show me the Israelite structures on those mountains in Namibia that were destroyed. He's not going to be able to do it because there was never in any historical account of buildings, Israelite structures in Namibia, ever. Ever in any BC era. There was never anything like that. So for him to say that is pretty erroneous and intellectually dishonest. But he wants to say, I'm lying on the word, right? He wants to say, I don't have any context. I don't have any sources. This, and that, this, all that. Like, to be honest with y'all, like, this isn't even all that I had on the slide. I still have more that I could have put on this slide, but it would have taken me much longer. This just goes to show you that, hey, look, this is real research. This is real facts here, right? And let's continue. This is from Indians and the Political Economy of Colonial Central America, 1670 to 1810, page 39 and 40, Robert W. Patch, right? It states this. Locust plagues occurred with considerable frequency in the second half of the century. They not only caused famine, but also less obviously resulted in large-scale indigo crop destruction. Thus, the locust plague in Chiapas and in the newly created Alcaldia, mayor of Tuxtla, between 1765 and 1770 did not affect the export economy but caused considerable damage to the maize crops and caused the local famine. In Chiquimula, for example, villagers reported that the locusts had destroyed not only their maize but also their banana trees and other fruit trees and other sugarcane fields. What does this say in verse 42 of Deuteronomy 28? All the trees and the fruit of that land shall the locusts consume. What did we just read? That the locusts had destroyed not only the maize but banana trees and fruit trees? Oh, that fulfills too. Another thing we fulfill, right? And we're only on 0.5. We're only on 0.5. We're not even halfway done. We got 6 more to go, y'all. 6 more to go, and it's more information where that came from. I promise you. I put it on the Most High. I'm not lying, right? Let's continue. Point 6, babies dashed against the rocks. This is Hosea chapter 14:1 or 13:6 in other translations, right? It says, Samaria must bear her guilt, for she has defied her God. They shall fall by the sword. Their infants shall be dashed to death, and the women with child ripped up, right? When you look at the word dashed, when you look at the word dashed, it can also mean cut, right? So when it says their infants were shall be dashed to death, it means that they shall be cut to death. Their limbs shall be cut, right? But let me see here. Just to prove that to you, give me 1 second. Let me go up to the Hebrew word here just so I could show you, all right? Let me see. Strong's Concordance. Let me see here. Hosea 14. No. 13. 13:16, right? Yep. All right, give me 1 second, y'all. Let me just get to this thing just so I could prove it even more for y'all, just so y'all can understand just what I'm talking about. Because I'm not saying y'all don't. I'm just saying for those who might not get it, I just want to prove it real quick, just so y'all can have this in your arsenal, right? All right, 16 right here. The infants shall be dashed in pieces. Well, it doesn't show the Hebrew word there, I guess, but we're just gonna do the best we can here. And let me see here. Let me see here. All right, yeah. From there, the Hebrew word ratash, Rawtash, from Strong's 7376 means a primitive root to dash down or dash in pieces. When comparing to the Greek G 1474 and G 4937, I believe, it means to dash to pieces, to dash in pieces, to be dashed in pieces, meaning you are going to be cut in pieces, right? But let's read Deuteronomy 28:50. A nation of fierce countenance which shall not regard the person of the old nor show favor to the young. Check this out. right here, guys. This is from page 11 of Short Account of the Destruction of the Indies. You see what's happening? They're being hung right here, and you see this clown right here, right? This colonizer, this heathen, this cursed man here, right? Has holding the baby by the legs and is about to bash his head against this part right here, this like rock formation thing off to the left that he's facing at. He's about to be dashed against stone, about to be dashed against that, right? So let's read. Let's read Psalms 137, 7 through 8. Remember, O Lord, against the Edomites, the day of Jerusalem's fall, how they cried, strip her to her very foundations. Fair Babylon, you predator, a blessing on him who repays you in kind what you have inflicted on us. A blessing on him who seizes your babies and dashes them against the rocks. Right? Let's go to the proof. This is a brief account of the destruction of the Indies by Bartolomé de las Casas, page 15. And then they rushed upon all the others and put an infinite number of people to the sword. And the lady Anacaona, there you go. To show her the honor due her, they hanged her, and it came into some Christians' minds, either out of pity or because of greed, to take some children to raise them and not kill them, and so they put them up behind their horses. That is also a fulfilling of prophecy where your children shall be given unto another people. That is proof right there. Nobody can say that did not happen to us, or our people for that matter, because it happened hundreds of years ago, and it's still happening today. Our people are being given to the CPS, or CPS is taking our children and giving them to other people. Who knows what actually happens to half of them? They might be taken, into the little underground facilities. I'm not gonna get into all that right now. The rabbit hole goes deep, but yeah, y'all get the point. It says, but another Spaniard came up and ran them through with his lance. Another, as y'all see in the the second highlighted portion towards the middle of the paragraph, it says, another, seeing a child lying on the ground, cut off its legs with the sword. Dashed in pieces, right? From Deuteronomy or Hosea 14:1. It says, some of those who were able to flee this humane cruelty went over to a small island that is some 8 leagues over the sea from there, and that some governor sentenced all those that had fled to be made slaves because they had fled the slaughter. This is from American Holocaust, The Conquest of the New World, David Standard 71 and 72. Spanish reports of their own murderous sadism during this time are legion. For a lark, they tore babies from their mother's breast by their feet and dashed their heads against the rocks. The bodies of other infants they spitted together with their mothers and all who before them on their swords. Eager to compare the sharpness of their blades, reported an eyewitness to the events. They drew their weapons and began to rip open the bellies, to cut and kill those lambs, men, women, children, and old folk. What did we read in Deuteronomy? That they shall not regard the person of the old nor shew favor to the young? It's exactly what they did to our people, right? Anyways, let's continue. All right, so we see here, right? This is from a short account of the destruction of the Indies by Bartolomé de las Casas, page 82 and 83. I'm just going to read the bottom portion for you guys here, or matter of fact, no, let me read this whole thing. It states, another report, this or by a group of Dominican friars, concentrated on how the Spanish soldiers treated native infants. Some Christians encounter an Indian woman who was carrying in her arm a child. Let me see. In her arm, a child that sucked, and since the dog they had with them was hungry, they tore the child from the mother's arms and flung it still living to the dog, who proceeded to devour the baby right before the mother's eyes. I kind of typed it down wrong right here at this middle portion. Forgive me, but just continue reading. I'll fix it later. When there were among the prisoners some women who had recently given birth, if the newborn babies began to cry, they seized them by their legs and hurled them against the rocks. What did we read in Psalms 137, 7 through 8? What did we read in Hosea 14:1 or 13:16? That the children will be dashed against the rocks, thrown against the rocks? We fulfill that, right? That's another curse. That's point 6. Now let's move on to point 7. If y'all could read this properly, good. If y'all can't, I apologize. But let's continue, right? It states this. Deuteronomy 28, 30, 31. I'm just going to read a few parts for you. Your ox shall be slaughtered before your eyes, but you shall not eat of it. Your ass shall be seized in front of you, and it shall not be returned to you. Your flock shall be delivered to your enemies with none to help you. Leviticus 26:16. You shall sow your seed to no purpose, for your enemies shall eat it. Hosea 8:7. They sow wind, and they shall reap whirlwind, standing stalks, devoid of ears, and yielding no flower. If they do yield any, strangers shall devour it. Right? Proving the part of our ox being slaughtered, because we know buffalo are in the same family as ox. We see right here, right, the buffalo slaughter of our people piles. That one that y'all see off to the left, that has to be at least, because the man right there standing, I'm guessing average height 5'8", 5'10", right, at the most. If he was 6 feet, I wouldn't know, but I'm just taking a guess at it. So say he's 5'8". That whole pile that towers over him, that's about three of him, or three and a half. That's about 15, 17 feet right there of buffalo skins. That's not counting the ones to the back. Now, if you look at the width off to the front of him, to the right, or his right, our left, it would be about 7, probably 10 feet wide. So 15 feet high, 10 feet wide of buffalo skulls, not counting the ones all the way to the back. That's probably well over 3,000, probably more than that. But I don't know, right? Let's continue. Let's see. This is okay. Now reading to the 1 second, guys. Let me see here. 1 second. I need to get some water real quick.
All right, man. Take your time. Shalom, everybody. Welcome to the live once again, man. I know it's lengthy, bro, and I know people don't like to sit down in long ass lectures and stuff, but you know that's what you do when you go to school, bro. When you go to college, bro, what do? You stay in college or in school for what, 8 hours, listening to you being brainwashed, bro. But when it comes to information regarding our people, bro, like our people don't want to listen. Our people love drama, bro. Our people love debates. You guys want to see like people bickering, fighting, going back and forth with each other, bro. Brothers gotta, learn stuff, bro. Like, sit down through long lectures and reading material, bro. And the information that Jeremiah is presenting, bro, it's well researched, bro. It's beautiful sources, bro. Factual, primary sources, so on and so forth, that proves our people, the curses of our people, and how they fit them, to the T. Both in the land of ancient Israel and on the land of Arsaret, aka, Mesoamerica. But once again, man, it's like our people don't want to listen. They just like drama. This is why our people like are used to like telenovelas and like all that drama BS. But Shalom, welcome to live once again. Invite brothers, bro. Share the video, bro, because this information that's being presented, bro, is powerful, bro. And you guys gotta remember that information is what is power, bro. So whoever follows the most information, the most factual information, bro, you literally become like a Superman or Superwoman. So, but Jeremiah is doing his thing, bro. Take it away, bro. Go ahead.
All right, let's go. Let's continue here. Oh, real quick, Yahudim's little whack ass breakdown he did on whatever that Lions Den shit. It was only like an hour and a half. We've been on this thing for almost 2.5 hours. It's going on 3 hours right now. That should show you something. If I'm willing to speak on this, all of this, 120 slides, just to bring this out, is to show you the amount of work I put into this and show you the authenticity instead of some whack ass 1 hour breakdown which you didn't even explain correctly, or he didn't explain correctly. But let's continue, right?
Right.
Let's go. This is called the bovidae or bovidae. I don't know how to pronounce that whack shit. If y'all can see it correctly, okay, let's go. It says the bovidae comprise the biological family of cloven, hooved, ruminant vertebrates that include bison, African buffalo, sheep, goats, musk oxen, and domestic cattle. A member of this family is called a bovid, with 143 extant species and 300 known extant species, right? The family Bovidae consists of 8 major subfamilies apart from the disputed Pelenae or Panthalopinae. The family evolved 20 million years ago. We know that's a lie. We know that's some pseudoscience time frame that these Satanists or Masons have come up with just to lie to us about stuff. It's most likely within the 1,000 years from Adam and Eve's time up until our time, right? or a little bit before, because I know that the animals were created before Adam and Eve were actually formed. So yeah, they're a little bit older than 6,000 years, less than 10,000 though, according to the biblical time frame of events, right? But let's continue. It says bison and buffalo are related in the sense that they are members of the same family. Both animals belong to the Bovidae family, as do other animals like the musk oxen and domestic cattle. Oh shoot, my bad. The bison and the buffalo have many things in common, but there are some differences between the former and the latter. Needless to say, right, buffalo and ox are in the same family. So when you read in Deuteronomy where it says your ox shall be slain before thine eyes, that's fulfillment of this, right? But most people don't want to accept that. It's a lying out their asses because they just want to be some prideful beast, you know. And to be honest, I'm just gonna go and say one thing real quick before I continue. None of this between, so-called Northern Kingdom and so-called Southern Kingdom, as they would claim or whatever, right, would have happened if this Negro only shit never came out. If everybody could get on one accord and say Israel was mixed, so it was neither wholly dark-skinned people or wholly light-skinned people. Israel was a mixed people coming out of Egypt. Because okay, 70 people go into Egypt. How 70 people gonna come out with 100 or 200 people within 50 years or 70 years of them even being in Egypt? They had to have come into contact with Egyptians or other so-called Hebrews that were, moving back and forth, because we know Egypt was like a melting pot of people, just like the Americas is today, with various ethnic groups. So Egypt was the same thing. Therefore, Israel is not a wholly Negro nation or a wholly light-skinned type people, even though they did start off like that, right? They are a mixed people. So if this Negro only bullshit never came out, we would be cool. But since it did, it created a bunch of problems. Therefore, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start terming Negro onlys as, or not so much as Negro onlys, more so than the other ones too. But for the most part, I'm gonna start calling Negro onlys the Hamites, because they want everything to be black this, black that, black that, black that. Like that dumbass, what's his name, Ruben Hayas something. I don't know what the hell his dumbass name is. This dude, I was watching that debate he had with Konsu. Man, I could have bodied his stuff real quick. But anyway, let's continue, right? Bison and buffalo. This is from flatcreekinn.com. In the 1500s, an estimated 30 60 million bison roamed North America, mostly on the Great Plains. You see, 330 years later, mass destruction of buffalo begins. The construction of the railroad accelerates human settlement and killing of bison. 1870, estimated 2 million are killed on southern plains in 1 year. 1872, an average of 5,000 were killed every day of these 3 years. So 5,000 every day for 3 years. That's 900. Oh, that's almost 1,290 days. That's 5,000 every day for 1,290 days. Multiply 5,000 times 290, and we should get. Let me see. 5,000 times 1,290. Let's see what that comes out to. 1,290. That comes out to, like, real talk, or as you could see right there, and from 1872 to 1874, that's about 5.4 million, or 6,450,000. Oh, 6,450,000. That is a lot. Now, that's not counting the llamas and all the other cattle that we had and livestock we had in South America or Mexico. That's not counting them. That's just counting the ones in North America. That's 6 million. Now imagine if they were to add that, that would probably be more close to 10 million or 11 or 12 million livestock, or our livestock that was killed. But anyways, let's continue, right? Next slide. This is from American Holocaust, page Conquest of the New World, page 69 and 88, where it states this exactly. At virtually every previous landing in this trip or on this trip, Columbus's troops had gone ashore and killed indiscriminately as though for sport whatever animals and birds and natives they encountered, looting and destroying all they found, as the admiral's son Fernando blithely put it, right? So we see that they destroyed our cattle, they did all of this to us just to starve us out, you know? And these are things to happen unto the children of Israel upon their disobedience. Now there was a time frame before anything or before any bad stuff ever happened that the Israel had their chances to repent before it happened. Sadly, they didn't, and thus, because of their unrepentant sin, they were caused to go through these things or gone through these things predicated upon their disobedience. But let's continue. This is point 8. We got about 4 more to go. It should not be long, I promise. So, this one is my favorite right here, destruction of your cities. This one is my favorite one right here. All right, so Leviticus 26:31, Deuteronomy 28:16, 17, and then Deuteronomy 28:54, which is on the next slide. But let's continue, right? It says, "And I will make your cities waste and bring your sanctuaries into desolation or unto desolation." When you look at the Hebrew word for waste, korbah, according to Strong's 27:23, it is defined as desolate. When comparing with the Greek, it means a place laid waste or put to ruin. When you're looking at Strong's H8074 for desolation is shamem, and it means to be desolated, become desolate, or ruins. Both korba and shamem, according to Deuteronomy 28:16, 17, Deuteronomy 28:52, and Leviticus 26:31, it denotes a cursed people whose cities or gates shall be desolate and laid to waste and or brought to ruin. Right? Let's read 28:52 real quick. I'm reading from the Hebrew. This is from a website called Sepharia, right? Let me see here. I don't know if I can go to it. I probably can't, but it's from a website called Sepharia, and they have the like things translated from Hebrew there, and they even have the Talmud there. I don't get into all that. I just read the Bible or the Torah portion and the Apocrypha and the like Jubilees and stuff. Wish they had the Enoch, but they don't have Enoch in there. But let's continue, right? Now keep in mind, right here, let's read. It shall shut you up in all your towns throughout your land until every mighty towering wall in which you trust has become down or has come down. And when you are shut up in all your towns throughout your land that the Lord your God has assigned to you, right? Now, like I said, when y'all look at the Hebrew words for waste and desolation, and when you look at 52 where it says, or from other translations, when it says, he shall or they shall besiege you, can't even pronounce the word right. But when they will attack you in all your cities, it will become desolate, meaning it would not, the buildings, it's not saying that the buildings won't be there. What it's, like I said before, what it's saying is that the buildings would be broken down and reduced to ruin and rubble, and they won't be as their former state was. That's all that the Hebrew word is really explaining and expounding upon. But these clowns like Yehudim don't want to speak about that. Their minds do not run that deep. They are one-dimensional beings, worthless organisms. They're not four-dimensional minds. They don't have that type of thought. But anyways, let's go, right? Just one more time. Waste and desolation means your cities will be brought to ruin or laid waste. Let's read. This is Nakum in Guatemala. As y'all could see, the pyramids are left in ruin. That's exactly what Leviticus is talking about. Your cities will be left in ruin. Your towns will be brought down to a lower state, exactly as it is showing. It is not saying that the towns or the buildings will not be there. It is just saying that the cities will be brought to ruin and they won't look as beautiful as they did prior to your destruction, right? So that's Nakum in Guatemala. These are older photos of Nakul in Guatemala in 1913, right? And as y'all can see how ruinous they look. Look at that. Dust. Nothing but dust in a ruined town or a ruined city, whatever it was there under the trees and stuff. So we see here Nakul in Guatemala in 1913 is brought to ruin, right? Let's continue to the next one. This is at Teotihuacan ruins, which is ruins meaning Corba, right? Which means brought to ruin. That's Teotihuacan right there. This is the Aztec Temple Mayor ruins in Mexico City. As y'all can see, just this portion right here, it is brought to ruin, right? Let's go. This is Monte Alban ruins in Oaxaca, Mexico. Curious fact about the name Oaxaca or Oaxaca, like in the Spanish codices, the O is pronounced like a sh, as in shut up, or the X, no, the O is pronounced like a wa, like in Hebrew when it says and, right? And the X is pronounced like a sh, as in shut up. So Oaxaca is Oaxaca or Oaxaca, which denotes higher, like Ishakar, than the name of Ishakar. So when they talk about Oaxaca, like they gave us these names, dude. They like the Puebla, I think it's called Pueblo or Puebla, the Isucar and I think Tamaulipas or something, some not Tamaulipas or somewhere deep in Mexico, right? or northern Mexico, I believe. I'm not too sure, but basically it means like village of Issachar. And so in Mexico, there's two cities or two states, or yeah, cities in Mexico where they basically mean Issachar, but nobody sees that, right? I think Sakar was the only ones to have brought that out. But yeah, as y'all can see here, the Mesoamerican step pyramid structure ruins at the pre-Columbian Maya civilization site of Palenque, located in the modern-day state of Chiapas, Mexico. You can see they left in ruin. That's exactly what the Leviticus, the words cursed and desolation mean in Leviticus. So that proves it even more and makes Yehudim look stupid for not wanting to go into the Hebrew words for this. But yet, I'm the one that doesn't know anything, though, right? Let's continue. We are almost done. We're almost done. We don't got too much left. We got like 20 slides more. I know it seems like a lot, but I'm promise try to get through it as quick as I can, but speak correctly in everything I say, right? So
Take your time, bro. Take your time.
all right. All right. Let's see here. All right. So this is from American Holocaust, Conquest of the New World, page 78. It says, so Cortes extending his martial strategy by not only destroying the Aztecs' food and water supply, but the very city itself. What is 52 state? He shall besiege you in all your towns, right? In all your cities. Let's continue. His soldiers burned magnificent public buildings and marketplaces and their aviaries with thousands of wondrous birds. They gutted and laid waste. What did the words ruin and desolation mean in Leviticus 26? Exactly that. Laid waste parks and gardens and handsome boulevards. The metropolis that the Spaniards had just months earlier described as the most beautiful city on earth, so dazzling and beguiling in its exotic and brilliant variety, became a monotonous pile of rubble, a place of dust and flame and death. Finally, the Spanish and their Indian allies laid siege to the once and white metropolis and its dwindling population of diseased and starving people. So these cities were laid waste. Our cities were laid waste, as I just shown with Teotihuacan and Temple Mayor and Monte Alban and Chiapas, Mexico, and those temples, right? All of it was laid waste. Let's continue. Also, it further proves the prophecy, right? Now, this is the next one, and I'm going to show y'all what a Sacbe is. Sacbe, a Mayan road. There's I forgot what verse it is. When it speaks about, I think in Leviticus, and your highways shall be desolate. I think that's Leviticus 26 verses 25, 31, and 33. Exactly. If y'all go look those up, y'all can see look at the Hebrew word for highways, and it denotes a road as well. And I'm going to show y'all something in a little bit just after this source right here, but let's continue. This is American Holocaust, page 88. Immediately upon entering this region, the conquistadors destroyed the Incan roads, Leviticus 26, 25, 31, and 33, and bridges, agricultural terraces, and canals. They looted heavily stocked storehouses and granaries and gratuitously slaughtered llamas by the thousands. Wrote one Spanish official that the soldiers killed great numbers of llamas simply to eat the marrow, fat, and the rest of the meat was discarded. Others described the Spaniards' almost unbelievable destruction of agricultural and animal life, and in this way wrote one. All the food, the vegetables, llamas, and alpacas that were in the valley and district were totally consumed. The soldiers are killing all the llamas they want for no reason. The Indians are left with nothing to plant, and since they have no cattle and can never obtain any, they cannot fail to die of hunger. Now let's go to what I was talking about the Incan roads or the Mayan roads, whichever ones, right? Let's go. This is the Incan roads, right? This is a Goba Yashuna Sakpe. As y'all can see, like right here in the picture, I don't know if y'all can see the little yellow line right there, but that's apparently the road as indicated. So let's go. Desolate roads according to Leviticus 26:22, and your road shall be desolate. That's in the Oxford, I can't remember what that word is. Oxford something Bible, right? That's one translation. And then another translation of it would be, and your highways shall be desolate. In two different translations, that's the not the New Chain Reference Bible, I believe. And yeah, the other one was the Oxford. The Oxford Annotated Bible. There you go. Yeah, the Oxford Annotated Bible and the New Chain Reference. You see in the Oxford Annotated, it says your roads, and then in the New Chain, it says your highways. So we see right there alone, it's denoting your roads would be desolate as well. When you look at the Hebrew word 1870, derek, it means road. When you look at the Greek 2487, iknos, means a track. G3598, Odos means a road or highway. When you read G3938, Parodos, it means a road or a way. G5147, Tribos means a worn track or path. Let's go. Y'all can hear Yashuna Terminus, right? This is on one piece of it, right? This is the start of the road or whatever. So let's go, right? Let's read. This is from a Soccer raised sidewall, and you can see on the left, and then from the right is a platform side view from the Soccer. So we see that this road is laid to ruin. It is not as it was before, fulfilling that in Leviticus 26, right? But let's continue. 1 second. Okay. So let's read here. This is a Soccer platform from ground level. As y'all can see, it's just ruins. And then as y'all can see in the one to the right, it just is showing how long the road is from point to point, right? Must have been a pretty long road, but let's continue. This is from the Soccer start endpoint of Yashuna. Y'all can see right there. I don't know which way the road is supposed to go. It might have, as y'all could see from the bottom part of the picture, very silently it's supposed to go right through there, right? Y'all can see right there. I don't know if y'all can see it. Anyways, let's continue. Let's see. Oh, we're almost done. We're on slide 104, guys. Almost done. This is a good one right here. I didn't get to put the part that I was gonna talk about. Oh, but I have it shown here. I don't know if I can share my screen, but anyways, this is Jubilees 115, right? And they will make to themselves high places and groves and graven images, and they will worship each his own graven image, so as to go astray, and they will sacrifice their children to demons and to all the works of the error of their hearts. When, like I said before, when it mentions your high places, when you look at the Hebrew word, it also denotes mountains, and we know that Machu Picchu, with the Incan Indians or the Peruvian Indians, was a high place up in a mountain, and it was destroyed and left in ruin, as y'all can clearly see today. Right? So let me see here. God dang it. No, I can share this real quick. Hold on. Let me see. Matter of fact, let me just read it off the thing then. It's this source that I have. Let me see. It's from a website called pbs.org, right? And it's speaking on the this is speaking on what prompted the mass sacrifice of hundreds of children and llamas in ancient Peru. Well, that's where Machu Picchu is, right? And we know that the Peruvians, they did this, so they were sacrificing their children to demons in the mountains and high places, and this fulfills Jubilees 115, right? So let's continue. Give me 1 second here, guys, and let me just get to this real quick. 1 second, real quick. I just need to get my charger. My battery is less than halfway. Give me like 2 minutes. Yeah, my bad. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be back. Let me get my charger.
Sounds good, bro. Sounds good.
Cool.
Yeah,
Hey, let me
yeah,
show you something, Shamar.
What?
Can you share
Yeah, I got you. Let me know when you're ready.
Hold on.
You gonna share your screen too, or what?
No, just put me on, saying like
Solo. I got you. I'm gonna put you solo. Hold on.
Hold on. Okay, I'll let you know when to do it. I gotta. Yeah. Hold on. I wanted to show you something because this is something I noticed, right? Because folk always talk about how we're heathens and how we're this, and people want to talk about, oh, they're the light to the Gentiles. Like, okay, we're gonna see which one of us are the light to the Gentiles and which one are not, right? Because what I've seen posted on Facebook is this last coming Passover, right? And during this Passover, you can see one of these camps or some of these camps basically throwing up gang signs and basically treating it like a club, right? I'm going to show you the difference between our people and their people. And we're going to see who is more holy, right? Who's more holy? Who's more of a light to the Gentiles, right? I want to show you brothers and sisters something. I'm going to first show you our people, and then we're going to show you what these guys were doing during Passover. And we're going to see who was the light to the Gentiles, right?
Bring it out, bro.
Hold on. I'm almost there.
Yeah, man. Hopefully everybody's taking notes. Whether it be mental notes or written notes, but it's powerful information that's being brought out, bro. We appreciate the work that a lot of brothers have put in, bro. Jose Vega mostly, and everybody else, bro. That's put a good work for the nation, bro. And we do it for freely. We're asking for no money or tithing, none of that stuff, bro. We do this thing for free because we love our people, and that's why we do these lives, bro. And obviously, I was saying earlier that a lot of our people, earlier we had like 20 viewers, and obviously, again, I don't know if brothers love school back in the day when you guys were in school. I love school, bro. I was a nerd in school, but there's certain people that their attention span is too short. Our people's attention span is too short, bro. So they can't stay still to listen like a good lecture of, plethora of information that's being brought out. But all praise to the Most High for the ones that stuck around, bro. Thanks for tuning in once again. Welcome to Friday Night MaYaM. Vega, go ahead, bro.
All right. So here's our people, right? Doing, gathering together for, a burnt offering and stuff like that. Look how our people act. Look how they conduct themselves, right? Right. So like I said, here's the bird offering they're about to do. As you people can see, right? The fire. They're doing a bird offering. Look, when our people get together, look how they act. Right?
With reverence, right?
Exactly. Who's more a light to the Gentiles, right?
We're gonna find out.
Look how beautiful the community is, right? There's literally tens of thousands of them, right? Now, let's go look at what they were doing in Passover, right? Check this out.
Let's watch all these homies, bro.
Isn't it like crip walking right there?
Wow, bro.
Hold on.
What is that?
Well, a lot of people don't understand. Look, that's called crip walking, people. If anybody from the West Coast will tell you exactly what these look with the fringes on and everything. This is God's chosen people.
Yeah, my question is, where is that in the Bible, bro? Because even when we're commanded to celebrate the Passover, it says that it's a solemn feast day. Brothers don't know what solemn means, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's a solemn feast day, just like our brothers in South America were doing. Let's look at the word solemn, bro, real quick. Solemn definition. There it is. Yeah, the word solemn means formal or dignified, ceremonious, courtly, majestic, right? Serious, earnest, grave, sincere, committed. So when we were commanded to celebrate the Passover, like in the Torah, bro, it doesn't say to do the crib walking, bro, because crib walking has nothing to do with being having a solemn, it's not solemn at all. You guys understand? That's basically what it says in the Torah, bro. That's the word right there. Solemn. You see, it says formal and dignified. You see that? See? Earnest, serious, grave, sober, stately, courtly, majestic. See that? It has nothing to do with brothers, trying to act like all gangsters and, worldly when you're celebrating the Passover, bro. It has nothing to do with that. But obviously, a lot of these heathens and African converts and everybody else has perverted our book and our, the teachings of our ancient prophets, so on and so forth, etc., right? But what are you gonna do?
Yeah, right. Exactly, bro. I was watching that. Like I don't know what. I think it was a deacon. He had a. They were in some little club or whatever you call it in Atlanta, right? And I was watching the video, and like when he was panning around, or somebody was showing him, Deegan, and then he panned to the left. I saw bottles in the back of the some bar looking thing or
Yeah,
whatever, right? Clearly, and then the music that was playing was that song Whoopty, where he was speaking very vulgar and like with those kinds of words and stuff. I ain't gonna get into detail, but y'all know what I'm talking about. That is worldly music, and if they like they should be playing Hebrew music, or at least music that Deacon has made, not no song by some Puerto Rican cat who is living worldly and sinful. But
yeah,
anyways,
man. Yeah,
yeah,
exactly,
it's
bro.
just very weird. But let's continue, right? I ain't trying to badmouth anybody, but let's continue. All right,
No,
so
you're
we
good, bro.
almost done, guys.
You're
We
doing good, bro.
almost
Yeah, you're doing great,
yeah,
bro. But and don't worry about it taking your time, bro. Like I said, like our people need to learn how to like sit down and study. Like back in ancient times, bro. There was a school of prophets back in ancient times. A lot of
yep,
the Levites had a school of prophets, bro. Like you have like the ancient prophets, the major prophets like Samuel, and the families of Eli, like
yep,
all them brothers, bro. They were like master in the Torah, bro, in all the mysteries and whatever they like. And guess what? A lot of our people went into the schools of the Levites to learn, bro. They sit down and like be quiet and learn. But our people like today, they have a short life attention span, bro. It's just sad. Why? Because our people are completely, and that's like also like in the scriptures when it says our people perish for lack of knowledge. And obviously,
exactly.
you won't be able to gain any type of knowledge by watching telenovelas or watching like Netflix, Hulu. I mean, nothing wrong with watching all that stuff. I mean, it's fine, but everything has to be done in balance. Like we
Yep,
have to learn how to balance ourselves when it comes to our studies, when it comes to our recreational times, whatever the like. But when it comes to studying, bro, like today, like Friday night MaYaMs, like certain things, and obviously our people like drama, bro. Like if there was a debate right now, there will be like at least 30 people watching, 25, 28, but
mm-hmm. Yeah,
since bro,
exactly, bro.
since you're bringing out like a lot of information, like people are like, oh my gosh, like when is this gonna be over? Like, bro, like take your time, man. Don't worry about what people
Exactly.
might be saying or might be worrying about. Oh, well, this is taking too long. This is taking.
Yeah.
Well, no, bro. Just take your time, man. Just
Yes,
take your time.
sir.
Go ahead.
All right. So let's continue. We on point 9. We only got about 3 more to go, but this is the cannibalism due to extreme starvation. Now I'm gonna show y'all one thing from the Josephus, and then I'm gonna show you how no less than what 1,000 years later, or probably a little bit more than 1,200 years later, the same thing happened in Americas or the Americas, Mexico or Peru or whatever, right? But let's just read Deuteronomy 28, 53, 55, and then Leviticus 26, 29, right? And it reads, let me see here. And it reads, and thou shalt eat the fruit of thine own body, the flesh of thy sons and of thy daughters, which Yahweh hath given thee. Deuteronomy 28, 55. Oh, I didn't know if 57 was there, but all right, yeah, 57. So that he will not give them of the flesh of children whom he shall eat. 57. And torture a young one that cometh out between her feet, and torture children which she shall bear, for she shall eat them for want of all things. And Leviticus 26, 29. You shall eat the flesh of your sons and the flesh of your daughters, right? Now we're gonna go to the works of Josephus. Josephus was a first century Jewish historian, right? First hand account, and he was a sole witness to these events and what happened to the Israelites or the Judeans, right? First century Judeans after what is it? Because he was born, Josephus was born 37 AD. That's about 4 years after, like the Messiah supposedly died, whatever, 33 AD, right? So he was born 37 AD. He lived, I think, past 100 AD or whatever. So he was a sole witness to the events in this thing, and he most likely lived around the time of the apostles. Not to say that he actually has to write down what they were doing or whatever, but he was a historian, right? He witnessed the events of that time. So let's see here. Let's read it, right? Give me 1 second here. Let me see. All right, let me send this real quick. Let me just see if I got this correct because I have notes also on my phone, but I'm just trying to read to make sure I got it correct. So here we go, right? Josephus is from the works of Josephus, Wars of the Jews, Book 6, Chapter 3, page 737 and 738, right? It reads, there was a certain woman that dwelt beyond Jordan. Her name was Mary. Her father was Eleazar of the village of Bethseba, which signified the house of Hyssop, right? And snatching up her son, because the source is actually much longer, but I had to condense it so y'all can get just to get the picture of what I'm trying to say and what happened, right? But basically, this woman here, let me just give you the backdrop. This woman, Mary, due to like extreme starvation and stuff like that, she wound up cooking her son, or killing her son, and then roasting him or boiling him, and he was, I think, a newborn or a few months old, and she did this. And what's crazy is that after the she had did that, the men who she was trying to convince to eat that, they were looking at her in extreme disgust, like, dude, like they were hungry, but they weren't that hungry, They were like, dude, what are you doing? Like, in layman's terms, they looked at it very disgusted, and they were like, I guess, shocked, and so they decided to just walk away from her from what she was doing. But basically, yeah, this woman did this due to extreme starvation and extreme wants of food. So she was reduced to the point she killed her own son. Very, very sad. But that's what happens, with the children of Israel because of what they had done. So they went through these things, some of the most horrid stuff to ever happen to anybody. But anyways, let's continue, right? It says, and snatching up her son, who was a child, sucking at her breast, meaning the child was newborn, probably not more than 3 months or whatever, right? It says, she said, O thou miserable infant, for whom shall I preserve thee in this war, this famine, and this sedition? Come now, be thou my food, and be thou a fury to these seditious variates, and a byword to the world, which is all that now wanting to complete the calamities of the Jews. As soon as she said this, she slew her son, and then roasted him and ate the one half of him. I ain't a little bit. I'm almost done here. All right, so let's continue, guys, real quick. Then, just a little over 1,000 years later, between 1484 and 1576 in colonial America, this occurs. A short account of the destruction of the Indies by a first-hand account witness, Bartolomé de las Casas, right? He was born around the same time frame, 1484, 1566. That was actually the span of his life. So he says this, as a result of the upheaval, the natives did not get a chance to sow some of the fields, and consequently, there was not enough grain to go around. The Christians seized all the maize the locals have for themselves and their own families. That's according to Deuteronomy 28:33, right? And as a consequence, some 20 or 30,000 natives died of hunger. Some of the mothers are even killing their own children and eating them. So we see two different events, right, taking place 1,000 years apart, or 1,000+ years apart, one in the ancient land of Judea, 1st century, and the other in colonial America, 1600s, right? Two different events, 1,000+ years apart, both describing the same thing happening to a woman. And so if one is going to claim they are an Israelite or that their people are Israelites, they have to show that what happened to the ancient Israelites also happened to their people thousands of years later. And since Yehudim already cut himself from trying to prove half of them, he can't say I'm wrong on anything because I'm showing my people went through the same exact stuff that ancient Israelites went through. But let's continue, right? As y'all can see, that was just the cannibalism aspect right there. So we're done. That's point 9. Let's move on to point 10. We got 2 more after this. All right. Not knowing Spaniards' language. Deuteronomy 28:33. A people you do not know shall eat of the produce of your soil and all your gains or grains, and you shall be abused and downtrodden continually. Deuteronomy 28:49. The Lord will bring a nation against you from afar, from the end of the earth, which will swoop down like the eagle, a nation whose language you do not understand. Let's go to American Holocaust, David Standard, page 65. So it went from island to island, small and large, throughout the Caribbean, wherever Columbus planted a cross, making, as he said, the declarations that are required and claiming ownership of the land for the royal patrons back in Spain. Despite the fact that Columbus noted in his own journal of the voyage that the people of this land do not understand me nor I them, Ludicrous though this scene may appear to us in respect, at the time it was a deadly serious ritual, similar in ways, equally ludicrous and deadly to the other famous ritual the Spanish bestowed upon the non-Spanish speaking people of the Americas, the requerimiento, right? Or if I'm not pronouncing that right, but whatever. So we see right there, it's automatically right. Boom, automatic. There was more that I could have put there, but I didn't have enough time to put it. But y'all get the gist of what I'm saying. We didn't understand Spanish, obviously. So when the Spaniards and the Portuguese and the French came over here and the Englishmen came over here, we not understand those languages. So therefore, that fulfills with our people from Central America, South America, North America. That look, I don't get it. That's Mexico. Mexico is basically Central America, all the like from Mexico down to Guatemala, Panama Canal. That's Central America. South America is obviously South America, and North America is from Texas to like up there, right? So that's all. The whole place should just be called the Americas. But anyways, let's continue.
Let me, Jeremiah, let me interrupt you real quick right
What's
there.
up, bro? Go ahead.
Let me do a parenthesis right there because I just want to speak on the 12 tribe chart right there when it comes to like the Issacharites being the Mexicans and like the Mayans being like Zebulon. Well, I think they got it wrong because when it comes to the predominant people that were pushing this knowledge of the stars and constellations, the precession of the planets and whatever the like. I'm talking about the Mayan calendar. Well, the Mayan calendar, they were the first ones to start noting, writing down the times of the heavens, the heavenly celestial movements, whatever, right? All that stuff.
Right. Yeah.
Astronomy, basically. Well, the Aztecs were the ones that copy the Mayans, bro. So if we really want to be honest with ourselves when it comes to the 12 tribe chart, well, the Mayans will be the Issacharites because again, like the breakdown will be like, well, Issachar is in between two burdens. Well, what is this two burdens according to the breakdown, like the camps that I teach? Well, the burden will be like America and like South America, supposedly, right? Because that will be like Issachar couching between two burdens. Well, if we're really gonna be like honest with the breakdown, well, the Mayans will be more considered to be the Issacharites because they're the ones that predominantly pushed out this idea of writing down time and celestial movements and whatever the like, because the Aztecs were the ones that copied the Mayans, because the Mayans, I mean, the entire world speaks of what? The Aztec calendar or the Mayan? Obviously, the Mayan calendar. Everybody speaks on that.
True.
Well, because the Mayans were the ones that were predominant. So I just want to speak on that, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No problem. It's all good. It's all good, right? Let me see real quick. Let me send this real quick. All right. Yeah, that's actually a very good point to make. But let's continue here, guys. Let's go. All right, so we see in Deuteronomy 28, 43, and 44, right? It says, the stranger in your midst shall rise above you higher and higher, while you sink lower and lower. He shall be your creditor, but you shall not be his. He shall be the head, and you the tail. We see, now this could be easily explained. I really don't have to go into any sources, but I'm going to do it anyways. But this could be easily explained on how when those other nations came over here, like the Hamites, the Japhites, the Europeans, Spaniards, Portuguese, the French, all of them came over here. It's like they were the tail at first, we were the head. When they came over here, they rose higher above us. For with the Hamites, they came over here, they ruled over us, right? And they afflicted us. So that's one point where it can be shown to be proven. The second point would be from when the Europeans and Spaniards and Portuguese and French came over here to the present day, how we are pushed down lower and lower, and those people rule over the very countries or the Americas today. Those countries rule over us today. We may not see it. We have Europeans in place as presidents in a country that their ancestors are foreign to. So that's another point, that's how it can be proven today, 43 and 44. But just to mention other little sources here, just to prove it even further, right? Let me go here. This can literally speak on current events, right? Of how our people are, at the bottom while strangers among us are on a better state financially, right? Also speak on the Black Wall Street, right? That is also connected with the strangers thriving. Let's read right here, right? The socioeconomic patterns of what is now called Latin America were set in the colonial era when the region was controlled by the Spanish and Portuguese empires. Up until independence in the early 19th century, colonial Latin America regional economies worked things out. Many parts of the region had favorable factor endowments of deposits of precious metals, mainly silver, or tropical climate conditions and locations near coasts that allowed for the development of cane sugar plantations. In the 19th century, following independence, many economies of Latin America declined. In the late 19th century, much of Latin America was integrated into the world economy as an exporter of commodities, right? So let's see here. Foreign capital investment, construction of infrastructure, and such as railroads, growth in the labor sector with immigration from abroad, strengthening of institutions, and expansion of education aided industrial growth and economic expansion. A number of regions have thriving economies, but poverty and inequality have been deeply rooted in Latin American societies since the early colonial era. As y'all can read right there, the sources. I don't know why I did not space them out, which makes it harder for, because there's more than one, but it makes it harder for y'all to see. But basically, yeah, the sources are right there, so y'all can read those. Y'all can go back and listen to them, right? Next source. This is from Ha Jung Chang, Bad Samaritans, The Myth of Free Trade and the Secret of Capitalism, New York, Random House, 2008, page 28. Not going to read everything, just going to read a little piece for y'all. But let me see here. It states from the beginning, Latin American governments undertook a series of structural reforms in the 1980s and 90s, including trade liberalization for most, I don't know why I put must, for most of Latin America, and privatization, which were often made a condition of loans by the IMF and the World Bank. Chile, which had experienced the 1973 military coup and then years of dictatorial, I don't know how to pronounce that word, I can never do that, rule, implemented sweeping economic changes in the 1970s. Stabilization 1975, privatization 1974 to 78, financial reform 75, labor reform 79, pension reform 1981. And Mexico's economy had crashed in 1982, and it began shifting its long-term economic policies to reform finances in 1986. But even more significant change came under the government of Carlos Salinas de Gortari, 1988-1984. Salinas sought Mexico's entry into the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement so that liberalization of trade policies, privatization of state-owned companies, and legal security for property rights were essential if Mexico was to be successful. All right. So basically, we see here, right, how these countries are coming over here and becoming more powerful as the years go by. They're starting to control more, and those who are indigenous to this country are not in that position as these people are. But let's continue, right? And soon, this is gonna be, this is the one of the second to the last source, right? After this is point 12, and I got like probably what's 17, 18, 19, 20. Probably about 3 slides after this next scripture, then we are done. But y'all will see. Let's go. It's actually verse 68, and I found the sources from the quarterly review of the Methodist Episcopal Church. It's very good, guys. So we're gonna read that right now. Watch. All right. So this is the source: Thorpe, Progress, Poverty, and Exclusion, page 207. It states this, right? Latin American countries took a debt to fuel the economic growth and integration into a globalizing market. The promise of export earnings using borrowed money enticed many Latin American countries to take on loans valued in US dollars that could expand their economic capacity. Excuse me. Creditors were eager to invest in Latin America since the mid 1970s. Real interest rates were low, and optimistic commodity forecasts made lending a rational economic decision. Foreign capital poured into Latin America, linking developed and developing countries financially. The vulnerabilities in the arrangement were initially ignored. And so we see, right, how these heathens came over here, they took over. We then became the tail, they then became the head. They became more powerful. We were continuously pushed down. This can also be seen with Black Wall Street, right? What happens with them, how some, like many African Americans, they say, oh, this and that, this was taken from us, therefore that prophecy fulfills with us. Well, okay, cool. Let's just pan to some logic here. For instance, sharecroppers. what happened in the 1940s or early whatever 1800s or whatever, how they were given, you know, whatever donkeys or land, and then it was taken from them by the Europeans, and how they say, oh, that fulfills the prophecy. No, it doesn't, because those animals that they were in control of, you know what I'm saying, was ours. Therefore, that was taken from us by Europeans, given to them. And even today, our land is given to into the hand of the enemy. Our food and everything. Well, obviously, we can still live on our own sometimes, but we can't do things without the government's permission. Therefore, we are the tail and the head from this heathen nation who has power over us and can basically tell us what to do. But that fulfills the prophecy again, right? Now let's continue. Deuteronomy 28:68. This is the last point. 12 points in total for 12 tribes of Israel. 4 points each. 4, 4, 4. I could have did it like 3 rounds or whatever, like in a debate, but that's not what I'm doing right now. Let's read, right? I'm going to explain something after this whole point right here, but this is Deuteronomy 28:68, where it states, the Lord will send you back to Egypt in galleys. Galleys is ships, right? By a route which I told you shall not see again. There you shall offer yourselves for sale to your enemies as male and female slaves, but no one will buy. The first instance where Israel was, or the nation of Israel, Judeans were taken to Egypt again, or taken back to Egypt on ships, was, y'all could read 3rd Maccabees 4, almost the entire chapter, where it states that the Israelites were taken taken to Egypt on ships, but they were not able to be sold as slaves because there was just so much of them, right? So let's read this source material right here, and this is a very good one. This is, the Quarterly Review of the Methodist Episcopal Church, South, Volume 8 and Volume 32, I believe. Let's read it. I don't know if y'all can see all of it, but if y'all can, that's good. So let's read, right? It states, the Quarterly Review of the Methodist Episcopal Church, South, Volume 8, Volume 32. It may be readily conceived that the prospect of gainful pillage would have somewhat to do in determining the conditions of a just war. But the established principle was admitted by all ministers and laymen that an Indian prisoner might be justly sold into slavery in a foreign country. Oh, that fulfills that point where I made, where it says you shall be taken to a place that you do not know, or the scripture where it says you shall be taken to a place where you don't know. That fulfills that, right? But let's continue. A dangerous neighbor was removed, and in exchange, a cheap workman was obtained. White servants would not keep their contracts and would soon set up for themselves, right? Then it says the Moors were a property owned as chattels and kept at a cost of 1/20th of the expense of an English servant. Not only was this exchange of Indian captives for African slaves considered expedient and proper, but it was believed to be, in one sense, matter of fact, let me go and highlight that for y'all right quick. It says right here, right? Okay. Right there, that highlighted portion. If y'all can see that, that's awesome, right? That little highlighted portion where it says a fulfillment of prophecy, right? So let me read that over again. Not only was this exchange of Indian captives for African slaves considered expedient and proper, but it was believed to be, in one sense, a fulfillment of prophecy. They're talking about the Torah. Whoever wrote this was talking about the Torah, right? But it says at that early day, it was a prevalent opinion that the American Indians were the descendants of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. There were numerous prophecies concerning these, not a few of the prophecies suiting the convenience and the comfortable establishment of the Puritan settlers. Speaking of the Israelitish origin of the American Indians, Cotton Mather is very ingenious in drawing parallels between the Hebrew people of the dispersion and the Indians, showing how many traits they had in common. Let's continue. But anyways, right here, the next part, Eliot, the apostle to the Indians, is described as interesting himself in the fortunes of the American savage, largely with the view to cooperate with the spirit of the prophecies recorded in the Old Testament. Mather, in his Magnalia, writes of Eliot as follows. Moreover, it is a prophecy in Deuteronomy, the Roman numeral XXV triple I, right, which is 28. Not 88, but verse 68, right? It says, the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. Hold on. Why did I put Theo? That's dumb. Okay, here we go. All right. I'll bring thee into Egypt again with ships by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again, and there shall ye be sold unto your enemies, and no man shall buy you, right? This little portion right here, I'm going to highlight that piece so y'all can see that as well. It's going to be in orange, right? Excuse me. It states, oh, shoot, hold on, what I do? All right, let me get that real quick. Just add that there. And it states this. Specifically, right? It states this. This did our Elliot imagine accomplished when the captives taken by us in our late wars upon them were sent to be sold. My gosh, hold on. Okay, yeah, this did our Elliot imagine accomplished when the captives taken by us in our late wars upon them were sent to be sold in the coastline not very remote from Egypt on the Mediterranean Sea, and scarcely any chapman would offer to take them off, right? So we see here, right? This is a literal fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28, how our people were taken, right? Not only by Columbus, but also by Europeans after him to not only Seville, Spain, but also Europe and various parts of the Mediterranean. Egypt lies on the Mediterranean coast. The northern Egypt lies on the Mediterranean coast. The land of Israel lies on the Mediterranean coast. Therefore, we were taken to parts around there, and it's not so far-fetched to say that American Indian slaves were taken all along the northern coast of Africa, all the way to the Levant, and all the way to the southern coast of Turkey. It's not far-fetched to say that because you got people over there that look like us today. In the land of Israel, you got people that look like us. In Egypt, you got people that look like us. In Libya, what's his name? Muammar Gaddafi. He looked like a Hispanic man, but he wasn't, as far as I know. Who knows if he was a descendant of Aztecs or whatever? Who really knows, right? But anyways, y'all see how this proves it, right?
Jeremy, let me
What's
do
up?
another. Let me do another parenthesis there, because you know, a lot of people in the community, they always ask us, right? Like, well, show us, you know, all these Hispanic communities all over the world, like literally right now. Check this out. I'm gonna put myself solo, and I'm gonna show you guys like these stores that I was telling you about earlier, right? Check this
Yeah, go
out.
ahead.
All right, hold on. Check this out. We have it says the outline of the Latin American diaspora in the world, right? We have Africa, Asia, and so on and so forth. It says a significant Latin American community is scarcely to be found in Africa, even in the former Portuguese colonies, from the end of the 16th century to the end of the 19th century. Now, check this out. People will be asking us, oh, show us, you know, the communities in Asia. Show us the communities of so-called Hispanics, Mexicans in Asia and Oceania. I mean, New Zealand, Europe, Spain, Italy, Portugal, United Kingdom, Germany, France, Russia.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna show you. Watch this. Watch this. Let's start with Asia, right? It says the main extra-regional destination of Latin American migration to Asia has mostly been directed to Japan. The most significant migration corridors joining South America with Asia can be found in Brazilian and Peruvian migration to Japan, as well as smaller groups of migrants from different Latin American states such as Bolivia and Argentina. The presence of Latin Americans in other states in the region is minimal in comparison, as the case of Mexicans in the Philippines or when compared to the Asian communities present in Latin American countries. It says, Latin Americans represent the second largest immigrant community in Japan. The first flow of South American foreign nationals came to Japan seeking residency before World War II.
Isn't that where
Before
Judah
World War
is?
II. What?
Yep,
Isn't it where
exactly.
Judah
Yep.
lives?
Yeah, Japan. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it says, but the past 3 decades have witnessed a high flow of migration, the immigration control, or so on and so forth. So now check these numbers, right? It says,
Sorry. Yep, there you go.
yeah, where is it at? The Immigration Control and Refugee Recognition Act granted indefinite residency to Latin American migrants in 1990. Right now, check this out. We're talking about 1990s. This is the numbers back in those days. The most recent census revealed the Latin American immigrants in Japan come from the following countries: Brazil, 267,456. Peru, 57,000. Bolivia, 6,000. Argentina, 3,000. Colombia, 2,000. Paraguay, 2,000. Mexico, 1990. Almost 2,000, whatever. Now let's go to Philippines. It says the Mexican presence in the Philippines dates back to Spanish colonial rule, when a significant flow of Mexicans were brought to the country due to trans-Pacific trade. Now, when it says trans-Pacific trade, bro, it's also talking about the intra-Atlantic slave trade that took place on this side of the world prior to the so-called, what they call it, the so-called slave trade of the 1600s.
Yep.
Fuck.
Definite fact.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to my computer, bro.
Oh man.
Fucking demons.
It's glitching.
Yeah. This shit happens all the time when I'm bringing something now, bro. It happens all the time, bro. But
yeah, yeah,
go ahead, bro.
the gist, yeah. So the gist, right? We're also known as on that, right? And let's see, here in the Americas, we're known as Mexicans, or let me see here because I have it written down here. Let me see. And here in the USA, right, or the US or Arsaret, we're known as Mexican, Native American, wetback, beaner, fence hopper, bunch of different tribes, and that's what the world knows us as, right? In Japan, we're known as the Anu and the Burakumin, right? But also like other, like you said, we're also scattered there too. But for the last point, in Yemen, we're known as the Habani and Temmanim. So we are known as different names all around the world. It's just that they need these, like Negro onlys, those who feel like the Israelites are only a black people, which is a lie. And I'm not trying to be messed up. I'm not trying to say anything derogatory or anything like that. I'm just saying, for these Negro onlys, they feel like, oh, this is right. Y'all don't fit nothing. Y'all ain't scattered everywhere around the world, bro. Yes, we are. Stop it. That is foolish to say that we aren't.
Curse are you in? Like what are you
No,
going?
I'm already on the last one. I'm on 68. It's the end of the PowerPoint right here. The last one. Oh, the 23. Yes, totally. Almost forgot.
Oh yeah, man. That right there.
Almost forgot, bro. Hold on. Give me 1 second. This is the last one. Let me see here if I can find it real quick. Let me go up here. God damn it. Give me 1 second, y'all. My bad. Let me see here. Gotta find it because I have so many notes in either of my phones. It's hard for me sometimes to even find what I'm looking for because I just have too much.
Take your time, man. Take your time, bro.
Let's see it.
You know what I'm saying?
Let's see.
Yo, man, I hope everybody's, chilling, man, enjoying the lesson, bro, enjoying the information, bro. It's powerful. Like I said, man, if you have information, bro, and the information is factual, it's not like a pseudo information, like a lot of these cats be pushing out, then, bro, like you're powerful. Like you are powerful, bro. And that's exactly like what a lot of these countries, what they do today. They do what they call what do they call it? Geopolitical warfare. Well, geopolitical warfare, bro, is nothing more than information warfare through information, through cyberspace, exchange of like intelligence from different. And basically that's what's going on when we talk about the wars of Canaan, bro. We're literally talking about the wars of information, bro. That's exactly whoever sits on the throne of information, bro. That's who controls the narrative, right?
Exactly.
Well, controlling the narrative today with the Christian church, all these religions on the planet, and now you have these massive stronghold, bro, in Jericho, bro.
Yes, exactly, bro.
In the spiritual realms, which is a lot of these One West camps that are teaching man-made doctrines, bro. And like I said earlier, not just man-made doctrines, bro, but they're pushing out a lot of these pseudo information. And so when you're simple-minded, bro, when you don't know stuff, when you don't know how to research, bro, if you hear these brothers, you listen to them, immediately you're gonna get brainwashed. Why? Because you don't know anything, bro. You just you're like you're gonna be like mesmerized, like super quick, pretty easily, bro. And that's what's going on. That's exactly the problem today.
Yeah. All right. So just to finish off, oh man, I forgot 62. I forgot that one because two more basically then. All right. So Let me just get these through these real quick, and then we could close it out or speak on whatever anybody else wants to jump on. We could do that. But let me get to this one right here. All right, so verse 23, right? People should know that it has a spiritual meaning. The word brass represents a low state, as in the lowest of metals. It also goes into lust or harlotry, which is, in idolatry. But the root word for the word brass goes into practicing the magical arts like Santeria, witchcraft, dealing with powers from the left, right? From strong Hebrews 5172, Nahas. The word heavens also means, like, in 23, a state. No, I messed up here. The word heavens also means kingdom or state of rulership. So the word brass is connected to the word dubious as well. The word dubious means unsure or uncertain, feeling about something, causing doubt, uncertainty, or suspicion. The word iron means harshness and oppression, right, in Hebrew. So verse 23 should read something like, our kingdom and state of rulership will be brought to a low state, Lamentations 2:1. Our people would sink to low, like brass is lowered metal, to the point that our people became a harlot into idolatry. Their earth became iron, meaning our nation suffered harshness and oppression, right? And on
Exactly.
top of that, and on top of all that, our heaven became brass, meaning dubious, which is a state of uncertainty, doubting, and unsure. And that is exactly what happened after our kings were killed off. Bro, man, my dad got these freaking guinea pigs out here, man.
There's something funny, bro.
I know, right? All right, let's continue, right? And it says, after our kings were killed off, our shamans, priests, burnt, killed, and our nation sold into slavery. It was all dubious brass, right?
Yep.
And so, and for let me see here, for verses, I think, how was it? Wait a minute, let me see. I don't need to do that. All right, so the last one, which would be verse 62. Let this just be the end right here. I'm just gonna put it on the last slide so y'all know. That's 121, by the way. I could have had it to 125 had I put the rest. This little bit of information left. I could have put it to 125 and possibly 127, but I didn't put other information in there, which because it would have took me too long or it took me more time. But anyways, let me just get to this last one, and then we are finished here, proving that people are Israel, right? So let me just see right here. What's wrong with these? Okay. Man, these little guinea pigs are drinking the water, making the little noises, and it's getting annoying. But anyways, right? This is from a brief account of the destruction of the Indies by Bartolomé de las Casas, like I read before, right? This is fulfilling verse 62, I believe. I can't remember what page this is. I didn't screenshot it, right? Whatever, right? But anyways, it says this. Let me scroll down here. Let me see. Let me start. Where is it at? 1 second. Let me just start right here. For the space of 40 years after their first landing, but the massacre of these wretches, whom they have so inhumanely and barbarously butchered and harassed with several kinds of torments never before known or heard of, which you shall have some account in the following discourse, that of 3 millions of persons which lived in Hispaniola itself, there was at present but the inconsiderable remnant of scarce 300, nay, the Isle of But yeah, y'all get the point. Y'all get the point right there on that one. Next page, it says, let me see, where is it? Right here. All right, so it states, right, that during the 40-year space wherein they exercised their sanguinary and detestable tyranny in those regions above, 12 millions, computing men, women, and children, have undeservedly perished, nor do I conceive that I should deviate from the truth by saying that about 50 millions in all paid their last debt to nature. 50 million, that's that. And then in American Holocaust, it says 80 million. 80 million people died. So that's 50 million here, 80 million there. Now add in the ones from North America as we know it today, during that time period of, like, westward expansion and manifest destiny. Just imagine how much of them were killed off.
Oh yeah, man.
Millions of millions. So like I said before, that's over almost 200 million of our people that were killed. The greatest genocide in history that nobody ever talks about is worse than, the African slavery. No disrespect, that was like 12 million people there. You had Adolf Hitler, who supposedly killed 6 million Jews. You had King Leopold II of Belgium, who killed, let me see, I think 8 million or 10 million. Let's see what else. Who else was there? Cecil Rhodes, who killed almost the same. Mao Zedong, I heard he killed almost 50 million. I forgot who or what ethnic group it was. But then you got the Indians here in the Americas. Though you were as the sands of the sea, ye shall be left few in number. That can be perfectly explained with the North American Indian tribes, how they are on reservations and are not at the great number they once were 500, 600 years ago, before colonial times. So that further proves the prophecy. 62 fulfilled. I should have told you to write down every verse that I was saying, because you would have seen that it's literally like 66, 67 verses, minus the ones in between 15 and 68 that aren't really curses. They're just explaining if you do this, you will do this, or if you don't do this, this will happen. Minus
Yeah.
that, about 66 verses, like every single one,
Right.
every single one is fulfilled, proven, no falsity, no pseudo sources, none of that whack ass shit that Yehudium tries to bring out, right? And so, let me get this off already. Hold on. How do I? Okay, stop screen sharing. All right, so there we go. Right. So that's the culmination of 2 or 3 months of research, right, concerning the natives and the curses of Deuteronomy, as I said, and as Yehudium has helped me prove without even realizing it, and being the ignorant man that he has shared with me things that have proven my point even further, and have exposed his stupidity and everything he has said. This is our Smith, period. And I don't know if they're watching. I really do not care if they are watching, but they better
I'm sure.
know.
I'm sure they
They,
are, bro. I'm sure they
yeah,
are. I mean, they stay in the background because I send the video to mighty Hebrew, mighty Shebrew. I
yeah,
send it to him. Obviously, I mean, they're probably gonna watch in the background and just saying anything because they're afraid.
exactly.
They're afraid.
But yeah, there you go. That's what I had on Deuteronomy 28. That is a more proper breakdown than what Yehudium has shown. This is 3 hours, 36 minutes, right? Now, Yehudium's was only like an hour and what, 20 minutes? Fucking trash, right? Straight trash. An hour and 20 minutes compared to almost 3 hours worth of information. You want to tell me that I'm wrong, that I don't know anything? Come on, bro. Stop it. Like, he claims to be, look, this is the crazy thing. He claims to be Hebrew, right? Then he tells me that I'm the Hamite, I'm the African. I don't even look African. I really don't. I mean, I may have some African American features from my mom, you know what I'm saying? From her dad, who is not or from African American. I may have some features, but I'm not African though. I'm what you would call Mexican or Mexica, the anointed ones, or Hebrew, for a better lack of words, right? And so this clown, as I said before, he claims that I'm the Hamite. I don't know this word. I should stay away from the Bible. Yet he doesn't even go into the Hebrew as much as I do, or anybody else who claims to be or so-called Latino or Mexican or whatever, but claims to be an Israelite. So the question is then raised: how the hell are you gonna let a fucking Hamite know more about the Hebrew and go more into the Hebrew than you? If I'm a fucking Hamite, it doesn't make any sense, right? Excuse my language. So that alone, right there, he already cut himself, right? Because he said they only fulfill the plagues, not the curses, or no, the curses follow, but the plagues don't. Therefore, if the curses follow and plagues don't, he cannot use the disease aspects of Deuteronomy 28 to even show that his people fulfill them. Period. Therefore, he has cut himself from using even half of them, but not me, because I say my people fulfill every single one. Jotted together. Y'all saw the way I have it together. I did it to where it broken down. It broke down into 12 main points minus the extras. Oh, there were ones I did forget to mention. I'm not gonna speak on them clearly like a lot, but it's verses 20, 28, 29, 66, no, 65, 66, and 67. Those can be explained by the disparity our people feel. You know how I said you will be grow up at noonday and stuff like that, and you'll be stricken with blindness. You'll be mad in the mind and stuff. Y'all, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. My little brother, and then I'm promise you, I promise you, I put on the Most High, dude. I promise you, I put on my deceased stepfather, my deceased little bro. My one of my little brothers, the third oldest, right? He's 21 and stuff. He suffers from paranoia and schizophrenia, very serious mental issue. It is crazy, yo. Like I'm not even sometimes I'm scared because it's just like I've seen what people who are in those conditions can do, and I pray that he doesn't go through it. He doesn't like his mind doesn't like just flip and he winds up doing something, right? But in Deuteronomy, it says you'll be stricken with madness of your mind. That's like that can be broken down into paranoia. It can be broken down into schizophrenia, talking to yourself, going crazy. My little brother does that. He's been doing that since 2018, and it scares me and it makes me sad because I see it and I see that riddled in Deuteronomy. So like for people who tell me I'm not an Israelite, my people ain't Israelites, that's stupid because I've been through things that only Israelites or only Deuteronomy 28 is speaking about. I've been through a period of poverty. I've had to live in a shelter when I was younger because I didn't have a place to go to. Was homeless. My family can be called semi-nomadic or nomadic people because we moved place to place for like the last 15 years, from Texas to Florida to Indiana, back down to Texas, from various cities in Texas. We are nomadic people, and Israelites are nomadic people, right? So yeah, that proves without a shadow of a doubt that my people, my brothers, my mom, my grandmother, my aunts and uncles, everybody, we are Israelites, period. And I don't want to hear nobody tell me shit. They probably ain't gonna tell me shit because they probably think I'm whack, but they ain't never gonna watch this and try to debunk it. That we are Israelites, period. I just want to say that.
Yeah, man. Man, all praise to the Most High, bro. You know, I just wanna, I just wanna show you guys this real quick. You see that? That's my face right now, bro. That should be everybody's face. Whoever watches this video, bro, you know, after you finish the whole thing, that should be your face, bro. Clapping, smiling, bro, with all the information, the plethora of information that is out there, bro. And that's exactly what we're saying, bro. Like when it comes to the discussions, the dialogues, the conversations that we have with a lot of these Africans, wannabe Hebrews, Shemitic tribes, and whatnot.
Yeah,
they can ever, you know, prove their case. All the curses, you know, in this matter, being fulfilled in West Africa at all, bro. When we ask them, like, oh, well, show us how you fit the curses in West Africa, it's all crickets, bro. They're like, well,
exactly.
you know, that happened in the land, bro. Okay, well, how come we can actually prove it happening both in the land and outside the land, meaning in Arsareth, aka
Hey, look, real quick. I don't know what y'all gonna talk about right now, but give me 1 minute because I got a funny Yu-Gi-Oh card I want to show you. I just saw it today. It is so funny. But give me 1 second. I'm gonna get it. What?
Right.
Hey, Smart, to pick up on what you were saying, right? That's exactly what we've been doing for years. With all these so-called One West and Negroites. You notice that when we first did that with Sakari. When we fitted the Sakari, we were asking them, well, how you guys fit this and this and that? Oh, we fit it in 70 AD, blah, 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 blah. And I told him, well, he tried to pull a Pepe. I already did a video on this that everybody can see on Facebook. What Sakari did that night was pull a Pepe. Basically using all of Pepe's moves because what we did to Sakari is what Sakari did to Pepe. Every time, and Pepe, for everybody who don't know who Pepe is, he's a Jewish rabbi. I believe he's from Miami or something like that. But he's a Jewish rabbi who they debated about the curses. And they kept asking the brother, they kept asking the rabbi, well, how do you fit this curse and this curse and this curse, right? And the rabbi, what the rabbi did was went to the scriptures and say, hey, look in the book of Jeremiah, this and this and that. He was showing them throughout the book. You know what I'm saying? How the Israelites fit the curses. And what did Sakari say? Well, show it through your history that your people went through that, right? To show them. That's what they told them the whole night. That's exactly what we did to the Sakari. When we asked them, through, of course, my favorite curse, 49 to 52, how did you guys fit this? Nothing but crickets, right? They couldn't do it. What did they say? Oh, that happened in 70 AD. Or that happened when in the Babylonian captivity. Oh, it happened right here in Zephaniah. That's what they were doing that night. But we asked them, no, show us in your history, any sources from your history that you people went through this. I did it to them. I did it to Akaz. Everybody remember that debate I did with Akaz? I did the same thing to him. I did it to so many Negroes that I have gotten my hands on. What's the other guy? Patrick O'Neill or whatever his name is, O'Brien, whatever his name is.
Patrick O'Connor, yeah.
Yeah, Patrick O'Connor. I did it to Yahudium. I did it to Yehudium multiple times. The 2 times I debated him when I asked him how they fit this, and everybody can watch that debate. Yehudium said he has no source to prove that they did.
Bro, and that's exactly why they always want us to like not go into the books and historical records, because we can do it, but they cannot.
Yeah, this is why you have this big movement of them trying to steal our identity, because that's the next thing. Because once they could still try to steal our identity, they could take all our sources and say, "Oh, that's us, not y'all." And this is why we tell brothers and sisters all the time, y'all better get on and start learning y'all history and start and not just battling on a biblical stance, because we don't just battle biblically. Like, people don't understand. We're on Facebook. We you know what I'm saying? We're on Native American sites. You know what I'm saying? That's pure. A lot of people don't know. We don't just debate biblical stuff. We also debate about who are the original natives of this land. We debate the Egyptians.
All right, I'm back. Hey, look,
You know what I'm saying?
this is a Yu-Gi-Oh card. This is a Yu-Gi-Oh card, right? It's called my Lucky Iron Axe. It's a spell card. Look at that. Got some funny shit. I just used my Lucky Iron Axe on them intellectually.
Right.
Boom.
Exactly.
I don't know what that reads right there, but
Yeah.
Use my Iron Axe on them.
Bro, and that's also scriptural, bro, because it speaks about that in the book of Jeremiah when it says that ye are my battle axe, bro. As a matter of fact, let's get that scripture, bro.
Yeah,
let's get that scripture, bro, in a minute, bro. Before we even, as a matter of fact, let's get that scripture, bro, and then I'm gonna go into something else real quick, but hold on. Ye are my battle. Yeah, exactly. And what Jose Vega was saying is true, bro. Like, we've been debating not just like about biblical stuff, but historical. You know what I'm saying? That's, historical. It's like when it comes to a lot of these people claiming to be natives, they're not natives, and so on and so forth. But check it out. The book of Jeremiah 51 verse 20, it says, "Thou art my battle axe and weapons of war." You see that, bro? That's it right there, man. We are weapons. We are the weapons of war in the hand of the Most High, bro. And now obviously we're not saying, well, go ahead over there and do such and such. No, that's not what we're saying. Just in case somebody takes our video out of context. No, this is a spiritual warfare, bro. This is a warfare that has to do with the mind. The mind is being taken captive. The spirit is being taken captive through the ways of information, and the ways of deception, bro. Right? Yep. And that's exactly what we're called to do, to actually prove a friend. That's what the Bible says. Prove a friend. When you get as a friend, prove them first, and don't be hasty to credit them. Meaning, don't be quick to trust the information that's being brought out by a lot of these religions, institutions, New Age movements, these camps, and all these other religions in the world, bro. Because at the end of the day, everybody is pushing this out to deceive the entire world. Basically, the entire world has been brought into a bubble of deception, bro. But the Most High says that we are His weapons of war, bro. And that's the war that's going on today, is the war of information. So, I just want to give a shout out to Jeremiah, bro, for a great job at the presentation, bro. And once again, this is my face when the information was being brought out, bro. This should be people's faces right now, with the information that the brother has put out. The brother spent like 3 months researching, putting this out, putting this down, writing this down, bro, asking questions, so on and so forth, bro. And that's what the Bible says. I also want to give a shout out to Jose Vega, aka the Diligent Destroyer, bro, for putting in a lot of work. You brothers have seen Jose Vega debate, like a lot of these Negroites, a lot of these Hamites, a lot of these leaders from these camps, and so on and so forth. But check this out. I'm gonna read the book of Romans chapter 13 verse 7. It says, "Render therefore to all their dues." You see, render therefore to all their dues, tribute to whom tribute is due, custom to whom custom, fear to whom fear, honor to whom honor is due. You see, so I want to render honor to Jose Vega, and the Philistine slayer, the Diligent Destroyer, aka Jose Vega, bro, for all the work they've done to help our people out, bro, to help our nation out. And, you brothers seen how, powerful these brothers are in the spirit of the side, being what? Being the weapons, bro. Being the weapons, the acts of war, bro. You see that?
Battle
This
axe.
is this is what's about, bro. It's about us, battling a lot of these doctrines, these falsehood that has risen against the imaginations, bro, against our people. Now, obviously, the imaginations takes place where? In the mind, in the
Mm-hmm.
mind. So warfare begins in the mind.
Hey, I want to address a few things from his presentation. Just to add a few things. Hey, Jeremiah, what was that scripture you pulled in the book of Hosea about the children being dashed to stone?
Chapter 13, verse 16.
Yeah, read that real quick for the
All right,
people.
give me one
I'm
second.
going to show everybody how we fit that to a T. Watch this.
All right. Let's say this is gonna be 14:1 because I'm reading from Sepharim, which makes the chapter very different. But in other translations, it's chapter 13, verse 16. But here it's chapter 14, verse 1. But it reads, Samaria must bear her guilt, for she has defied her God. They shall fall by the sword. Their infants shall be dashed to death, and the women with child ripped open. When it dashed to death, on the other translations, means like the child or children would be thrown against the rocks. But yeah, you get the point.
All right, now I want everybody to check this out from the book, right? Like he was reading earlier from Pato de la Casa under the chapter of Hispaniola. It reads this. I said they even laid wages of whether they could manage to slice a man in two with a stroke, or cut an individual's head off from his body, or disembowel him with a single blow of their axes. They grabbed suckling infants by the feet and ripping them from their mother's breast, dashing them headlong against the rocks. Others, laughing and joking all the while, threw them over their shoulders and into the river, shouting, "Wiggle, you little perishers." They slaughtered everyone in their path, on occasion running through a mother and her baby with a single thrust of the sword. They spared no one, erecting especially wide gibbets on which they could string up their victims up with their feet just off the ground and then burn them alive 13 at a time in honor of our Savior of the 12 apostles, and tie dry straw to their bodies and set it on fire. Just did you see that? How they took the babies, dashed it with against the rocks, and they used to have bets about how they could slice over the men and women with just one slice of the sword or the axe. On occasions, even the mothers seemed they could, with one slice of the sword, kill the mother and ripping over the mother's womb with the baby, right? So clearly, we know who fits that curse. Now, I want to show you other brothers. I want to show you something very powerful, right? Because we were just talking about how they were, burned at 13 alive, right? They would put them on that. But not only that, look at this, right? These are Native Americans on crosses, right? Look what it reads. It says Native American Indian massacre. American Native woman hung on crosses. So many, hold on before it dies. So many natives died and suffered many cruel deaths. Sometimes there would be fields full of natives on crosses that you could not count them, almost as if they were the forest themselves. You see that, people? There were so many of them being put on crosses and being hung. Look, they look like a forest. This was done for hundreds. Hold on.
That's crazy, yo.
Hold on. This was done for hundreds of years by the Spaniards as they practiced extensive use of torture, murder, and mutilation against the natives. These cruelties were designed to be extraordinarily cruel so that the natives would not think or look at themselves to be human. Many languages and tribes became extinct, almost wiping out the native nations, leaving very few behind to die from from other causes such as whatever disease and everything like that, right? Now, read the other curse that you were saying. What was the curse that told you about? Our children were taken away from the mother and father.
I bet I got you right now. Let me see here real quick. Let me see. I believe
Because our
it's
people love visuals, so we're gonna give them some more visuals. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, exactly, bro. I got you. Let me just get to it real quick because I have to go all the way. Let me see. All right, in 1 second, a minute. Get to it real quick. That's that one. That's that one. God dang it, where is it at? Okay, 1 second. I have to go all the way up. Past that one. That's not that one.
I believe
Okay.
it's 62 or something like that.
Yeah, I believe so. Let me see. 52. Okay, I'm passing the ones. I'm talking about that. Talking about that. Bison slaughter. Not that one.
Verse 62.
Uh, yeah. Okay, I got you right now. 60. You said 62, right? Or
Yeah,
52?
yeah, 62, 62.
Okay, let me see here. Okay, I almost got it right now. I'm pulling up on it yet. Let me see. Slash of slaves, ladies in chains. It's coming up right about now. Should be. Well, what verse was it talking about again? Where children taken as slaves and stuff?
Yeah, that will be taken away from the parents and stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah, definitely, no doubt. Okay, so it's up here then. Okay, children taken away from their parents. All right, this is Deuteronomy 28, 32, and 41, where it states, "Your sons and daughters shall be delivered to another people while you look on, and your eyes shall strain for them constantly, but you shall be helpless." Verse 41, "Though you beget sons and daughters, they shall not remain with you, for they shall go into captivity."
Okay, now read verse 62.
Verse 62. All right, let me see here. Dang it. Let me see. Verse 62.
Matter of fact, no, we'll just keep it there.
All right, all
Right?
right.
We'll just keep it there. Right? Look at this. Look at all
Yeah.
of these native children, right? These are people don't understand. There were schools like this all over the United States, right? Of native children that were taken away from their parents. Look, right? Boarding school for native children. The founders of the Americans boarding school said the goal was to kill the Indian in him and save the man. The late performer and Indian activist Floyd Red Crow Westerman talked about the trauma of being the trauma of being separated as a child from his from his mother in South Dakota in order to be sent to Wahpeton Indian boarding. So many natives were stripped away. When you read this article, it tells you how many of them were stripped away from their mothers and never saw their mothers and fathers again. Okay? Hundreds of them. All over the place, right?
Exactly.
Back to also back up the point, right? When you look up the chart, because like people love visuals, right? It says Latino health disparities, right? Look how high, right? When it comes to diabetes, right? It says 65. I'm trying to wait till it focuses more. Ugh. Let me see if I can. It says 65 more likely to be diabetic, 55 more likely to have end stage what was that word? Renal disease, 45 more likely to die from diabetes. Now the brother Jeremiah in his presentation was talking about how his family suffers from diabetes and other things. And to tell you the truth, brother, so does my family. My father's brother, my uncle, they both died from diabetes.
Wow.
And before they died all at an early age. My uncle died when he was, I believe, 37.
Wow.
And my father passed away when he was 44.
That's young. That's very young.
Yeah, I'm about to be 40 this year. But
Crazy.
yeah, they both died from diabetes.
And before both of them died, they both lost their eyesight. My uncle
Yep.
wasn't able to walk because a lot of people don't understand. The first thing that diabetes kills is your eyesight. You're gonna become blind first. That's one of the first thing it does. It eats away at your eyes. So they were both blind. My uncle, he wasn't even able to walk before he passed. He was in a wheelchair. My baby sister, my young sister, she passed away 3 years ago from lupus. She suffered from lupus since she was, I believe, like 13 years old. We found out she had lupus. So my grandmother, even my mother, she even has a type 2 diabetes. My uncles have type 2 diabetes.
Yes,
We
yes.
said that they skips a generation. So me and my brothers have been pretty lucky not to really have diabetes, but that's something that we all fear for our children because we know sometimes it skips generations. And I have
Yep.
four daughters. My sister has 3 sons. My brother has two sons, and that's something that we fear for our children.
Exactly, yo. That's crazy too, man. That we go through these things, yet these goddamn clowns want to say, "Oh, y'all ain't Israelites. Y'all don't fulfill this and that." Like, stop playing with us already.
Oh yeah, back to the thing about okay. So we saw that part. Now let's talk about. Let me show the screen real quick. This side of it. There it is. The HIV, right? Hispanics. It says Hispanics are 2.5 more times are likely to be diagnosed with HIV, right, than any other race,
Mm-hmm.
and we're 2.5 as likely to die from HIV than any other race. Hispanic.
Wow, yo. See, that's the type of that's crazy.
Hold on. Let me get to the other part about cervical cancer, right? Cervical cancer. 45% more likely to be newly diagnosed with cervical cancer. 40% more likely to die from cervical cancer. Right?
That's crazy, bro. I'm telling you, we fulfill these things big time, but wow.
2 times more likely to have asthma.
My little bro had asthma too. That's crazy.
Bro, that's crazy because I had asthma, bro.
6
Yep.
times more likely to deal with tuberculosis. Okay?
Tuberculosis. That's liver
Yep.
disease.
Yep.
Wow.
Liver disease, all that stuff. That's what I'm saying. Obesity.
Dude, that's just a fact. Like my homeboy's mother and brothers, like, man, these people, like, no disrespect, they eat unhealthy as fuck. Like, excuse my language, but they be eating liver sometimes, they be eating chicharrones and all that. I'm like, bro, you're only messing your arteries up. And my other homeboy, he be eating this Valentina, some Mexican hot sauce, something like that. And then he be eating some green hot sauce. I hate it. It's too spicy. I like the red one better, but he be eating all that to the point where he gets ulcers in his stomach and it messes him up. And his mother recently passed away of cancer. But I don't know if it was breast cancer or not. What's that about? What's that?
This is a Middle Eastern guy, right?
Yeah.
He's been going again, and he's been saying, and it's funny because one of this video, I believe it's this video right here. Everybody can look it up. It says ancient Israel, who is a Jew and Abraham, right? In this video, I believe the brother is saying, he's basically saying what we've been saying over here in the Americas, how the so-called black race have been trying to claim to be everybody. He even complains how the black people are trying to say that they're the original Muslims and the original East Indians and blah blah blah. How the hell is this? And they're even trying to say that they're the original Native Americans and blah, blah, blah. Bro, even the people on the Eastern Hemisphere are feeling some type of way about what's been going on with all this pseudo information of
Exactly.
African Americans trying to steal everybody's heritage.
Mm-hmm. Pisses me off, dude. I swear. Well, yep. That's the curses, man. That's the curses right there. Fit them to a T. Ain't nobody gonna tell us anything different.
Oh yeah, I'm about to tell you guys. I don't know if it's gonna be probably, I don't know, Monday or next Friday. I'm gonna have that guy Raham come on. He wants to finally come on and talk, try to teach us about Second Ezra 13, how he claims that it's Arabia.
Wait, hold on. You said in Arabia?
In Arabia.
What's his name again?
Raham. That's Yudian's boy. The
Oh, Raham, that's that little fucking
Yeah.
idiot. Oh my dude, he was telling me he was gonna debate somebody on it, whatever. I'm like, all right, what happened? Where is it? What's going on? Who is it? And then he wouldn't want to tell me. And I'm like, bro, your shit's about to get stupid. Because look, let me tell you something about this cat. This dude, right? He says Arsareth is in whatever Arabia, Africa, whatever. I caught him on that shit so many times where it's like, okay, first you said they went through Arabia, then you said they went around it, all the way around Yemen and shit. That's two contradicting statements he makes. For one, they're going through a desert where it's barren and nothing grows there. So what are they gonna eat and drink through that entire way through there? And then for the one going around the southern tip of Arabia and Yemen and stuff, he says they crossed the Gulf of Aden to get into South Africa. But then I ask him, okay, so if they crossed the Gulf of Aden, what mode of transportation did they use to cross that body of water? And then you know what he told me? He said, use your imagination. Knowing damn well he's supposed to say ships, but he's not going to say it because then that proves 2nd Ezra 13 is talking about ships, but it doesn't have to mention it explicitly. But that fucking clown, dude, oh my god. Bro, like you better like I know you are anyways, but that man, embarrass that clown, bro. He's stupid.
I'm gonna teach you guys something, right? I'm gonna teach you guys a trick that because I'm very sure they're not watching anyway. So I'm gonna show you guys what I'm gonna do to them real quick. And this is something that they're gonna have to admit. Okay. You still have your book open, Jeremiah. Read Deuteronomy 28 and 64.
28,
Yeah,
64.
yeah. Before you guys go into the whole thing, let me address Antonio Zuniga. He said, "Brother Shamar, why you time me out? One Love is my account. I've always been with you, brothers." Well, I didn't block you, bro. It was Trujillo. He said, I mistakenly put you on timeout by accident. I thought I was trying to delete one of my comments. I apologize. So, brother Antonio, it wasn't me. I didn't block you. I didn't put you on timeout, bro. So, you know, it was a mistake done by Trujillo, because Trujillo is our moderator on the chat room. So, you know, I mean, you know, we always rock with everybody else, bro. We're always friendly. We're a friendly community. The Ancient Watchmen, we're accepted of everybody, bro. So you brothers want to come and talk to us, we'll listen to you, bro. But you know, I'm not blocking brothers. So
Hey, in Deuteronomy 28? What is the biggest scriptures that they go to in Deuteronomy 28, Shamar? What verses? What two verses?
what was that again? What was that?
What two verses in Deuteronomy 28 would you say that the so-called Negroites would say fits them the most?
Verse 68 and like an evil eye looking at your brother. You know, they always use that, especially like when they refer to the Chirac or Chicago shootings and all that stuff.
What do they always ask us though? Think about that. What do they always ask us to prove? That we're
Well,
what?
they're always asking us, well, how'd you guys went into slave ships? You know,
Scattered,
pretty much.
right? And being scattered, right?
Yeah,
All right.
well, being scattered.
Yeah, read verse 64 because I'm going to show you guys something, right?
All right, bet. I got you right now, bro.
Beautiful evidence that, and I'm going to ask the brother Raham this, and I'm going to make him admit it, and y'all going to see I'm going to make him admit it. Read verse 64.
Bro, all right, cool. Before you say that, I'm just telling you this dude speaks really slick, but it's fucking stupid, and you can see right
trust me,
through
I
it.
know, brother. It's not about being slick. It's about trust me. He tried to be slick when I was having my little conversation with him on Deuteronomy on 2nd Ezra 13.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, when he comes on, and if he tries to say it, I'm going to show everybody how when he originally spoke to me, he didn't mention any of that until I addressed him on that, and now he's changing the story. But anyway,
exactly.
I'm going to show everything like that. Trust me, he's not going to deal with none of that stuff.
All right, let's read it now. All right, verse 64. And this is from the KJV, right? And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from the one end of the earth even unto the other, and there thou shalt serve other gods which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone.
You can stop right there, right? It says that you would be scattered to the where? To the ends of the earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And according to them, where were they scattered to? That would be considered the ends of the earth.
The east, all the way like Japan and stuff.
And where else? Where are they? Where's Yehudim in them? Where are they?
They're
The
they're over
Americas.
here in the Americas.
So the ends of the earth would have to be the Americas, correct?
Yep. And
Fact.
No,
also,
hold up.
okay, go ahead.
Deuteronomy 30. Go to Deuteronomy 32 real quick.
Deuteronomy 32. All right,
Yep.
let me see here.
Hold on.
Deuteronomy 32. Let me see. Deuteronomy. Dang, I spelled it wrong. Deuteronomy 28, 32. All right, let's read it here.
Deuteronomy chapter 32.
Oh, 32. Okay. 32. What verse?
Hold on. Just change the chapter.
Let me see. I'm gonna read it from the NIV, but no. I'm not gonna say what the verse is. Let me see if I can find it. I think I have an idea what you're talking about.
You know what's about Ephraim and Manasseh being scattered to the ends of the earth, right? Go ahead, read that one.
Yeah.
In 32, right?
Damn, Jose Vega, I know where you're going.
I know.
I believe you're talking about verse 33. No, chapter 33.
I'm going to make all these damn Canaanites admit that the ends of the earth has to do with the Americas, right? Has to do with the Americas. Because that's where they are. They always love to pull verse 64.
Exactly. Check this out, bro.
Scattered, right?
Yeah. So check this out. It's actually verse 33. I know which one you're talking about, but let me just say real quick. I had a discussion with some dumbass Hamite before, like a month ago, and he tried telling me that verse 17 and 33 isn't talking about them going to the ends of the earth. It's saying that Canaanites would be pushed to the ends of the earth by Israelites and stuff like that. Oh yeah.
What?
Yeah. They said that, bro. They tried to say that the chapter verse 17 and 33 is talking about Israelites or Manasseh and Ephraim pushing Canaanites to the ends of the earth, but the entire chapter in its context of 33 is talking about Israelites. Period.
Yeah, bro.
Hold on.
Right?
It said so. It's chapter 32, right?
No, 33:17.
Okay, 33:17. I said 32.
Yeah. All right, so let me read it here.
I'm gonna prove to you that it's not talking about that either. Watch, because this is so stupid of them to even say that shit. You said 30. You said 33. Go ahead.
33:17. All right, so it reads. His glory is like the firstling of his bullock, and his horns are like the horns of unicorns. With them he shall push the people to the ends of the earth, and they are the 10,000s of Ephraim, and they are the thousands of Manasseh.
Now, hold on, real quick. Hold on. Read verse 17. Just 17.
8:19 or what?
Hold on. Read verse 28.
Verse 28 of the same chapter?
Yeah, same chapter. Let's talk about.
All right.
Because again, this is how you know you could cut that person who ever tried to tell you they're talking about the Canaanites. No, this whole chapter is talking about the Israelites. Matter of fact, let's read everything up to 28. But read verse 17 again. We're gonna be all the way down to
snap. Okay.
We're gonna get the whole thing, right? But I want everybody to notice this, right? When it says that the people together to the ends of the earth, right? So according to them, where's the ends of the earth? The ends of the earth would have to include what, people?
The Americas.
Exactly. All right, now let's read. Let's read here.
Their own breakdown of Deuteronomy 28 and 16.
Yes. So let's read now. Israel then shall dwell in safety alone. The fountain of Jacob shall be upon the land of corn and wine. Also his heavens shall drop down dew.
What verse is right?
28.
It says Israel shall dwell safely alone. Do you see that person right there, people? Alone. Arzareth, the place where never mankind dwelt.
Exactly, dude. You know what's crazy? Corn, or what they call maize originates in Mexico.
Yes, and you know what? And it's funny because even during the debate with Yehudim, he tried to say it. Everybody saw how he said that the KJV was the word of God, right? But as soon as I showed him how the word corn was in the KJV, he then tried to abandon the KJV and be like, well, in the Latin, what's it called? The Latin, the Surgate, that it says maize, right? But even when you go into that word maize, right, or corn, right, go into it and it still means corn.
Yeah,
Still means
and-
corn.
right. So that right there is just showing, like, yo,
Speaking corn, right? As a matter of fact, let's pull it up, right? Because that was in Deuteronomy. We're gonna get into it. Deuteronomy 28, and that's what 51, right? I'm gonna get into in the next. I'm very sure the next Septuagint doesn't say corn. It probably does say maize, right? Let's go look at the Septuagint. Get out of there, you crazy. Get out of there. Yep, it says grain right there, right? Okay, so let's go to it. All right, it says Deuteronomy 15, right? It says, "And you shall eat the fruit of thy cattle and the fruit of thy land, and thou shalt surely be destroyed, which shall leave neither," right? H715, right? What does it mean under the KJV? Corn, wheat, corn flour. Outside biblical usage, wheat, grain, corn. Under the Strong's definition, the Hebrews, grain, corn, wheat. Under the lexicon, corn. Like, you're done.
it's sad,
You
bro.
know that where did corn originate from? It originated over here in Mexico. They didn't start cultivating corn, and I already wrote this out years ago. They didn't start cultivating corn in Africa until the late 1600s.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yep. And if according to 33:17 and 28, if corn originates in Mexico and Israel shall dwell in the land of corn, that's America's.
yep. But like I said, all that stuff is like, it's so easy. But yeah, brother, I hope your brother learned that stuff. What I just showed you. Deuteronomy 28:64, when they try to bring up the argument about being scattered to the ends of the earth, they're saying that they were taken on slave ships to the Americas, hence meaning that's them being scattered to the ends of the earth. So if America is the ends of the earth and could be part of the ends of the earth, when we read in Deuteronomy 33 about Manasseh and Ephraim being pushed to the ends of the earth, that is your proof that the northern kingdom would be going to America. Not only that, you brothers need to start doing? Using the Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon is so beautiful how it breaks down how the Americas is the promised land. It tells you how Nephi, right? Nephi, who was a son of Lehi, right? Who was an Ephraimite, and how he was instructed to build a ship, and how the Israelites were making fun of him about making a ship and things of that nature, right? But he built a ship for them to come to the promised land. That's what it calls it in the Book of Mormon. It calls the Americas the promised land.
Exactly, yo. That's crazy.
Not only does it tell you how Nephi was to build a ship to come to the Americas, right? Hold on. I'll show you. I'll show you some stuff real quick. Right, this is as a matter of fact, we'll read some of it. We'll read some of the Book of Mormon tonight. Look, this is how beautiful this guy's going to turn out to be.
Vega, before you go into that, bro, just you're gonna have a lot of brothers that are gonna do like a small piece section of this video, of this podcast, bro, and we're like, you see, the ancient watchmen now they're a bunch of what is that religion?
Mormons and shit.
Yeah.
No, but that's the whole point. No, information is information.
Exactly. But these brothers don't understand, bro. There's
no other book that gives us more insight about what
detail, right?
happened to the Northern Kingdom than the Book of Mormon. And people don't understand. He didn't write it. People don't understand.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been thinking.
When it comes to the Mormon religion, what happened was John Smith was approached by an angel, right? And an angel came to him telling him where to go find these tablets, right? So John Smith went into the wilderness or whatever, found the tablets, right? And then the angel came back to him and helped him translate it. That's all it was. He did not write it, people. That's what people have that misconception. Oh, that Joseph Smith wrote the Book of Mormon. No, but the Book of Mormon are secret tablets that were found. That's all it is. And these tablets are tablets, people. You people have to realize this. These tablets are our history. It's our history book. And in that book, it tells you, it is so beautiful, bro. Matter of fact, it's going to be so, I'm going to prove to you that the Book of Mormon quotes from, or it ties perfectly with 2nd Ezra 13 and Psalms 107. Perfect.
Real quick before you do, I just want to say one thing that I was reading about the Book of Mormon, right? I'm not saying I subscribe to it, but I read, some from time to time. I found out that there are actually Hebrew idioms within the Book of Mormon, and we know that Joseph Smith never understood Hebrew. He didn't even know he couldn't speak Hebrew. So how can they say he wrote this book when there were Hebrew idioms and he didn't speak the language?
Exactly.
Right. Yeah, but before Vega reads it, bro, I want to do a disclaimer, bro. The Ancient Watchmen, we're not Mormons. Just in case someone is gonna make a video, a breakdown, or some of these dummies out there that are gonna take our video out of context. Like Jose Vega was saying, bro, it's information, and that's exactly what I went through on another podcast when I spoke about the 204 books that Ezra and the 5 Levi scribes basically wrote down by the angel back in the 2nd Ezra chapter 14. Obviously we're missing 70 books, bro. Well, what contains what do we have in these 70 books that are missing? Well, we have information, data, bro, deep mysteries, bro. Just like it says, like in 2nd Ezra chapter 14, the last verses when it says these 70 books were left only to the learned, the one that is knowledgeable, the one that is wise. Why? Because we're able to chat about it, talk about it without having some sort of attachment to those books. Like a lot of these brothers do not understand, like there's other books out there that have expounded on many of the things that we write, like that we read of, like for example in the book of Genesis, certain things that are there written thereon that they're not expounded upon, especially like what happened to Adam and Eve, so on and so forth. But you guys get the point. When we go into these other books, we go to just gather information, and that's exactly what we read in the book of 2 Thessalonians chapter 5 verse 21, which says, "Prove all things, hold fast that which is good." Hold fast that which is good, meaning what? Chew the meat off the bones, not necessarily swallow the bone. Why? Because you're gonna choke and die. Well, just chew the meat off the bone, and that's exactly what we do when we go into this extracurricular books outside the the so-called canon Bible, right? Is to gather information, to gather intel, to gather data, bro, for our people. And like I said, information is power. So, but Vega, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, and also, like I said, just because people disagree with the Mormons, people don't understand there's over 16 million Mormons, people who believe and push that we are the Northern Kingdom. This is what you people have to use. These people, information is information. You're not going to find any religious sect around the world claiming some West Africans or some Negroes being the Israelites. Where's that movement at? There is no movement by heathens claiming that these people are the Negroes are Israelites. They're jealous. This is why they try to mock it. This is why One West always try to mock the Mormons and the Book of Mormon, and they should tell their camp members to stay away from the Book of Mormon because it's a racist book. In the Book of Mormon it says having black skin was from a curse and blah 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 blah. No, the reason why they want you to stay away from it, brothers and sisters, is because a lot of it shows the history that was happening with Northern Kingdom over here, the wars that were fought. People don't understand there was wars fought over here in the Americas between Northern Kingdom, between what you call the Lamanites and the Nephilites, okay, who are brothers, really. You know what I'm saying? But they're again another split. There was another split of Northern Kingdom according to the Book of Mormon when they got over here to the Americas, right? But I want to start to show to give you guys a little detail about who Nephi is, right? And this is from First Nephi chapter 5, verse 14, and it says, "And it came to pass that my father Lehi also found upon the plates of brass a genealogy of his fathers, whether he knew that he was a descendant of Joseph. Ye, even that Joseph, who was the son of Jacob, who was sold into Egypt, and was preserved by the hand of the Lord, that he might preserve his father Jacob and all of his household from perishing with famine." So what people have to realize right here, brothers and sisters, that this person called Nephi, that's in the Book of Mormon, was an Ephraimite. And he
That
can
is
trace back
crazy.
his genealogies back to Joseph. Okay? Now, check this out. Now, this is First Nephi 17. This is where he was commanded. And it says, "And it came to pass that the Lord spake unto me, Nephi, saying, Thou shalt construct a ship after the manner which I shall show thee, that I may, who's the I, people? Yahweh, that I may carry your people across these waters."
Uh-oh.
Right? And it was so beautiful that in the very next chapter it says this, right? Hold on, let me make sure. This is, again, bro, everybody who has ever heard me break down 2nd Ezra 13 and how I go to the book of Psalms, Zechariah 10, and all this other stuff. Watch how the Book of Mormon collaborates the story that is in the book of Psalms 107. Check this out. This is First Nephi chapter 18, verse 12. And it says, "And it came to pass that after he bound me in so much that I could not move, the compass which had been prepared of the Lord did cease to work, whether they knew or not, whether they should steer the ship, insomuch that arose a great storm, yea, a great terrible tempest, and we were driven back up the waters of the space 3 days, and they began to frighten exceedingly, lest they should be drowned in the sea. Nevertheless, they did not lose me. And on the 4th day, which we've been driven back, the tempest began to exceedingly soar." This is verse 20. And there was nothing save it was the power of Yahweh, which threatened me with destruction, could soften their hearts, whether they saw that they were about to be swallowed up in the depths of the sea. They repented of the thing which they have done, insomuch that they loosened me. And it came to pass, they had loosened me, because for the story people don't understand, when they were on the ship, Nephi's older brothers basically bounded him, right? Because they wanted to basically take charge. And again, this is also comes into the story of how Nephi is going to, when they get to the Americas, how his older brother and them split. This is where you get the Lamanites and the Nephilites, right? So there was always beef between even the brothers, right? But even on their way to the Americas, they had them bound, right? And it came to the point where the Most High was punishing them. That's the reason why he started raising the stormy winds of the sea, right? Till they were crashing down, until they unloosened their brother, okay? This is verse 21. It says, "And it came to pass, after they have loosened me, behold, I took the compass and did the work, whether I desired it. And it came to pass that I prayed unto the Lord, and after I had prayed, the winds did cease, and the storm did cease, and there was a great calm." How many times we read in the book of Psalms? How many times I read in the book of Psalms 7 how it says the Most High held still calm the storms because the waves were rising to the mountains and crashing down to the depths of the sea?
Yep, many times.
The same exact story in the book of Nephi on First Nephi chapter 18, people.
Hey, can I read something real quick?
Verse 22, hold on. It says, "And it came to pass," the very next verse. "And it came to pass that I, Nephi, did guide the ship, that we sailed again towards the promised land."
Mm-hmm.
So the Americas was the promised land. Verse 23, "And it came to pass that after we have sailed for a space of many days, we did arrive at the promised land. And we went forth upon the land and did pitch our tents, and we called it the promised land. And it came to pass that after we have sailed, verse 24, and it came to pass that we did begin to till the earth, and we began to plant seeds, and we did pull our seeds into the earth, and we have brought forth the land that we have brought from the land of Jerusalem. And it came to pass that they grew exceedingly, where we were blessed in abundance, just like in the book of Psalms 107, where it says that we will coming here to our desired haven and plant vineyards and plant seeds for this land. Everything, like I said, that's in the book of Psalms 107 is being said right here in the first book of Nephi, chapter 18, right?
Hey, can I read one thing real quick, or are you still going?
Yeah, I got one more point.
All right.
Yes, also check this out. It says this is Mormon 1, verse 5. It says, and I, a Mormon, being a descendant of Nephi. And people don't understand about the Book of Mormon. The Mormon, what he was, people don't understand. Mormon was an Ephraimite, people. See, this you people don't understand. You people think these people are talking about religions. No, these are Israelite people. Mormon was an Ephraimite. He was a descendant from Nephi. And my father's name was Mormon. And I remember the things which Amaron commanded me. And it came to pass, I being 11 years old was carried by my father into the land southward, even to the land of Zarahemla. The whole face of the land had become covered with buildings. See, so wherever this place is, the promised land, the Arzareth, right? The Israelites built habitations there, people. They built cities. Check this out what it says. The whole face of the land had become covered with buildings, and the people were as numerous, almost as they were as the sand of the sea. Now, last time I checked, who was called a number to be like the sand of the sea? What people?
12 tribes.
No, not the 12 tribes.
Oh, the Northern Kingdom.
Northern Kingdom. Book of Hosea, chapter 1 and verse 10.
Yep.
That the Northern Kingdom will be like the sands of the sea.
Yep.
Very interesting, bro. Look, I'm gonna read something. This is from the Testament of Naphtali, real quick. Let me read it real quick. Let me see here. All right, from Testament of Naphtali. This basically goes hand in hand with what he was talking about, how the Book of Mormon and they travel the oceans and stuff like that, right? Now watch this. I mentioned this before, right? This is Testament of Naphtali 6. Chapter 6, verses 1 through 7, and it states, and again after 7 days I saw our father Jacob standing by the river Jamnia, and we were with him, and behold, there came a ship sailing by, and there, without sailors or pilot, and there was written upon the ship of Jacob. And our father said to us, come, let us embark on our ship. And when we had gone aboard, there arose a vehement storm, a mighty tempest of wind, and our father who was holding the helm departed from us, and we being lost with the tempest or borne along over the sea. And Joseph fled away on a little boat, and we were all divided upon 9 planks, and Levi and Judah were together, and we were all scattered unto the ends of the earth. Even Levi, girt about with sackcloth, prayed for us unto the Lord, and when the storm ceased, the ship reached the land as it were in peace. Say that's exactly what you were talking about.
You know what's is funny. Matter of fact, I'm gonna see if I can find the video. Matter of fact, you know what we need to start doing is making them prove their transatlantic slave trade. Make them prove their slave ships and their slave. Yeah, that's what we need to start doing. When next time you get on with Yehudim or anything like that, that's what we need to start doing. I'm tired of them saying, "Oh, we were brought to our enemy's land." No, you weren't, because we can show you Africans that look just like you, Yehudim, that have been over here for thousands of years. Mm-hmm. How do you know that you're not the one? How you and your ancestors were not over here in the Americas for thousands of years? Prove to me that you was on a slave ship or your ancestors were on a slave ship. Show me the paperwork.
Exactly right.
How do you know that you're not one of those Hamites that you claim us to be? That you're not the Hamite that was over here in the Americas. Prove your slave ship, your journey of the slave ship.
Right. Exactly.
You need to start asking them and making them prove it. Fopi, all of them. Show us your slave papers. Go ahead. Show us your history. Prove to us that you guys were taken on slave ships. You know what I find funny? That this is something I was watching a while ago with Eddie Griffin. I don't know if you guys know who that is. He's a comedian.
Yeah,
He's a funny guy. He was in a show Malcolm. Was it Malcolm and Eddie back in the late 90s, early 2000s? He did a stand-up, right? And he was saying, and I found this to be very true. He's like, Black people did not know slavery until the movie Roots came out. He says, like, I knew we were we were slaves, but I didn't know it was that bad. Blah, 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 you know what I'm saying? And it's true. If it wasn't for these movies, right? This whole movement would be nothing. You know why the so-called the Negroites came up with this movement about saying that they're the Israelites and we're not because we can't prove them on slave ships? They don't have proof. They have movies, people. Movies. I guarantee you, if there was movies on Native Americans on slave ships and stuff like that, they would probably sympathize with us more, right? Because they need to see it. They need to see visuals.
Bro, and wasn't one of these dudes that you debated like they use 12 years of slave as a source?
Yeah, that was Kai. Yep, that was Kai.
Yeah, bro. It's like what?
Exactly, bro. Then you know what's funny?
He used
exactly.
And it's funny because the comedian said that, and I found when Eddie Griffin said that, I found that to be very hilarious because it's true. Many Black people don't know that they were slaves. This is why I keep telling them, right? If someone tells you that you're a slave, that's what you're going to believe, right? Because you do have plenty of African Americans who teach that many Negroes that came over here didn't come over here as slaves. Some of them came as indentured servants. Some of them came as free men.
Yep.
And the thing is that Black people teach this. That's what I'm trying to tell people. It's not white people teaching this, other nations teaching that. This is where there's a Black Harvard scholar who wrote books on these things called the Black Slave Owner. Matter of fact, I'll probably look that book up in a minute for you people so you can check it out. You know what I'm saying? Called the Black Slave Owner. And in the book, he tells you that many slaves that even came to New Orleans came as free men. I believe he said 28%. He said 28% came as free men. People don't want to talk about stuff like that. Matter of fact, that's what I wanted to bring out. Right? I wanted to show you, brothers, this is something. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it. Right, because they'll keep telling us, "Oh, they have it worse than us." Right? We were having that conversation not too long ago, right?
Yeah.
This is what remember that argument that Kai was talking about us being more richer than they are and we're more established as a community than they are. Check this out, right? Today, including credit unions, there are 44 Black-owned financial institutes in the United States, right? So there's 44 owned banks, right, by so-called Negroes, right? How many for the Native Americans on U.S. soil? Only 17. See that? 17 banks. There are currently 17 banks certified as owned or led by Native Americans. So who has it actually worse? Zaya? Huh? Because the Black community, y'all got 44 banks. The Native Americans only got 17.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah, exactly, bro. And that's also in connection with like the Crafty Council, because the Crafty Council has many layers to it. It has the ability to hide the struggle of a certain group of people. In this case, will be like the Native American struggle is being hidden away, bro. Not only at the medium level, meaning like the movies, because I mean, how many movies have we seen of the slave trade that took place in the Americas? Prior to the 1600s. There's barely like movies on the struggle or the slavery and the genocide and the slaughter and the like the whitewashing of our children, like Native American children. Not only that, it's not just Native Americans going through like the boarding school system. It happened in South America as well. It's just that it's not well recorded. Why? I mean, come on, the crafty council, the hidden children of the Most High, and that's exactly why, bro. You know what I'm saying? But um, let me read the scripture before before anything else.
Hey,
I want to read.
what was that famous Native American Guantanamo? What's his name?
Well, there's a lot of them. I mean, which one you talking about?
The one he actually gave himself up to save his people.
Oh, you're talking about Geronimo.
Oh, Geronimo.
Hute,
Okay, that's all I want to know.
Hatui, Hatui. Well, there's another one called Hatui and
No,
the Taino one.
that's what I was looking for, Geronimo. But go ahead. I got
Oh,
something to bring out in a second. But go ahead with your scripture.
all right. Yeah. So let me read 2 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 8. It says, "For we cannot do anything against the truth, but only for the truth." You see. So in reality, a lot of these dudes trying to go against us, against the ancient watchman, Jose Vega and I, or everybody else that is listening to what we say and what we're saying. Not that they're following us, because we don't seek for followers. We want brothers to think with their own heads, with their be able to test the spirits that are going back and forth out there. But 2 Corinthians 13:8, bro, it's beautiful. It says, For we cannot do anything against the truth, bro. Like, you brothers cannot do anything against the truth, bro. This truth is gonna go forth regardless, bro, of the opposition, bro. Regardless of what people say, regardless of what this comes to say or do, regardless of what people want to say against me or Jose Vega or the ancient watchman, bro. Regardless, none of you can do anything against the truth, bro, but only for the truth. And this is why we labor and this is why we labor the way we do. This is why, brothers like Jeremiah, brothers like Jose Vega, brothers like Ben Cuevas, brothers like, all the brothers out there and sisters, bro, they're not going against the truth, but they're doing something for the truth, bro, which is putting in the work, creating slideshows, bro. Now you have brothers that are on TikTok. You have a lot of these One West Hamitic camps. They're on TikTok, bro. What are they doing on TikTok? Well, that's the biggest trending. It's trending. TikTok is trending, bro. So if it's trending, that means that if the camps are there, they're gonna have to, they're going to do their best to try to reach out to this massive amount of community out there in the entire world with what? With their lies. With their lies, bro. So what are we supposed to do when it comes to that? Well, brothers gotta create your TikTok accounts, bro, and battle them out there, bro. And that's exactly what I'm about to do. I'm gonna create an ancient watchman TikTok, bro, and then we're gonna start doing like small clips of the color of Christ or among other scriptures and whatever they like. Why? Because we gotta follow these clowns up on the mountains, just like Joshua followed all the Canaanites out in the mountains and drove them away. Well, that's exactly what we're supposed to do, bro. So for we cannot do anything against the truth, but only for the truth, bro. See? So labor, bro, labor like a soldier, just like we're commanded to do. As a matter of fact, before I let Vega speak, let me bring this other scripture out. Fight the good fight. Yeah, that's a good one. See, I love this scripture, bro, because it just symbolizes the battle that we're part of right now, which is the spiritual battle when it comes to the information. So 1 Timothy 6:12, it says, fight the good fight of the faith, lay hold on eternal life. You see, whereunto thou art also called, and hast professed a good profession before many witnesses. See, so when you profess a good profession, it means that you study, you learn, you research, bro. You put in the work, bro. See, but how do we profess the good profession before many witnesses, many before many people that are watching us, bro? By fighting the good fight of the faith. You see, so everybody's battling with sins. We're all battling with sins. We're all battling our own spiritual battles, our own journeys, bro. But even in the midst of our battles, bro, like we have to fight the good fight all the faith. You see. So we are soldiers in this battle, soldiers, spiritual soldiers, bro, that are battling against the false doctrines out there, bro. And so that's what I wanted to read before we go into other stuff. So Vega, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna show you a clip, right? It's so powerful. It's a very powerful thing, right? Because like I said, they like to do these movies, right? About the roots and stuff like that. They have the roots, right? Oh yeah, we were slaves, right? Now this clip I'm going to show you, brothers and sisters, today is right. It's from this movie, right? It's about Geronimo. Now there's this scene where he's on. Him and his people get captured and they're on the train, right? And in this scene alone, there are so many curses being fulfilled just in this one scene alone. Is going to blow your mind. Okay? Check this out. Lucky, they're speaking in the native language, but it's going to be in subtitles. You're going to see it, right? He says you were right to say to fight against the white eye, meaning the white people, right? That's what he tells them, right? To Geronimo. Everything they said to me was a lie. He says you helped them, right? I will hate you forever. What is the curse of Deuteronomy 28:2 said? That your eyes should be evil towards your brother, right? Because we all know that the whole chapter is talking about a land invasion, about these foreigners coming on your land, taking over your land, right? And how your eye will be evil towards the other one, right? You saw how this native blamed the other native. He says, hey, you helped them. I will hate you forever. That's what he said, right? Check this out, right? Then Geronimo's going to say something to him. That's Geronimo. There are a few of us left. We should not hate each other. So he says there are what left, people? A few of us left. Deuteronomy 28:62 says that you should be brought down to a low number. He's right here admitting that because of the white eye, the white man, that they have been brought down to a low number. There's only a few of us left. You should not hate one of each other. But they almost say, I hate you because you helped the damn white man, right? Check this out. She has the coughing sickness. She has the coughing sickness. Does not Deuteronomy 28 talk about that many of our people will be dying from these sicknesses that were brought by the white eye, the white man? Right?
Yep.
She will die soon. Maybe the baby. Hold on. Let me see what he said. Maybe the baby. And maybe your baby too. Look at the sadness of the sorrows of our women. He says, no one knows why the one God let the white eye take our land. That's what Geronimo said, right?
Damn, bro.
So right there proves that we believed in one God, right? Yahweh, the Great Spirit. And this says, why did there have to be so many of them, right? They're complaining about why there's so many white people. It says that they had. He says, why did they have so many guns and so many horses? That's what he said. He said, for many years, the one God made me a warrior. No guns, no bullets could ever kill me. That was my power. Now my time is over. Now maybe the time of our people is over. That's the end of the scene.
Damn, they chilled, bro.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff, bro.
Yeah. That's powerful, bro. That got me chills, bro. You know,
Bro,
it's
I'm gonna do a class because there was a beautiful video that the brother shared on the thing about this guy named Chief Joseph, right? Who had an interview on a show, and I'm gonna do a class probably tomorrow or Monday. I don't know, and I'm gonna break down his video with other videos to back it up. It does talk about giants, and I'm gonna show how the Hopi people how they were talking about the giants and.
yeah.
And I'm going to show the giants to the people. I'm going to show you guys what the giants look like. They were supposed to be like 8 to 9 feet tall, and they had red straight hair.
Mm-hmm.
You see the skulls of them and everything like that.
Yeah, they were taller too. They were like taller than that, but yeah, man.
And then I'm going to show another story about a Native American telling a story about his tribe, the Lakota, I believe, the Lakota tribe. How they dealt with a giant. It's a pretty good story. Then I'm going to show you guys a very powerful point that the guy, beautiful, bro. It's so beautiful. This is why I always tell like people like DEUT and SAR and all of them, you know, they're supposed to be, you know, natives to this land. And I always tell them, I was like, I don't understand how you guys dropped the Messiah when all our ancestors, like a lot of our ancestors, especially the elders, when you hear them, these natives always talk about a Messiah to come. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you guys now denying them? You know what I'm saying? Just like, to me, it's like y'all are getting away from your ancestors and getting on the side of the so-called white Jews that you guys claim that are the fake Jews, and taking their side and dropping the Messiah. It's like, it's craziness, bro. But and this video is so beautiful, right? Because Chief Joseph talks about how a medicine man was telling him a story, right? About how an elder of theirs, you know, was in the mountain, you know, fasting and blah, 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 blah for like 4 days. And on the 4th day, an angel of the Lord came to him finally, right, on this mountain, and told him to look through a window. And then he said that when he looked through the window, the elder said he saw a man hanging on a tree.
Yeah, pretty wild, bro.
Yeah, it was beautiful, bro. Fucking beautiful.
That's crazy, man. It's just sad that our people, you know, are dropping Christ as if Christ is some sort of devil or a demon. You know, it's like it's just sad.
It's just like us. That's what I'm saying. The same the whole beef that everybody's having with each other, or the hatred that people are showing one to each other. It's the same thing, man. It's like.
What do you mean the same thing? Like
okay, I'll put it like this: like SAR them, right? They hate us, baby. They hate us.
Oh, they do,
they
bro.
hate Christ as much as they hate Christ. But you know what? Christ was their brother. We're their brother. There's no difference. That's what I'm trying to tell you. These are people hating on people. Like I was telling you about earlier about the Book of Mormon, right? Even though the Book of Mormon, people will say, "Oh, stay away from it." But why? When you have our ancestors in that book, you have Nephi, Mormon, Lehi, and all these, you know, Ephraimites that are mentioned in that book. Ancestors.
Right.
But people tell you not to read up. Why? You're telling me to hate my ancestors and what people are saying, or a book is saying about what happened with my ancestors. This is crazy,
bro. And it's like I had a conversation with Adrian. Remember Adrian, brother, Sars's brother?
Yeah.
He called me one time. I was at work. He called me. We spent like an hour and a half because he had a question on the book of Luke, chapter 21, the whole chapter. And he was trying to trap me in it, bro. Like, I caught him left and right on everything, bro, that he wanted to bring out. But the point is this, right? I said, okay, well, let's just hypothetically say that Christ was not the Messiah, but was not Christ a human being, and was not Was he not part of the 12 tribes? Was he not our brother? You know what I'm saying? So let's just take away the fact that, he was not the Messiah, like hypothetically speaking, right? But he was a human being. He was a brother from the nation of Israel, bro. So why would you hate your own brother? You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
And it's funny because even if, like, I get your argument because you're right. Because even he is still our brother, regardless if you think he was sinless or not. So let's say that he was with sin, right? Let's say he was sin. So was David. So was Solomon. So was Moses. Do you not love those your ancestors? You
Aaron,
don't love Moses. You don't love David. You don't love Solomon. Why can't you love Jesus
bro.
Christ? That's
Yeah,
craziness.
bro. Yeah,
Whether he
bro.
was
Like
sinless or not,
Aaron. Like,
whether your beliefs about him or not.
right.
That's just
Exactly.
craziness. That's what I'm saying. It's to me, it's still like this. Again, back to the argument about spitting in your face of your ancestors. This is what we have to continuously keep dealing with. People spitting on on our ancestors' face. Whether y'all want to talk about biblically, because even though we know that we are the people of the book, but let's take the book out of it, right? Even to the people today who are trying to take away our native heritage, that is spitting in our ancestors' face. That,
Basically.
what's so funny? Because we know, just like we just saw in the video with Geronimo, what did Geronimo say he was? He said he was a warrior. We were a warrior race, right? We weren't just punks. We were just pushovers. We were a warrior race.
Yeah.
Last time I checked, if I put Google, I guarantee if I type in wars or battles fought between the Native Americans and the Europeans, right? I guarantee you I can give you a long list of battles that our ancestors fought against the Europeans, right? What do the so-called Negroes have to show what rebellion did they did to the so-called Europeans? The only thing that they run to or go to is the revolt they did in Haiti.
Yeah.
That's it. Notice that, people. I want you brothers and sisters to notice that. They always bring up what the so-called African Americans did in Haiti, right?
Yeah.
That's just one part. But look at all the wars our ancestors fought on this land. Hundreds. We could give you hundreds. I could right now, if I Google the title of battles, I guarantee you a list of like hundreds of battles will come up.
Yeah. A lot of them, bro. A lot of them. Yeah, man. Jeremiah, man, you good, bro. Thanks for coming on, man.
That they know that we're a warrior race. They know that we're not no punks. This is why I keep telling them. They keep talking about, oh, they want to threaten us. Listen. We are a warrior race. We're not going to take that crap. This is why in the major cities, who run the gangs? The so-called Black and Hispanics, correct?
Yep.
We're not a pushover. Y'all know this. Yeah. Matter of fact, and like I said, I say this all the time. In the Western Hemisphere, who runs the jail systems? Hispanics.
Yep.
We run it. We run that shit.
Facts.
Why? Because we're fucking warriors. When they were looting and rioting, didn't we do a class like almost 6-7 months ago, something like that? Remember about how the Latinos got together and they were protecting their neighborhoods from looters?
Oh yeah, bro. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, exactly.
Who were they really going against, Shamar?
Canonized, bro. Africans.
Exactly. The so-called African Americans. They didn't want African Americans to run into their neighborhoods, destroying their shit, going into their stuff. Did you hear any news things of African Americans going to Latino communities or Hispanic or Native communities destroying shit? No. You know why? Because we're a fucking warrior race.
Yeah, they know better not to mess with with their entire community, bro. Because when it comes to the whole thing, bro, like you would have Latin kings, sureños, norteños, vatos locos uniting against basically homeland terrorism, just like it happened, bro, like when the riots were taking place.
Yeah, Jeremiah said his laptop died and stuff. But yeah. Oh, he off too? Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what I was saying, bro, but yeah, man, yeah, exactly. So this is exactly why, we set up ourselves, as the watchmen, as us sounding the trumpet, because we can't take this shit anymore. Like all these lies, all these doctrines, bro. Like right now is the spiritual aspects of these wars, but we
That's
don't
a
know.
point.
We don't know if this is gonna translate into the physical wars later on, like maybe in the future. We don't know. Yeah,
You can hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. No, Pablo made a good point. He said, "Oh, my fault, Antonio." He says they got go up two more. It says they got their military army on the streets. That's a very powerful point, brother. We have seen on social media, so, with the Black Panthers, not even just that. Recently, there's this new movement of gun enthusiasts, and you've seen them. They're like a little army, and they walk through the so-called South and trying to call out the KKK and blah 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 blah, and they were walking down the streets as if they're an army. That's very true. Where do you see natives and Hispanics doing that? Where's that at, bro?
Yeah, yeah. Our people are destroyed, bro. That destruction is also that, like the disunity. There's no unity amongst us, and it's like this is my argument all the time, bro. I always speak about, like, what if we all unite from North, Central, South America, and even the Caribbean islands, bro, as one unit, bro. Like all of us together, like, because when you look at Hispanics, bro, all Hispanics, bro, we're all the same, bro. We're just all the same. What divides us, bro? You know what divides us, bro? It's all these religions. Like, for one, the Catholic religion, but the other one is the borders. The borders that limit us and give us some sort of, oh well, you're over there. Well, that's fine. I mean, that was in the ancient times too, but today these borders, it's not a division of, like, well, even though we have borders, we're the same family. No, w- you know that's the problem today with these borders that were man-made back in the colonization days. Because even like the borders that we had back in ancient times, we know that, like, Ephraim had their own land, Judah had their own land, Zebulun had their own land. But you know what? You know what was the difference back then? That all of us knew that we were the Israelites, bro. All of us. But today, you got Colombians calling themselves, "Well, I'm Colombian, man. I'm proud of being Colombian." Or Argentinians, I'm proud to be Argentinians, bro. Mexicans or Puerto Ricans or whatever they're like, man. Everybody is like, they taken hold on these, earthly, physical identities, bro, without understanding that we're more than just Colombians, Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, Argentinians, bro. We're more than that, bro. We are the children of God. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we have to come to terms to, that we are the children of God, and that we must unite, all of us, from North, Central, and South America. And the more reasons why is because now you have certain individuals that are moving to South America. And when I said individuals, I'm talking about the African Americans that are moving to South America, bro, to reclaim the land, because there's a movement called the Perusalem, meaning a lot of these Negroes believe that they're the real Jews, and that Jerusalem is in South America and Peru, so on and so forth. So now they're moving down there. They're creating their own communities, bro. They got land down there, bro. They're trying to re jumpstart their movement. The One West ideology, they're trying to restart it down there, bro. And so that's very dangerous, bro, because imagine if they start another movement down there. What's gonna happen, bro, is that they're gonna brainwash our people down there, bro. And so now we're gonna fight two front battles. We're gonna be in two fronts, in South America and in North America, bro, battling these dudes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Check this out, right? This is what the stuff we have to deal with all the time, bro. Pseudo stuff like this, right? So this is on a Christian, like I said, like a people on Facebook. I'm part of a lot of like different like groups, right? So this is a Christianity interrogates by Hebrew Israelites, religion exposed, right? This is a group, right? This is the 12 tribe chart is bogus. Notice it doesn't mention the other nations. Black are the Israelites, right? And look what they pull, right? The quote by the fake Jews currently live in Israel, right? You will never be able to live here in peace because they left here black and came back white, right? They claim that it was from a 1952, right? From Time magazine, right? Now look at this, right? So I wrote, this is me, and I said, he never said this. Shaking my head. More pseudo information fake black Hebrew Israelites use, right? So then this guy, I'm gonna show you how pseudo and clown these guys are. So this guy wrote back saying, Gamal Abdel Nazir quotes, right? He said, just Google it, right? Google Gamal Abdel, right? Again, he never said that. Stop it, right? Then this guy named Bro Shem Zepin, right? Look what he says. He sure did say it, just wasn't allowed to repeat it out loud again, right? That's what he says, right?
Wow, what a
Right?
bunch of baloney, bro.
And I said, I'm tired of you pseudo scholars. He never said it. All you have is a meme. Shake my head. Dude was, look, this is, dude was scared for his life. Hence, he embraced the NWO as his neighbors years later. He's Muslim, no, right? That's what he says. He's Muslim, no? Then I wrote back and I said, shake my head, pull a source, or just admit that y'all are meme scholars, right? So dude wasn't a Muslim? That's what he wrote. And I wrote back, what does being a Muslim or not have to do with pulling a source for the quote y'all claiming he said? What you're doing is called a straw man. Either pull the source or just admit y'all are pseudo. Look what he writes to me, right? Prove the Time magazine article isn't legit. You see what I'm saying, people? Now I have to prove their claims. He says, prove the Time magazine article doesn't. And I just look what I wrote back. I said, pull it. It ain't there. It doesn't exist.
Lazy, bro.
But yeah, this is what I'm telling you, people. You ask these people for their proofs to prove your statement. Nothing. Now he asked me to prove that it isn't right. Are you crazy? You guys pulled a meme. Anybody can make a meme. Bro, I can take a picture and write whatever I want onto that picture. Does that make the facts? No. That's what's called a meme. Y'all claim that he quoted that. Where is that quote? I need to find that quote. What source? You guys try to claim that was all on the Time magazine source. We look, everybody done the research on that. Not there. It's not there. It doesn't exist. This is why all you have is a meme.
Yep. Dean, we brought that out, bro, already. Like the video got broken down, bro. It got exposed. Like we have the video on that, bro. I don't know. I think I shared with you guys on the chat group over there on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bro. It doesn't say that.
Exactly. Yeah. They want us to do all the work. Exactly, Randy. Exactly. They want us to do it. No, you're the ones who are making this post. You're the one who commented under my comment, talking about it's factual. Well, prove it then. Pull the source. Pull the damn source. I've been doing this for years. Pull the source. Even though, like I said, and most of the time when they try to pull a source and you read that book or whatever, it ends up backfiring on them. This is what I have learned. I love when they try to give me a source because I'll download the PDF file off of Google and get that article or that book or whatever the case may be, and I'll read what you're talking about. And trust me, I'm going to use your own book against you and show you how you don't know how to read.
Yeah, man, exactly. Yeah. So, going back to the scripture, bro, in 2 Corinthians chapter 2, 13, verse 8, for we cannot do anything against the truth, but only for the truth, bro. And that's exactly why we labor and why we say what we say, bro, and why we stand our ground when it comes to like the pseudo, the doctrines, the falsehood, they adding onto the book, they adding onto the Torah, bro. They always do that, bro. They do all sorts of tricks, mind manipulation, games, witchcraft, spells, bro, in order to deceive you guys all the time, bro. But people are slowly waking up. um, yeah. Let me. Can you brothers hear me? Vega, you hear me or no?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right. Um. Yeah. Let's. Man, a big shout out to Jeremiah, man. Thanks for coming on, bro. Thanks for bringing it out. You did a great job, bro. Hopefully, brothers learned something, bro. Hopefully, uh, brothers were able to be edified with the information that was presented, bro. I know there was a lot of information, bro, but brothers gotta learn how to discipline your mind, bro, and your ears, how to sit down in a 3 4 hour, lecture of information, bro. And you brothers do that all the time, bro. When you guys go to school or if you go to college, bro, you're literally there for 8 hours, bro, like listening to teachers and professors and whatever the like. But when it comes to the information that is also very important regarding our nation, our people, bro, the 12 tribes, so-called Hispanics, natives, gypsies, and all those people that are scattered abroad, bro, brothers don't want to listen. They rather go, and I mean, look at the movie that just came out. What's it called? Justice League Snyder Cut. How long was that movie? 4 hours, bro. I bet you brothers are gonna be able to sit 4 hours like with your eyes open and your mind attentive, to the information, to the movie. But when it comes to information like this, that brothers, spend 3 months to put in together for you, brothers, brothers don't wanna listen. They leave. But for those who stuck around, man, a big shout out to every single one of you that stuck around all the way to the end, bro. Antonio Zuniga, bro. Once again, the misunderstanding earlier. Brother Trujillo already apologized. Pequeña Alca, Shalom, everybody else. But before we go, bro, once again, let me show you this real quick because I was bringing this out because you have a lot of these dudes on Facebook asking us, well, show us these communities of so-called Hispanics all over the world. Well, we were reading earlier these now let me just read this real quick. It says outline of the Latin American diaspora in the world. A significant Latin American community is scarcely to be found in Africa, even in the former Portuguese colonies, from the end of the 16th century to the end of the 19th century. Now, we read earlier that there's people in Asia, right? In Japan, it says Latin Americans represent the second largest immigrant community in Japan, right? Um, Philippines, bro. It says the Mexican presence in the Philippines dates back to Spanish colonial rule, when a significant flow of Mexicans were brought to the country due to trans-Pacific trade, and they remained there after settlement. Nowadays, Mexican Filipinos are a bilingual ethnic group composed of Philippine citizens with Mexican ancestry. The main population amounts to circa 180 people spread throughout the areas of Metro Manila, Cebu City, Iloilo, City of Zamboanga City, Mexican Embassy, 2011. Now, this is dating back to 2011. I'm pretty sure there's more people there, but we're going to continue to read. It says Oceania, right? It says, even if Latin American migrants in Oceania are not considered one of the largest minorities, some groups can still be found, particularly in Australia, New Zealand. According to the 2010-2011 census, 3,452 migrants from South America, Central America, and the Caribbean Oceania. The most prominent groups of migrants come from Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, and Peru. Australia. Australia hosts the largest Latin American population in the region. You see that? According to the 2011 census, the country comprised 107,317 Latin American Australian residents. You see, the major parts of migrants were from South America, 87,000 plus people, Central America, 14,000 people, and finally the Caribbean, which is 4,000 people and plus, so on and so forth. It says that the dominant communities represented are from Brazil and the Chile. You have um, Brazilians' origins reached 26,000, while the number of people claiming people from Chile origins amounted to 24,000. That's over there in Oceania, which is New Zealand and Australia. Uh, I mean, we can read on and so on and so forth. It says New Zealand is the second country in the geographic area with which attracts Latin American migrants. The size of this community almost doubled between 2006 and 2013 to reach a total of 13,182 people. That's 200 and 2006 to 2013. You know, so we are literally showing you guys that there's vast communities, bro, of the so-called Hispanics and natives in Europe, in New Zealand, bro, in Australia, bro, in Japan. You know what I'm saying? So we can read this whole thing, and in Europe it says um, Latin American migration to Europe started in the 19th century and was characterized by different waves. The first post-colonial migration, then a economically motivated migration due to unemployment and poverty, and a significant migration wave between the 1960s and the 1980s due to political instability and oppressive dictatorships in Latin American countries, so on and so forth. So we have Spain. It says Spain hosts the largest population of Latin American migrants. According to the research conducted by the Spanish National Statistics Institute, INE, the total amount of Latin American migrants living in Spain in 2009 was, what is it, 2 million? Yeah, 2,265,364, with a predominance of women, 54%. Ecuadorians are the largest Latin American community in the country. You see that, which is 471,000. Colombians had 354,000. Argentinians 293,000. Bolivians 226,000. Peruvians 186,000. So on and so forth. In Italy, bro, in 2011, 7.7%, which is 354.186 individuals of the total migrant population in Italy originated from Latin American countries. Among these, 62.7 were women. Peruvians are the largest Latino community in the country, which is 90,000 plus, followed by Ecuadorians 90,000 plus, Brazilians 6,000 plus, Colombians 20,000 plus. The cities with the largest Latino communities are in Milan, which is 30,000, Rome 14,000, Turin 10,000, Florence 6,000, so on and so forth, bro. Look at these numbers, bro. These are communities in Europe, in Spain, Italy. We can go into Portugal. According to the data found in 2012, Cefstat 2012, the majority of Latin American immigrants in Portugal are Brazilians, which is 102,000, followed by Venezuelans and Colombians. The largest Latino communities are concentrated in Lisbon, which is 49,000, almost 50,000, and Faro, which is 11,000. United Kingdom, according to the research conducted by the University of London in 2008, there are 186,469 Latin American migrants settled in the United Kingdom. Brazilians are the largest Latino community in the country, which is 53,000, followed by Colombians 24,000, Argentinians 11,000, Ecuadorians 5,000. The largest Latino communities, especially Brazilians, are 41,000, mainly live in London, which is 113,000, bro. You see? Germany, bro. According to the Statis census of 2011, 89,000 plus Latin American migrants live in Germany, of which 59,725 are women. See? Brazilians are the largest Latin American community in the country, which is 28,000, Colombians 8,000, Mexicans 8. We're gonna go to France. You see that? So when you have these clowns asking us like, well, show us these communities in all over the world. Well, we are showing you all these communities of our people all over the world. In France, it says Latin Americans are no longer the largest community in France today. Latin American migration to France reached its peak in the 1970s and 1980s, but numbers have declined over recent years. Um, Immigrants from Colombia, Chile, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, and Mexico have a major presence in the country. You see? So, they give you the numbers: Brazilians, 7,000; Colombians, 5,000; Chileans, 4,000, so on and so forth. But, the whole point is that our people are there in France, in Germany, in United Kingdom, in Portugal, in Italy, in Spain, bro, in Europe, New Zealand, bro, Australia, bro, Philippines, bro, Japan. I mean, what else? We got Russia, bro. We got people in Russia of our people, bro. Check this out. It says Russia. Russia is the second largest receptor of immigrants at a global level, with exception to Latin American diaspora. In the case of Argentinian citizens, the largest group is formed by people over 60 years old, which is almost 3,000. The most significant community in the region is represented by Brazilian migrants, which amount to 19,000, almost 20,000 citizens. Countries like Haiti, Guatemala, Bolivia, and Honduras have a very small representation in Russia, less than 500 citizens. This is also the case of Dominican diaspora with 457 inhabitants. The Colombian community has 4,000 members in Russia, and the majority of these are students. In the case of Mexican diaspora, there are 9,241 women living in Russia compared to just 8,000 males. Chile and Peru do not appear on the Russian statistics, so on and so forth. But that's in Russia, bro. So that's our people in Russia. I mean, we have like in North America, bro, and Canada, our people are there too. So when these clowns ask us, well, prove us, you guys are all over the world. Well, we just did, statistically speaking. And now these numbers go back to 2011, 2006, 2013. I mean, we are already in 2021. The numbers might have gone up already, but the whole point, bro, is that our people are scattered literally to the four corners of the earth. So um Antonio Zuniga, brother Shamar, have you been in contact with the Peruvian brother that was in your life, I think about a year ago? And will you be making an interview with him again, or discussion? um Let me see. Hold on. See. Um, yeah, man. I've been talking to him, here and there, very randomly, bro. But he wants to do a Spanish interview, so I think I might do that on Facebook. I'm not sure, because uh, whenever he was on our podcast last year, he was having a hard time, bro. Trying to set up the podcast and his camera. Like, we couldn't listen to the brother. So I mean, I don't know. I might do it on Facebook and maybe download it and post it on here. So I don't know. But yeah, man, that was that was the podcast, bro. Vega, is there anything else you want to bring out before we shut down?
No, I'm good. Like I said, I'm probably gonna do a class probably like tomorrow or Monday, whatever.
All right, man.
Look out for it.
Right, right. Yeah, man. That was beautiful what you brought out, man. I hope brothers took notes, bro. I hope brothers, do not judge us, because we're reading out of the books that are not found in the Bible. And once again, when we quoted the book of Nephi, bro, chapter 5, chapter 18, and many other books that we go into, bro, is to gather intel, information, data. Obviously, you brothers read Second Thessalonians 5:21. Prove, prove all things, hold that which is good. So whenever you brothers read certain information in extra curricular books outside the Bible, bro, use your spiritual discernment, bro. You guys understand? Use your spiritual discernment to be able to decipher the information that you're reading and decide for yourselves with the spirit of wisdom living inside of you, bro, whether that information is false or misleading or whatever the like. So that's between you, bro, and the information that you're reading and the information that your brothers come across. But, the brother Jeremiah, bro, he brought a lot of information, a lot of factual information, bro, a lot of data, bro. That it's just not brothers from a lot of these camps, these one West American camps, bro. They cannot do the same thing that we just did today, which is prove that our people fit all the curses to the T, bro. They can't do that. Why? Because they're a bunch of cumbers, like we've been saying, we've been proving it with the historical records how they converted to Judaism back in the days, even going back to the 1400s. So enough on that. We've been saying these, we sound like a broken record already, but we have to say it anyway. But hope brothers learn something, bro. We're gonna close shop once again. You know uh, Hopefully we continue to do these lives, bro. Sometimes I'm not able to do it because I come from work super late, bro, and I have to drive like an hour and a half. So there's times that I won't be able to do the lives, bro. But once again, if brothers want to take over the lives, bro, when I'm not here, bro, you guys are more than welcome to do so, Jose Vega or anybody else. But other than that, man, you brothers have an amazing, weekend. The rest of your Shabbat, enjoy, man. Trujillo, man, everybody else, Antonio Zuniga, man, Randy Torres, Pequeña Ocas, man. A big shout out to Jeremiah, bro, for bringing out the information that pertains to our people, man. So, Vega, man, a big shout out to you as well, bro. Thanks for coming on, man. Thanks for sharing, the information that you share. That was really powerful, bro. Any last words?
So,
All right, man. Shalom. Have a great night. All right, everybody else, man. We're out. Once again, it's your brother Shemar with Ancient Watchman and with Guardians of Truth. Always featuring Jose Vega, aka the Diligent Destroyer, man. But we're gonna sign out. We're gonna sign out. Thanks for tuning in, man. Once again, I have a beautiful class that I wanted to do uh, regarding the crystals, bro. Yeah, man. So I want to show you guys that crystals, especially the crystals that are found in the ephod that the Levites were wearing back in ancient times, bro. They had the power to make demons flee, and I'm gonna prove it in the scriptures, bro. I'm gonna bring out the scriptures, bro, and prove uh what I'm saying. You know, when we say things like this, bro, we don't just say it, bro. We prove it with the Bible, with the scriptures. So we're gonna bring the scriptures out, bro, and let the scriptures speak for themselves. That way people don't think that we're making stuff up. But you guys have a great night, man. Antonio Zuniga, Ben Cuevas, Shalom, everybody else, Pequeña Outcast, man. Thanks for the love. Thanks for the for the support. If you have Hispanics and natives that are part of this truth, bro, so-called truth in these one West Americans, bro, share this live. Share this live, and tell them to learn our history, bro. Tell them to learn, what went down with our people, especially like the curses that took place in this land, in Mesoamerica, North, Central, and South America, bro, the Caribbean islands. Not only did the curses took place on this side of the world, bro, the curses also took place in our land. In ancient Jerusalem, ancient Israel, ancient Samaria, ancient Zion. You know what I'm saying? So, other than that, man, you guys have a great night. Shalom. Thanks for tuning in, man. Thanks for sticking around all the way to the end. Yeah, man. I'll see you around. Shalom. Is the crystal skull a real thing? Yeah, man. The crystal skull is really a real thing. I mean, they found like these beautifully carved crystal skulls in South America, and like experts on that, they can tell whether or not, I mean, those are real or not. But I mean, the crystal is there. The carved crystals are there, bro. So I mean, it's really unexplainable. It's one of those mysteries. You know what I'm saying? So um, I mean, maybe I look into it, bro. Maybe I'll bring something out of it when I do the, the crystal lesson that I have. Yeah, have a great night, everybody, man. Have a beautiful night, man. Shalom, everybody. Shalom. Ben Cuevas, man. Yeah, you came a little late, man, but watch the class from the beginning, bro. Jeremiah, the Philistine Slayer, man. He went in. Beautiful presentation that he did, bro. Share the video, bro. Share it, online on Facebook, or send it to the inbox of people. Especially a lot of these Negroites saying, well, you guys don't fit the curses. You guys don't fit the curses. Show us how you guys scattered to the four corners of the earth. Show us these communities of Hispanics and natives in Germany, in Japan, in Spain, in the Philippines. Well, we just did. But, you know, dudes are going to be proudful, bro. They're going to, pride is the beginning of the fall, bro. And that's why they're falling. Well, that's why a lot of these camps are falling. A lot of these leaders are falling. Why? Because it's of their pride. So have a great night, everybody. Shalom.